Welcome, Dr. Shumaila. Good to see you. Ma'am, are you ready for the sound check? Say something. Dr. Shumaila, can you hear me? Unmute your mic, ma'am. Dr. Shumaila, can you hear me? Dr. Shumaila, could you please refresh your connection and rejoin us? Thank you. Ji, can you hear me? Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Ma'am, could you say something, please? Dr. Shumaila. Kindly say something, ma'am, so that we could test your voice. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Dr. Shumaila. It's on. Okay, Dr. Shumaila, can you hear me? Unmute your mic, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is it okay?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Good morning, dear participants. Thank you for joining us on a sunny green spring morning in Islamabad, Pakistan. I'm Samina Najib from the Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad, Pakistan. I welcome you all to the first session of day 2 of this international conference on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives organized by the Department of English, DEL, Rifa University, Islamabad, Pakistan. Let us begin the session with the recitation from the Holy Quran. The session with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
الله الذي خلق 7 سماوات ومن الأرض مثلهن يتنزل الأمر بينهن لتعلموا أن الله على كل شيء قدير وأن الله قد أحاط بكل شيء. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله.
With the audience, these were verses from Holy Quran, chapter 65, verse number 12. August audience, environmental protection is an integral part of our belief system and is crucial to our survival as well as to that of our future generations. This conference is a major step towards that direction. Before we formally begin, I would request all of you to switch off your cell phones, your cameras, and kindly mute your microphones also for an uninterrupted broadcast. Thank you. The presenters will be given 10 minutes to speak. Questions will be taken up at the end of the session. Please type relevant questions if you have one for our plenary speakers or our presenters. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Chair, Dr. Shumaila Dodi, Associate Professor, Institute of English Studies, University of Punjab, Lahore, the patron, the focal person sitting on my right, Dr. Shaban Rafi, the focal person of CELIN 2022, and our head of the department as well. Our worthy speakers, the first one, Dr. Meng Hua Chow from the University of Malaysia. The second keynote speaker, Dr. Olfa Gendaus Ayeb from the University of Monastir, Tunisia. The third one, Dr. Fauzia Janjua from the International Islamic University, Islamabad. Welcome to all the dignitaries, my fellow colleagues, REFA, faculty, guests, students who are present with me in the boardroom at G7 campus, Islamabad, as well as those who have just joined in and who will be staying with us throughout this virtual conference. Participants, allow me to request Dr. Shumaila Dodi to preside over this session. She heads the Department of English at the University of Punjab, Lahore. She received her doctorate degree from the University Putra, Malaysia in 2018 with distinction. She's a published writer. Her areas of research are American literature and Pakistani fiction. She devised a syllabus of BS English program for her university. She has supervised several theses at MPhil levels and has been a plenary speaker at several conferences. Welcome, madam. I request you to take over, please, and kindly invite our keynote and plenary speakers for their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samina Najib. You have partly done my job by introducing the people and telling us about the conference. I think that it is a great initiative by RIFA International University that it has organized an international conference on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. And a special thanks to Dr. Shaban for organizing such a wonderful conference and inviting international and national speakers. Let's see that I think all of us, we hope that all of us will definitely it will be fruitful discussion, and we will learn from all the international and national speakers. Now, first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Meng Hua Chow, who has come from University of Malaya, Malaysia. Is he there online? Ms. Samina, is he there online? Okay, so, okay. Dr. Meng Hua is a senior lecturer at the University of Malaya. University of Malaya is one of the best university of Malaysia. Over the years, Meng Hua has taught a range of courses on undergraduate and postgraduate programs, Some of the positive feedback he has received from his students is that he delivers inspiring lectures and his passion for teaching is unparalleled. Meng Ho's main areas of research are corpus linguistics and educational linguistics. His more recent research and writing consider how applied linguistics, including language education, can contribute to a better, more sustainable world. Dr. Meng Ho, please come forward and share your thoughts and ideas with us.
Okay. I'm afraid, ma'am, there's a technical glitch and we can't see Dr. Chow here. Perhaps he will be joining us shortly. So I think we go to the second presenter and we'll take him on board later.
Okay. So our second presenter is from University of Monastir, Tunisia. He is Alpha Gons Ayub, and the topic of his presentation is Ecology, the Southern Belle and the Agrarian South in Tennessee Williams, The Glass Menagerie. Alpha Gauss is currently an assistant professor at the College of Sciences and Humanities, Al Kharaj, Saudi Arabia. She is permanent assistant professor at the University of Monastir, Tunisia. She got her doctorate degree from Faculty of Arts and Human Sciences, Tunisia, on the topic of female oscillation between idealization and debasement in selected plays of Eugene O'Neill and Tennessee Williams. She participated in a number of national and international conferences, as well as published articles in Canadian, British, European, Algerian, and Tunisian journals on research topics. She was offered grant by the CMAT, and she was integrated within Eugene O'Neill and Arthur Miller societies in Boston in May 2019. She's also an editor of Canadian, Romanian, and Algerian journals. She's actually a member on the Laboratory on Approaches to Discourse at the Faculty of Arts, Tunisia. Her research interest includes modern American drama, Irish studies, gender theories, post-colonial studies, multiculturalism, and media. Okay, so Dr. Alpha, will you please come forward and address us?
Thank you so much for organizing this event. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Yes. Dr. Alpha, we can't hear you.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yes.
Loud and clear.
So thank you so much for organizing this event. Today, I am going to talk about ecology, the Southern Belle and the Agrarian South in Tennessee Williams, the Glass Menagerie. So I start with an overview about this presentation. This presentation studies the correlation between women and nature in Tennessee Williams' Glass Menagerie from an eco-feminist perspective. Like the American South, which was affected by the presence of the industrial machine, the Southern Belle was affected by the patriarchal mindset. The common thread between Williams and some ecofeminists lies in calling for preserving nature from the dangers of deforestation and the perils of industrialization, and for their call for setting women free from from the different social stereotypes. So I start with the first part. I move to the next slide. I start with a theoretical background and main ideas about ecofeminism. So in this part, I'm going to talk about some famous ecofeminists like Karen Warren. So here I am sharing with you some quotes from the books of Karen Warren. So before starting with the ecofeministic dimension in the play, it is pertinent to grasp the main tenets of ecofeminism. The context of this literary movement and the impact of ecofeminist ideas. The ecofeminist researcher Karen Warren defines the movement, I mean ecofeminism, as a reaction against the dehumanization of women and the overexploitation of Mother Nature. She writes, I quote, "The language used to describe women, nature, and nuclear weaponry often is sexist and naturalist. Women are described in animal terms as pets, cows, sows." End quote. Women are associated with negative connotation and animals are also implicitly perceived as subordinate creatures. Warren is attacking the male discourse for misrepresenting animals and for disrespecting the natural chain. Karen Warren adds, I quote, "Mother Nature is raped, her womb is to be put into the service of the male body as a commodity. Nature is affected by the invasion of sciences, and it is defined as an inanimate object by the patriarchal regime. Ecofeminism creates an interdisciplinarity between women and ecology, and it rejects the domination over the marginalized subject." Warren develops the idea of authority, and she argues that ecofeminism extends familiar feminist critiques of socialisms of domination. In fact, an understanding of the overlapping and intersecting nature of isms of domination is so important to feminism, science, and local community life. Ecofeminism is interdisciplinary because it attacks scientific conquest, it shares the feminist struggle against, and it carries on the ecologist quest for liberating Mother Nature from the perils of deforestation, pollution, and other hazards. So after dealing with this theoretical framework, let's move on to a short synopsis about the play. So this play is a Southern American play. It deals with a dysfunctional family, and it also deals with the suffering of two Southern belles, a mother and her daughter. Both of them are suffering after the absence of the father and the organization in their former Southern American areas. There is a parallelism in this play between the position of women and nature. Women in this play use nature as a form of escape. So let's talk about setting. So ecofeminism and the setting in the glass menagerie. Ecofeminist ideas are explored from the very beginning of the play through the description of the Wingfield apartment. So this is the main setting in this play. This place is introduced as a tight space where flowers are not growing properly, and women are not enjoying freedom. The apartment is described in the following naturalist style. I quote, "The apartment is in the rear of the building, one of those vast hive-like conglomerations of cellular living units that flower as watery growths in the overcrowded urban centers of lower middle class population, and are symptomatic of the impulse of this largest and fundamentally enslaved section of American society to avoid fluidity and differentiation," end quote. Naturalism is made obvious through the use of words which have negative connotations like worthy, symptomatic, enslaved, and they imply the meanings of homogeneity, the absence of individuality, and the dominance of a dull and monotonous way of life. Williams describes the ugly reality of cultural homogeneity in St. Louis, and he laments over the loss. He laments, the loss over a natural richness, greenlands, and cultural diversity. The use of naturalism is reinforced through the use of simile and the witty way of describing the apartment. The verb to flower is used in a deceitful way, as it accentuates the absence of vastness, the overcrowdedness, and the transformation of a flesh flora into artificial supplies. Williams criticizes urban architecture as it is based on the imitation of the same style, the absence of diversity, and the lack of creativity. He is obviously nostalgic to the agrarian past, where nature used to be celebrated. Williams has affinities with ecofeminist tenets of attacking urbanization. Now I move to another parallelism between ecofeminism and this Southern American play. I move to the relationship between female characters and animals. The ecofeminist dimension of the play can be exemplified through the relationship between female characters and animals. Before dealing with a textual analysis of animal imagery, it's important to study the importance of animals and their role in preserving natural and ecological balances. From an ecofeminist angle, animals and women are treated as scapegoats in some religious myths. Lori Gruen, she is an eco-feminist researcher, observes that, I quote, "Women often served as symbols for the uncontrollable and harmful, and thus were sacrifices in order to purify the community. It has been suggested that many animals were first domesticated not as food sources, but as sacrificial creatures." The ecofeminist researcher condemns patriarchal societies for defining women and animals as scapegoats. In the same context, female characters and animals are depicted as scapegoats of the patriarchal regime in glass imagery. For example, Laura has affinities with the unicorn, and they share the same feelings of fragility, transparency, and loneliness. Laura describes her glass menagerie to Jim using the following terms, I quote, "They are ornaments mostly. Most of them are little animals made out of glass." Laura personifies the glass and the animals, and she reveals that the unicorn is a symbol of animal extinction. Indeed, the unicorn is one of the engendered species which have been affected by deforestation, pollution, and the patriarchal machine of industrialization and hunting. Now I move to the next slide. I'm going to deal with a discussion of ecofeminist ideas. Ecofeminists can be criticized for being utopian and for having unrealistic ideas. For example, Sargison attacks ecofeminists for being essentialists and for having a dreamy project. She ecofeminism is criticized for being limited, yet the merit of both ecofeminism and this play lie in foregrounding the importance of the role of women and animals in preserving the natural chain. I move to the conclusion. Williams and ecofeminists seek for recreating a functional system based on harmonious dialogue, based on a balanced view of men, women, nature, and culture. Now let's move on to, I want to conclude by moving to the next slide and by displaying one of the most important quotes in this play. So let's move to the next slide. The next slide contains an important quote about the blue roses. In this play, the Southern Belle is often associated with roses and blue roses. For example, Jim here calls Laura as a blue rose. I quote, "I used to call you blue roses. How was it that I got started calling you that?" Laura answers, "I was out of school a little while. While I came back, you asked me what was the matter. I said it is blue roses. You thought I said blue roses." So women are here clearly associated with natural elements and with plants. So the main findings in this work is to show, to reach the conclusion that nature and women are still blooming in harsh conditions, and the merit of Williams and ecofeminists lie in enlightening the audience about the necessity of creating a balance, of liberating both women and nature from a scientific invasion, from the patriarchal strong norms, and from the perils of urbanization. Thank you so much for your attention. I try to be brief.
Thank you, Dr.
So thank you so much.
Dr. Shumaila, kindly unmute your mic.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alpha Gonzalez Ayu. We are really very thankful that you have looked at the play from a completely, totally different new angle, which has enlightened us. Now we move on to the next presenter, Dr. Fauzia Janjua. She is from Islamic University, Islamabad. Is she there? Samina Najib, is Dr. Fauzia there?
I'm not sure, ma'am. I don't think she is yet with us, but we do have Dr. Meng Hua Chao with us. So we could perhaps request him to give his presentation.
We heartily welcome Dr. Hao from University of Malaya, Malaysia. As Samina Najib has already introduced me to the audience, telling the people that I have also done my doctorate from Malaysia, so I have a strong association with Malaysia, and Malaysia is very close to my heart. So Dr. Ho is a senior lecturer at the University of Malaya, which is again one of the best universities there in Malaysia. Will you like to share your thoughts with us?
Thanks so much. Thanks for your very kind introduction. And so glad that, yes, we've got the connection here in Malaysia. Yeah, fantastic. Good afternoon. This is about 5 minutes to 1 Malaysia time. Yeah. So let me share my slide first. Yeah. Okay. Do you see my PowerPoint slides? Do you see my PowerPoint slide now being shared or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. All right. You have to excuse me for a while.
Yes, now we can see.
Fantastic. Right, let me zoom in. Quite a number of bars here appearing on my screen. Right, thank you. Right, thanks again for your very kind introduction. Yeah, so the topic today for this paper of mine is Ecolinguistics for Ecojustice. Yeah, expanding possibilities for an ecologically inclusive, respectful, and compassionate world. It's quite mouthful. Yeah, as introduced by the chairperson earlier. I'm from University of Malaya in Malaysia, and currently also on my sabbatical, serving as an adjunct professor at Jeonbuk National University in Korea. Yeah, so that's what I'm planning to share today. I've adjusted my slides according to the time given. Yeah, it's about 15 minutes, I was told. So I'm doing my best to squeeze everything I would like to share with you all, yeah, within these 15 minutes. So I'm going to start off by defining what eco-justice is, or what it means to me, yeah, at least, before moving on to really consider, yeah, the focus of the talk today for me, which is about actions we can take, enact eco-justice for humans, for our fellow animals, and for the environment. Yeah, and I think this idea of actions has been highlighted and emphasized by a number of other keynote speakers of the conference yesterday. For example, Professor George Jacobs and Professor Rebecca Fox, yeah, have emphasized, yeah, that the need and importance of actions, yeah, so that we can see some change, especially positive change for our world, yeah, the little contribution we can make as an eco-linguistic community. All right, turning now to eco-justice. What I mean by eco-justice is really about the recognition and the practice of ecological inclusion. And what do we mean by ecological inclusion here? It simply means accepting and appreciating that all individuals are subjects within the greater whole. Yeah, we are all part of the greater whole. Yeah, and that all life forms have an inherent worth or intrinsic value. Yeah. So to be ecologically inclusive then means thinking and acting to protect and enhance the intrinsic value within each individual and the whole. In this sense, then, from an eco-justice perspective, yeah, the main concern is a respect for the entire ecological community. And that includes us, humans, our fellow animals, plants, and the physical environment. Now, one of our keynote speakers, I think, to be speaking later today is Aaron Stevie. Yeah, in a paper published last year, he recounted experience when he was in Japan, yeah, at a cafe with the owner of the cafe explaining why she doesn't kill the cockroaches that are found in the cafe. So in the words of this owner, quoted by Aaron, yeah, a cockroach is a manifestation of life, just like a cat is a manifestation of life, just like a monkey is a manifestation of life, and just like a person, yeah, is a manifestation of life. So the conclusion Aaron Stevie arrived at, based on that, is that in many hours of conversation with elders in Japan, he said he came to appreciate, yeah, the local people's deep respect for life. So I think that captures the very essence of eco-justice. That is the respect we're showing, either for, you know, our fellow people, our fellow animals, and our environment. Yeah. Now, there are three broad approaches to eco-justice. First of these is social justice. Here we can talk about linguistic justice as considered as part of human or social rights. So the way you speak, as highlighted by Professor George Jacobs yesterday, yeah, is your right. Each of us speaks differently, and we have the right to speak so. But very often in this community or in the practice, even in our research practice, we often judge, for example, learners' language to be an imperfect version of native speaker language, all right, or a country's, a local variety of language to be inferior to the standard variety, for example. So that raises the whole issue of linguistic justice or social justice. And that's the first approach to ecojustice. Yeah. The second one is about environmental or ecological justice. That is, the different ways in which language is used to frame and construct our environment really deserve attention. Yeah, so I think a well-known cognitive linguist was talking about how the terms climate change and global warming. So earlier on, people used the term global warming, yeah, to signal humans' contribution or activities that lead to global warming. But somehow politicians, okay, would use climate change as if things just change on their own and humans are not responsible for that, so that politicians can have their own agenda heard. Yeah, and yeah, as we know, brainwash the people in the country. Yeah, for their own benefits, for example. So that is also where I think ecolinguists, we have a role to play. Yeah. Next, a third approach to ecojustice is species justice. The focus here is on inclusive language use with our fellow animals, with words and expressions surrounding them being motivated, yeah, by animal-centered rather than human-centered considerations. I think Professor George Jacobs, again, yeah, my mentor as well as a collaborator, always supporting me. Yeah, he highlighted this point yesterday about the use of who, yeah, with non-human animals, a point that I will take up later as well in the suggestions or possibilities for promoting an eco-justice-based world. Yeah, so altogether then, these three are the broad approaches to tackling or to promoting this whole issue of eco-justice. Now, here are some possibilities. As I said, within these 15 minutes, I need to go straight to the action part. Okay, what are some possibilities we as ecolinguists, yeah, can do, yeah, for this world? So first of all, I would recommend that we all, including myself, be familiar with the contributions of our invited speakers, all right? And all our invited speakers, Aaron Stiby, yeah, George Jacobs, Peter Makwanya, yesterday, Rebecca Fox, Muhammad Shaban Rafi, and all other speakers in this conference, including our dear speaker earlier on, yeah, they have so much to share with us. And all of those, when we reflect more deeply, we realize that those are contributing to an eco-justice-based world. Yeah. So first, I would say that would be the first thing we should all be familiar with. And next, coming to what are the possibilities we can think of in order to be more action-based rather than just talking. Yeah. Yeah. So one thing, although talking is important, I would say that is the basic to raising awareness. And that's why we are here engaged in conferences. And that's the need for exchange of ideas so that further actions can be taken up. Yeah, so I have to say that the overall intention of the suggestions to be made here is to create a community of practice of us as ecolinguists. Yeah. And by ecolinguists, I mean teachers, researchers, activists into this area who are critically enthused, well-informed and equipped and action-oriented. There you go. Yeah, the word action-oriented is very important and also emphasized by Professors Jacobs and Fox earlier on. Yeah, and also this community of practice of ecolinguists would include those who are able to relate and adapt their activities to be suggested here from the classroom to the real world, yeah, in their daily lives. Now, I have to make acknowledgements here about the suggestions because I've benefited a lot through my discussions, yeah, with Professors Jacobs, Malay, Ellen Malay, and all my students past and present who have and who continue to inspire me in many ways in my own exploration of eco-justice issues. Now, one possibility, yeah, among so many, would be, a very simple act of going to our classroom, for example. If we are all teachers or lecturers here, make it a regular practice to open every session by presenting and discussing a short ecologically related item. This could include any or all of the following, such as popular songs, a day in the life of a tree, or poem. Start the class with a poem, all right, about climate change awareness. We can explore, there is a wealth of resources available on the website, and those two are just two examples of them, or quotations, meaningful quotations, such as even if you're on the right track, you will get run over if you just sit there, all right? That highlights the importance of action, And also, we are the first generation, by Barack Obama, okay, who said this. We are the first generation to feel the effect of climate change, and the last generation who can do something about it. So beginning a class like this, encourage students to think about them, reflect on these quotations, and possibly that will generate, a very lively discussion about all these issues to promote an eco-justice-based world. So that's one example. Next. We can also encourage our students to get familiar with, read, biographies of eco-activists. There are increasing numbers of reports of the actions by young people. And here are some suggestions. Chris, we have a dream, and the winners of the first Earthshot Prize. If we explore these resources, we can easily get biographies of eco-activists. And I'm sure that reading, even myself sometimes reading biographies of well-known people really inspire me to want to do something for this world. So that could also be turned into a classroom activity. Next, we can encourage students to keep eco-journals. Students can be asked to keep an eco-journal in which they record anything they come across which is relevant to the ecology theme. Entries would be shared with other students on a regular basis. Now, here are two guiding questions I would suggest. First, we can ask the students, whenever you are keeping your eco-journals, ask yourself the question, have the people, non-human animals, or the environment been treated unfairly? If that is so, how might the issues be addressed? So it will be important to encourage students to contribute actively to all these categories by bringing items they have found to class. So over time, it can be expected that a bank of resources, will be created for use with other groups of students, which can be drawn upon for activities with students in the classes, we teach. Of course, here, it must be emphasized that teachers should always be the role model. We need to lead by example. Do we ourselves keep eco-journals? Why not we do it now, have a feel of it, experience it, and we will know that, and we will be more confident to also introduce it, this activity to our classroom. Next, debates. I think it's very common. We can always organize classroom debates when time allows. Ask them, give them topics like nobody is too small to make a difference. Then have two groups, one opposing it, one, of course, is for it. Another topic could be Homo sapiens is programmed to harm each other and destroy itself. Is that true? Then we can have classroom debates, right? Next, how about coming to research? I think there is a world of possibilities when it comes to research, where we can enact eco-justice. So one good question to ask ourselves would be, is learner language an imperfect version of native speaker language, or a language variety to be treated in its own right? As we can see in research in English language teaching or teaching English to speakers of other languages or in applied linguistics in general, is still a norm for researchers to often compare learner language with native speaker language and finding errors in it, the level of accuracy is low, etc. But is that really respecting our students? Have we really got their consent to compare the language with others? How do we feel if our bosses compare ourselves with other people, okay, who appear to be more successful socially? Do we like that kind of comparison? If not, why is this, okay, still a dominant practice in our research in second language acquisition, in applied linguistics, where learner language is still often compared with native speaker language? Is the ultimate goal of language learning for multilinguals, all right, to be monolingual native speakers? We are all multilinguals, we are all bilingual, we speak more than 2-3 languages. And yesterday, Professor Rebecca Fox also noted this idea of multilingualism, okay, in society, etc. So are we really respecting students' language, or are we still, okay, sticking to the idea of judging their language based on monolingual native speaker competence, and that is the only way? Yeah, we need to start asking that question. So in my own research, I've started challenging all these ideas, and I would like to share one of my publication experiences here, in which back in 2019, yeah, a PhD student of mine studying at University of Malaya from China, his name is De Liang Man. So he worked on his PhD, and as part of the requirements of the university, if you wish to graduate with a PhD from University of Malaya, you would need to publish, okay, in a high impact journal. Yeah, it's what we call WOS, as I think many of us are aware of here. Yeah, the world of science, where yeah, they are considered journals that carry high impact. All right. Yeah. So students at University of Malaya, PhD students, they need to publish. So that is our first attempt. So I was with this student. We were writing this study based on his PhD, and then we first submitted this paper. This paper is about investigating how students learn to make evaluation in their academic writing. But when we got the feedback, okay, back from the reviewers, we were asked to do one more thing, which is to look at the students' accuracy level. So the reviewer was suggesting that since your data comprised students writing for one semester, did you see whether your students are writing in a way that is more grammatically accurate or not? So yeah, I often throw this question to my PhD students and to my master students at University of Malaya. If you were me, what would you do? Now the journal requested that you respond to the reviewers' comments, and the reviewers wanted you to really focus on accuracy, which is judging student language as if it were imperfect version of native speaker language. So what would you do? Would you want to get published? If yes, you have to go with the reviewer's suggestion. Yeah. If no, then yeah, of course, you don't get your paper published, even though you put in hours or days or months of your hard work into writing and publishing. Eventually, our position is no, we have to stick to our position, which is on eco-justice. Eco-justice is about respecting, yeah, people, is respecting our fellow animals, respecting the environment. So that includes social justice. We talk about linguistic justice just now. And we feel that students' language is a variety of languages. On right, it should not be judged as being imperfect in any way. So we wrote back, included our rebuttal in our manuscript, and stated that yeah, students' agency needs to be respected, students themselves need to be respected, etc. We put forward arguments, and guess what? After I submitted this revised manuscript to the journal editor, with that argument put and included in the text, 3 days later, the editor came back to me saying, congratulations, your paper got accepted. So it was published then in this journal, Journal of English for Academic Purposes. So it is WOS Q1 journal. Yeah. So there are always challenges. when we like to promote eco-justice. But I think if we are well aware of the reasons why we do so, I think we'll be very confident. And you can see this is a little better one. Yeah, so that is one example how studies in second language acquisition in academic writing can be revisited so that the real elements, the real essence of eco-justice can be promoted. Yeah. Next, this is another research of my area of research of mine, which is into global Englishes. Yeah. So in doing language research with non-native speaker data, how should we go about doing it? It's very much like what I said earlier regarding SLA research. Yeah. That is non-native speaker language an imperfect version of native speaker language, or is that a language variety to be respected? If it is, what should we do? So this is the next paper published in System, also another Q1 journal of WOS. Yeah. Now, if you look at the title of this article that I co-wrote with my colleagues from the US, the title is Exploring Engagement of Users of Global Englishes in a Community of Inquiry. Yeah, so basically it's about university students, how they were interacting with each other online in a community of inquiry. Yeah, but I chose not to use the word students. I chose to use the word users of global Englishes, because I really feel the need that, yeah, the entire profession should start looking at students no longer as imperfect speakers of, of English, for example, and they should be treated as users of language in their own right. Yeah. So yeah, again, I had another battle, yeah, with the reviewers. They were asking me, why do you use users of global Englishes? What made you think university students are users of global Englishes? And again, I rebutted and incorporated my arguments in this paper, and eventually this paper also was gladly accepted by the editor and it was published. So if you reflect on the whole process, it's never easy. Okay, I think that's a message I would like to share here. It's never easy, but if you know what you are doing, why you are doing it, yeah, I think we can be all quite confident about really promoting an eco-justice-based world. Yeah. Right, next one is the one I mentioned earlier. This is a work I collaborate with Professor George Jacobs, who gave his keynote yesterday. Yeah. So it's about using who with non-human animals. So do we say the bird which was smuggled into the country, or do we say the bird that was smuggled into the country, or the bird who was smuggled into country? Obviously, in traditional language teaching, we teach students that which and that is the common way of using it. But language keeps changing. Language is complex and dynamic. It keeps changing. It's ever changing. Yeah. So I think it is a political move that Professor George Jacobs and we really argued for the need to really start using WHO who to refer to our fellow animals in the way we would use, with our friends.
Dr. Chow, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm afraid we are a bit short of time.
Fantastic. Thanks for letting me know.
Your limit.
Let me summarize in 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. So anyway, to cut story short, thanks so much, Chairperson. That's much needed. So eventually, this paper was initially, also rejected by another journal, saying that this issue is not that important. But eventually, when we submitted to another journal, which is the International Journal of Applied Linguistics, it was published. Yeah. So you see that. So the point I was making here is really what kind of efforts, we are putting in, and how determined we are in doing the things we find to be good for this world. All right. So, okay, we can have group action, but that is a health warning. All right. When we organize group action to promote things, there could be, direct challenge, considered by the authority, and we might be suppressed and sometimes can quite brutally, but this could be one last If that is the only option left, that's it. All right. So whatever it is, there are more suggestions of possibilities, and I'm very pleased to announce that, yeah, the Journal of World Languages is publishing a special issue on practical application of ecolinguistics, which Professor Jacobs and I myself, okay, we are editing and to be published this year. So there will be more suggestions how we should go about promoting an eco-justice-based world. All right, coming to a conclusion. So, yeah, is to say, if we are serious about promoting eco-justice, then we need to recognize that the well-being of every living being, including our students and our fellow animals, is equally everyone's concern, even if we ourselves may not feel directly affected by some of these systemic issues. Yeah. So as a community, we must collectively take responsibility for the conditions we allow in our ecology. And if we desire systemic change to support language users and fellow animals, it will require all of us to actively work to contribute to better ecological conditions for them. And finally, the entire ecolinguistic community needs to see any threats to individual well-being as a collective community issue. And I thank you for that. Yeah. Thanks, Chairperson. That's it from me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shumaila. Since Dr. Janjua is our next speaker and she hasn't joined us yet, so we could open the floor for questions if you permit us.
Certainly fine. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, madam, carry on.
Thank you. Well, I have about 3 questions with me, and I'm sure others will also be pouring in. The first question is, ecofeminist, as you said, has been criticized as very limited. I think what they mean to say is that ecofeminism is not a limited term. And don't you think it is not just about patriarchal subjugation of women at the hand of the environment? Rather, it's about anthropocentric subjugation of the environment, including both genders. So I would like Dr.
Thank you so much for raising this question. Yes, absolutely. It's wider than attacking a patriarchal thought. Yes, it is wider than criticizing the system as a whole, not only the patriarchal system, but in the economic system, industrialization, and Did you get my point, please? So I said, yes, you were right. It is it's wider and deeper than attacking the patriarchal system. It is about attacking the system as a whole, the industrialization, the economic system, and so on.
Thank you. We will just take one more question before we wrap this session up. It's for Dr. Chow. A cockroach is manifestation of life. How is it that we have a mental construct to kill the insects? In some societies it works, but in others it doesn't. So do you think there's a universal approach? Dr. Chow, would you like to respond to that?
Sure, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
First of all, I wasn't a person who said that. I think it is the Japanese elderly owners of the cafe who said it, and Aaron C.B. quoted that in his paper. Yeah, but I certainly, yes, I think it's rightly pointed out by this wonderful soul who had this question forward here. I think it's really about, to what extent we need to go about respecting each living being. Yeah, and of course, if when the title is about a compassionate world, we should do the best we could. Yeah, I have to admit, I'm equally guilty. I have killed cockroaches before, but after killing it once, I told myself I'm not going to do it anymore. It looks rather cruel to me, even though it is something hazardous to the home, for example, right? So I think there's no right or wrong answer. It's just it's a matter of degree. Yeah, how much do you want to encourage ourselves to be more compassionate, more respectful towards other living beings? I think that's a question no one can answer for any one of us. We have to answer that ourselves. Yeah, thank you.
We'll take one more live question, if there is anybody who's interested. Awais bin Wasi Sahab, would you like to put any question? Kindly unmute yourself.
By the way, while waiting for the question, I would like to thank Dr. Kritika. Is that Kritika here? Who has got a very good response to the question posed earlier on the chat box. Yep. Thank you.
We don't have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wish to say something? Dr. Chanjua with us? No? Okay. 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 Thank you, Dr. Shumaila Dodhi. Thank you for your wonderful participation. You did a brilliant job today. And I would request you to say a few words before we wrap the session up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samina Najib. As far as the presentation of Dr. Chow is concerned, the way in which he speaks and the way in which he stresses, the way in which he has shared his ideas with us, that is extraordinary. And we are really very thankful. I think he has become expert in online teaching because for the last 2 years, all of us are indulged in online teaching, and he knows how to convey his message to the people. The way in which he spoke, it's wonderful and so very understandable that we felt that we are not, it's not a distance or an online presentation going on, but we felt as if we can see you, either you are in Malaysia, we are in Malaysia, or you are in Pakistan. As far as the presentation of Dr. Alpha is concerned, that is so very understandable because all of us have studied the glass menagerie. It has remained in our syllabi, in our MPhil syllabi, in our MA syllabi. So we ourselves have done a lot of presentations and assignments on it. So the moment when I looked at the title of the topic, I got so excited that it is so very new idea, the way in which she has looked at the glass menagerie. So that also kept our attention there, and we all of us very attentively looked at how she has looked at the play from a very new and a different angle. Thank you very much, all of you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Shumaila Dodhi. I'm really grateful that you have been able to spare some time from morning hours. And Dr. Chow, and of course, I'm really grateful to you and Dr. Alpha. Thank you so much for your wonderful thoughts and enlightening, words. And of course, together we can save the environment. And I can't wait for the next session. And our next chair is, next session moderator is with us. Yeah, please.
Islamabad. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Dr. Asra Irshad from Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad. I welcome you all in the second session of International Conference on Ecolinguistics and Ecological Narratives. Dear participants, this session will continue till 11:30 a.m. Pakistan Standard Time. You can throw your questions in the chat box and we will get back to you in the end. I would like to request the presenters to strictly follow the timeline and try to finish their presentations within 10 minutes. The chair of this session is Dr. Habibullah Pathan. Dr. Pathan is currently working as Director and Associate Professor at English Language and Development Center, Mehran University in Pakistan. Dr. Pathan has received his first master's degree in English from Pakistan, followed by his second professional master's and doctorate in language education from University of Glasgow, United Kingdom. Later, under the Hubert Humphreys professional affiliation opportunity, Dr. Pathan did his postdoctoral research at the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy, Massachusetts Institute of Technology in USA under supervision of Professor Noam Chomsky, who is known as father of modern linguistics and most influential intellectual alive in the world. As Dr. Pathan is traveling and cannot join us today for this session. So Mr. Saeed Ahmed Rind is here to join us on his behalf as the chair of the session. Mr. Chair, Mr. Rind is working as lecturer at the Center of English Language and Linguistics, Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, Jamshoro. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asra. I got to see actually, Dr. Pathan was not available, and you have clearly put that thing to the audience. So on his behalf, I will be sharing, and thanks to you and thanks to Dr. Shaban, we'll be like together continuing this session. So we have a number of speakers here in the session, ranging from Dr. Maria Rudneva to we have two speakers for the plenary session, that is Ms. Iman Abid and Abe and Dr. Rasima. So see, we are already short of time, so I believe we need to start with this session, and hope Dr. Maria Rudneva and Elena Prokina are there for their talk. So over to them, and let's go for that. Okay.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Maria Rudneva, and the study we intend to present today showcases the notion of eco-literacy in the Russian society nowadays. So this project is a collaboration between myself, a linguistics professor, and my colleague Elena Parakhina, who is a professor of ecology, and we both teach at the Institute of Environmental Engineering at Rudan University, Moscow. On this slide, you can see the contents of today's presentation. The objective of this research is threefold. Firstly, we intend to investigate whether eco-literacy, as well as general understanding of the concept of sustainable living, exists in the modern Russian society only within a professional framework of environmental scientists. Secondly, we would like to consider social background factors that impact current status of eco-literacy among Russians. And thirdly, we would like to discuss possible steps to promote sustainable living and make eco-literacy a permanent pattern of culture for all community members. So the concept of eco-literacy has been vastly discussed in literature, and although there are various approaches, key similarities can be outlined. All definitions of eco-literacy boil down to three components, that is knowledge, effect, and behavior, which all contribute to being an ecologically literate person. For the purpose of this study, we consider them equally important as they all complement each other. To meet the objectives, we conducted a survey which was offered to two groups of respondents, and the first group of about 70 people is represented by budding ecology professionals who are currently enrolled at bachelor's and master's programs of the Institute of Environmental Engineering at Roden University. The second group is composed of about 60 non-professional community members whose exposure to environmental issues is limited to accidental social encounters. We repurposed the survey by McKean, and some changes were introduced to replace culture-specific values with the notions that are more familiar to the Russian respondents. And you can scan the QR codes to see the full survey, just in case you're interested. So for the subsections, you can check the slides. They are presented on the slide here. So we were basically interested in demographic information of the participants of the survey, of their caring practices, practical competence, and knowledge, awareness of basic and advanced environmental issues. Now to results and discussion. Interesting demographic results of the survey are as follows. Women are more interested in environmental issues than men, as you can see on the slide. The reason for this maybe is that in Russia, women deal with issues of education to a greater extent, and often we also act as active members of society, openly demonstrating their social stance. So the second part of the survey explored the level of one's caring for the environment. The results have been consistent for both age groups, with a general tendency of the students being more radical in their beliefs and opinions than the adult participants. You can see it on your screens. However, in addressing all issues question, economic, environmental, and social at once, adults are more radical. Among them, 50% say that it is necessary to deal with all problems at once, whereas young people, about 44%, believe that problems should be solved gradually. On the issue of renewable energy sources, there is solidarity between both groups, with the only difference that adults are less radical. Perhaps this is due to the pragmatic point of view of adults, as well as greater awareness of renewable energy issues among young people who are professionally involved in ecology and who admit the importance of this issue. At the same time, adults do not want to pay more for electricity when spending on renewable sources increases. To reduce the amount of waste, adults are ready to give up plastic. There are few such people among youngsters. Perhaps this is due to the fact that older generation remembers the time when they did not use plastic at all. So they are ready to give it up, probably. There is also a unanimous approach to the requirements for enterprises. Many realize that everyone should be responsible for the environment, including business structures. The third part of the survey explored the practical environmental knowledge of the participants and estimated the extent to which green practices are incorporated in their daily life. The results are presented on the slide here. Let us briefly discuss some of those. It should be noted that young people are more active in volunteering. This is due to mobility, social activity, and to rapid perception of everything among young people. As for the question on whether you wear or throw away an unnecessary item until you find a recycling bin, young people seem to be more responsible here, and perhaps this is due to the fact that most of them plan to professionally deal with environmental issues in the future. Then 42.3% of adults separate waste, while 26.9% do not do that at all. And the same is true for young people. Perhaps this is due to the fact that in Russia, a state program for separate waste collection has been launched only recently, about 3 years ago. It is currently much discussed in the media, and several waste separation programs have been introduced. There are still significant problems in this area. Thus, the importance of this issue is not entirely reflected in the public consciousness. More students than adults are willing to give up a personal vehicle, which might be due to the fact that very few students possess private vehicles in the first place. Both categories of respondents are rather sensible about using water in the shower as well as turning off the light. The final part of the survey assessed knowledge and addressed full range of environmental issues, both basic and complex ones. The participants were offered 9 multiple choice questions with only 1 correct answer in each case. An evaluation matrix is presented on the slide. The pie chart on the left demonstrates a rather high percentage of adults successfully passing the knowledge test. Only 29% of adult participants can be considered ecologically illiterate. The level of eco-literacy of the students is higher than those of adult participants, which is only natural as they are budding professionals. The insignificance of the difference is striking though. The diagram on this slide indicates the breakdown in levels of eco-literacy for both categories of participants. In the high eco-literacy category, the amount of participants is not much different, 19% for adults and 25% for the students. However, in the standard eco-literacy category, the number of student participants exceeds the one for adult participants almost by 3 times, 44% and 15% respectively. The majority of adults, 37%, belong in the basic eco-literacy category, and only 5% of student participants were rated as illiterate. As a result, several trends can be identified in the issues of eco-literacy in modern Russia. Firstly, environmental issues are of interest to people of all ages, but there are more young people due to their active interest and social position. Adults are more rational, more often pay attention to issues related to money. At the same time, they're also more conservative, which is sometimes good for the environment. For example, adults can more easily switch to reusable items because they had experience of using such in the past. Women are more interested in environmental literacy than men. This is due to the fact that currently women comprise a vast majority of education professionals in Russia. As a result, women are more active, they receive further education, participate in environmental campaigns, or organize them themselves, and so on. There is an awareness of the importance of environmental problems and the responsibility of everyone for them, but at the same time, not everyone is ready to give up their habits to preserve the environment, but everyone is ready to lay the responsibility on others. In matters of the basics of environmental literacy, most people are quite knowledgeable, while in matters of deeper environmental issues, there is a low level of education. This makes it difficult to further develop an ecological worldview in society, which may affect the transition to sustainable development. At the moment, there has been a positive shift in the field of sustainable development in the Russian society. There are state programs related to ecology, studying the state of the environment, monitoring, for example, greenhouse gases, neutralizing previously accumulated environmental damage, using renewable energy sources, new approaches to waste disposal, and so on. At the same time, they are actively introduced into environmental lessons in various competitions and contests. Key environmental issues are openly covered in media, and at the same time, it should be noted that in society, despite increased interest in environmental problems, environmental consciousness has not yet been formed. For its formation, more social advertising is needed, the systematic introduction of eco-literacy lessons starting from preschool age, with ecology scientists becoming the drivers of this change. Thank you very much for your attention. Unfortunately, I cannot answer your questions at the moment, but should you have any, please feel free to contact me and my colleague via the email addresses indicated on the screen. Thank you very much for attending my talk and have a
Thank you so much. So kindly invite the next speaker.
Sure, I'm doing that. I could see that my mic was unmuted at the time. So it was a really informative session, and things are quite applicable to our context as well. And the plus point that I could see in that was the role of women being so much conscious about the eco-consciousness, and that was really a plus point of the presentation. So we'll now move towards the next presenter, that is Dr. Ansa Hamid. She's going to talk about national vision of climate action and ecological perspective of corporate discourse. So over to you, Dr. Ansa.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to everyone. Dr. Ansa Hamid here. I hope all of you can hear me. Am I audible?
Yes,
you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. So as you can see, my topic for the presentation is more related to, I was listening to a lot about eco-literacy and eco-criticism and eco-justice. I was quite inspired. But my topic is a bit simple. I'm directly talking about the national vision for climate action. So climate change is my topic for this presentation. And particularly, I have focused the corporate discourse from Pakistan to highlight that what is our concern that we needed to take into account. So before starting, I would like to throw some light on the background of my study or the context. As we know, and it's a big truth that climate change and evil. I mean, like a few decades back, like around 1950, when some few of the people started talking about the climate change, the global warming, and other people started laughing, what a fun, we should stop using the energy, we should stop doing this. What's a silly thing to do? And they never realized, like I would like to say, and I would like to quote the Trump, who still is not in favor of anything like this, because he believes that there is not such thing as global warming or climate change. But now we should admit that it is. It is actually one of the biggest issue of the planet Earth right now. And I would like to quote the Kofi Annan, the previous UN secretary. And particularly, I like this word, the world is reaching the tipping point. This is the time of doing something right now. There is not that we will do or we should do. There is no time for that. This is the right time. Because if the climate change is going to continue like this, the phenomena is going to be irreversible. So, and we are going to deny our future. There is going to be no future at all if we lose our only planet. And I also included a very recent climate change report by United Nations, it's 2022, that human-induced climate change is causing dangerous and widespread disruption in nature. It's not that something was, it is something is. So we need to realize that, yes, the climate change is something that we need to consider. And yes, when the Wallace Well says Earth is inhabitable, no more space to live, the Berners-Lee say, oh my God, there is no planet B for us. So when there is no planet B, I'm very thankful to Elon Musk that he is going to make us a colony in Mars. But still, I mean, all the moon and the Mars, I think they are all the dreams so far. We don't have any planet so far available to us. So whatever is available to us, we need to take action. There is no space for us at this big universe, because we are created for this only planet that is known to us. So we need to protect the planet from degradation. I would like to put UN again agenda for sustainability 2030, that we need to protect this only known living planet for us from degradation, including through sustainable consumption and production, whatever it is needed. Okay, whatever is required on our parts as humans, we need to do it. So that was a little bit context information. I'm going a bit fast so that I could finish it in time. Now, what my research is all about. So just a small effort, okay? We understand that climate change is an evil. We understand that it is an issue, and we need to take action. So from international organizations to national organizations to the governments to the individuals and the universities, like this conference is even an initiative to talk about this thing. So similarly, the country of Pakistan also has taken some initiatives, and one of the corporate discourse that I would like to mention, I have taken into account, is the National Vision for Climate Action. This is a government official document that is released. As we know that the current government is quite active with respect to its environmental actions, and it's quite praised at international levels, and as well as there are certain actions and policies that we can see. So I want to see, so my concern of the research was that this vision for climate action, is it able to articulate the real climate issues? I mean, because a corporate discourse is not something an individual discourse or an attempt. It is representing a government. It is representing a country concern, its policies and its actions for some environmental issues. So we need to see as a researcher that mean how it is articulating. Is it able to articulate all the related climate issues, or it is ignoring some and highlighting some? So that was the concern for my present study. And accordingly, I would like to, before mentioning my research objectives, I would like to give you a little bit introduction to this National Vision for Climate Action. The National Vision for Climate Action is part of Pakistan's Nationally Determined Contributions 2021. It's a document which is available online. The government of Pakistan is a party to Paris Agreement of United Nations Framework on Climate Change, has performed its role to support the global efforts in combating climate change. So see, look at the aims of the document, looks at what it is, the way it is highlighting that what I'm going to talk about. The policy identifies vulnerabilities to climate change in the sectors of water resources, agricultural, forestry, coastal areas, biodiversity, and vulnerable ecosystem. Now look at the key terms: the agriculture, forestry, coastal areas, biodiversity, and ecosystem. And when I will reach my endings, I would like to refer to them, that how some of the concerns which are highlighted in the beginning of the document, and when I performed the analysis of the document, some of the concerns were missing by the end. I mean, they were not much highlighted, but that would be again in my findings part. So the objectives of this research were to analyze the selected corporate discourse and to identify, basically I wanted to see that what are the themes that are trending in this selected corporate discourse. And then each and every single theme which was selected on the basis of frequency, I have further checked their collocations by using the call graph and tried to analyze them further, that whether or not the concern, the agenda which is put on the table, which is put on the in the document, whether it has been highlighted inside the document as well, whether it is the concern, or it is just mean the few words which are mentioned because the claims are big and there is nothing inside the document. So that's what I wanted to see through this selected corporate discourse. Shortly, I would like to talk about the methodology. I prefer to use the corpus-based methodology. So my research was primarily quantitative, and I use the specialized corpus. You know, the corpus that is made for a particular purpose is a specialized corpus. So I use this document. I have given the link over here. It is available, so there was no ethical consideration. I downloaded this document and it had contained almost 14,000 words. So that was my corpus for the study. And the tools that I used was the Voint tools for the thematic trends. To identify the thematic trends, what are the themes which are highlighted in the document? I use the Voint tool, whereas for the collocation, I prefer to use the Langbox 6.0. So now comes to the major part. So as you can see, this is the findings. I have highlighted them through the Cirrus representation. This is a Voint tool that allows us to see all the major themes which are portrayed in a document based on its frequency. So if you look at the words are very much prominent. Okay, the climate, the energy, mitigation, change, agriculture, water, economic, coal, plan, action. Okay, I can show you the frequency. These were the top 50 words as per the frequency which were found in this document. And if you just have a look at the word, the climate, okay, the national, because the effort was made at the national level. And the main word was the climate, because the document is about the climate change. So the word climate you can see again and again, and then energy and emissions. Yes, these are the words which are important related to sustainability, that energy, emissions, we need to control them. So I must appreciate that this agenda was there, frequently there in the document. Then the power projects and you know, the coal projects and the power projects and the carbon projects. The projects are mentioned so many, but I was happy to see some of the words which were highlighted, which were focused, but at the same time, it was quite disappointing that some of the things, they were just mentioned. They were not at all focused as a frame of action. How I could find that, just to show you that I further analyzed the major themes, I would just like to show you only two of them through the call graph. This call graph is a Langbox tool which represents the collocations in the form of graphs. So it's much easier to see the most frequent collocations of a word. So if you look at the words, adaptation, the fund, the development, the policies, the green, these are the kind of the words which were collocated with the word climate. Okay, and similarly for the word, another important word was energy for me. Energy efficiency, policy, renewable energy, national plan, 2030. So these were, okay, any coal graph is studied according to its nodes, the distance from central node to the corner nodes, and the intensity of the colors. So based on all these factors, I could see that the policies talks about so many things. But number one, the actions, what we are going to do for them, not mentioned much. If you look at the call graphs of all, I developed the call graphs for almost all of the major frequent themes of the this corporate discourse, and I was quite disappointed that the words are big, that this must be done and this must be done, but what we will do in this regard, that was not me. That was not at all focused in the document. So again, it was a well-articulated document, so many big things with a lot of green pictures, but I was disappointed that there was a much less words related to actions which are required. I think I'm in time. So findings suggest that this official document, it focuses, yes, I would agree. And as I just mentioned, that it focuses, it highlights the major issues. Okay, but remember the very first line, what was the main focus of the document? When you see the findings, some of the things are totally missing. Some of the sustainability themes like wildlife, this thing like recycling, the biodiversity, these themes were totally missing. They are not the themes, and I think the government needs to review its document, because the sustainability, when you prepare a document and you are talking about so many things that we are going to do this thing for the climate change, you need to cater all of the environmental sustainability themes. I'm not talking about economical or social sustainability themes. I'm particularly talking about environmental sustainability themes, and they are all available on United Nations Sustainability Development Forum. With respect to that, yes, these things are missing. The necessary action is described through keywords like green, forest, agriculture, initiative, targets. The words really sounded good, and the plans, so many plans were mentioned. But again, every document has some negative points as well. Overall, I would appreciate that, yes, the government has taken an action, has taken some consideration regarding the climate change. And according to STEP, whenever you talk about the climate change and whenever you try to highlight the major issues, it is always a beneficial discourse. So I would appreciate that overall this document is environmentally beneficial discourse as per STEP 2014. But at the same time, we need to revise and review some of its part which are missing in the document. Inshallah, when I am going to publish this paper, that would be in much detail. That's all from my side, and thank you so much for listening to me attentively. I hope you understood my point, and any type of question, definitely they are welcomed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamza, for the wonderful presentation.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ansa Hamid. It was really engaging talk by you. So there were a number of things that you have addressed, and that undoubtedly this climate change and all that is having devastating impact on our our planet, and the way you have worked on the things is through a perspective of discourse and analyzing the things, and it was quite interesting to know that indeed there is a lack of practical approach in the discourse that has been developed, and indeed there are the things that we need to work on. Thank you so much, Dr. Ansa Hamid. Now we have got the next speaker, and that is Mr. Graham Glamore and Mr. Carol Enugai Dixon. So to you, sir, hope you are there.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen, but I seem to only have a half kind of screen here. I'm not sure why. Can you see my screen? Is it
not
visible?
Yet, sir.
Okay, I'll just try and unshare that and try it again. Sorry about this. Oh, there we go. Can you see that this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. So my name is Graham Gilmer. I'm a language acquisition teacher, an applied linguist, and also a language coordinator at Hiroshima Global Academy in Japan. So greetings from Japan. It's a sunny afternoon here. I'll try to get through this in 10 minutes. It shouldn't be too difficult, I don't think. I'll just go to the first part here. And here's our title. A little bit of context about our school. Just take this out of the way. Hold on, I've got a little, everybody's faces over my slides here, so I'll just move that out of the way. It doesn't seem to want to move. Hold on. Okay. So HIGA, as it's usefully known as, it's a bit easier to say. It's a new purpose-built school. It's a state school. It's a junior high and senior high school. It's also an international baccalaureate school. It's a world school. It's the first of its kind in Japan, first state school to offer this kind of education. And we envision educating leaders of sustainable peace and creating changes in values that will support sustainable peace. And that's integral across our curriculum here. The school itself is, again, it's unique. It's firmly rooted in a rural island community, surrounded by and, in fact, embedded in nature, really. So the rhythms of the land and sea are an integral part of everyday life here for the student body. And basically, we look to ecolinguistics as a tool for reactivating, reinvigorating students' engagement with language so that their linguistic skill set includes ecoliteracy, which is important for participation in conversations about sustainable development. And also, ecolinguistics is a useful tool for exploring perhaps the dormant features or affordances of their native language in Japan. And that's something we wanted to investigate. And we felt that ecolinguistics, or an ecolinguistic approach, would provide students with new ways of seeing, which are necessary for our time. I think I've skipped forward a little bit there. So, yeah, ecolinguistics it's incorporated into our curriculum map here in various places. And what I'm going to concentrate on today is how it was recently part of our middle years program. That's for kids about 14 to 15 years old, junior high school. We have an interdisciplinary unit here, or an IDU, which I'll call it from now on to save time, for our grade 9 students. And Aaron Stibbe's research was adopted by the Japanese and English departments for student study of Japanese haiku from the Japanese teacher, and from Miyazaki's Totoro no Tonari. I hope I've pronounced that right. Some of you may be familiar with Miyazaki's work. So moving on to the next slide. Our underlying research question was this, and it was, can an ecolinguistics approach to studying Japanese literature in the original language and English translation refine students' sensibilities to how language encodes values, constructs knowledge, and informs actions? Also, the presentation is based on actually a collaborative research paper, which produced by teachers involved in this unit. And the paper is a more in-depth exploration of the role of ecolinguistics in the interdisciplinary unit and in the wider school curriculum. So you can contact me later if you want to have a look at this. Don't have time to go into detail about it at the moment. So during day 2, the English teacher or the English department looked at understanding ecolinguistics through storytelling. We investigated the English language versions of My Neighbor Totoro. It's something that's been touched upon already and investigated by Aaron Stibbe. And we focused on differences between Japanese and the English versions. There have been a variety of dubbed versions of the film produced, most notably by Fox, which is the one we concentrated on here. And we got students to look at language choices and, the original intended message from the director. I think one thing that helped students on day 2 was in the previous day, they focused on haiku translation. And there were attempts to capture the essence of works like famous haiku poets like Basho. So this linked well to themes of day 2, basically. Students are already somewhat primed for what we were going to explore. So we discussed ways of improving or enhancing English translations, and students were given a number of clips from the original film. They were given the original Japanese versions, and they also had the Fox translations as well. And they were really short clips that they worked with, and students created their own versions using iMovie, and at the end there was a peer review with the small groups. It was about 9 small groups. Premiered their iMovie translations to the whole class, and there was quite a good discussions based on those afterwards to see the differences in what students found at the end. I think as native speakers, Japanese students were able to exploit their knowledge of the subtleties and nuances of their language to collectively arrive at their own informed English versions of the clips. And on day, well, not day 3, on the same day, lesson 3, they were asked to write a reflective essay. So we had 40 students. They got the mic turned on there. Oh, hello? Can everybody still hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, good. Okay, somebody else had their mic on there. Okay, so lesson 3 of this day, there were 3 90-minute lessons, and it was a chance for students to reflect on what they'd actually learned. And they were asked to look at a number of different areas here. We kind of tried to prompt them into looking at how they can apply their skills as ecolinguistics students at HIGA. How can they pass that on to students in grade 7 and grade 8, and also for new students coming in? We also prompted them to look at how their skills learned today are linked to HIGA's unique school identity. As part of their IB education, also students are required to study a theory of knowledge component, where the role of language constructing shared meaning is core. And the unique lens provided by ecolinguistics, we think, is going to enhance student understanding of this potentially tricky area of study for our student body. Move on to showing you some examples of the reflections in a moment, but basically participants shared insights on the differences between the 2 versions of the film. These reflections exhibited deep engagement with the themes of our IDU. And we feel that harnessing ecolinguistics as a tool to investigate themes of the IDU helps students articulate their understanding of the transformative power of language consciousness. And students also showed a keen appreciation of the uniqueness of the Japanese language and culture. For example, the profound importance of aesthetics and the appreciation of nature that are inherent in the Japanese language. Sometimes a thing that students, it's a thing that's dormant in their language, perhaps, that they're not aware. It's just there, not dormant necessarily, but it's there. And it's a tool that can be harnessed, I think, for eco-literacy. So we'll take a look at some examples of students' reflections here. The main theme of the film was nature. Totoro is the spirit of nature, and Mei and Satsuki moved to the countryside with rich nature. In the original version, there were natural sounds, for example, the sound of a river, birdsong, sounds of wind, etc. There were uncountable kinds of natural sounds included in the film to emphasize the richness of nature. But this student noticed that in the English version, those sounds sometimes can't be heard because Satsuki and Mei are speaking too much. In the original version of the film, the dialogue's fairly limited. compared to the Fox translations, there's a lot of talk in there. Another student recognized that it's necessary to imagine the feelings of the character for the viewer of the film itself. When May sees an acorn, does she want to show it or just call the name? Is she sad, happy, excited? Is it wonderful? So we need to think about the message without saying. In conclusion, it's not enough to translate what they say. We need to think about hidden messages or the original message of Miyazaki himself. So that was something that students latched onto, I think. I think students noticed a disconnect between their understanding of the film's themes and the essence and the difference between the translated or dubbed versions. There was a lot of lively discussion of this over the course of the English language acquisition section of the IDU. So this is quite interesting. Okay, so basically there's a synergy between ecolinguistics and the interdisciplinary unit that we had, and also as our school as a whole, and perhaps as with an IB approach to education as well, an inquiry-based, research-based approach to learning. So I think the inclusion of ecolinguistics as a discipline at the core of our IDU really underscores the importance of Stibbe's contention that we need to see differently if we're to know and act differently, and we need learning experiences to facilitate this change of perspective, which I think is really important. It's central to what we're trying to do here. Definitely ecolinguistics enhanced student engagement, their critical analytical skills and awareness of the power of language in creating ideas about nature. Student reflections and translations show the effectiveness of ecolinguistics or ecolinguistics inspired interdisciplinary unit in enhancing critical awareness of the use of language and the importance of metacognition to inform agency. Often discourse analysis, ecolinguistics draws attention to the way English commonly denigrates the importance of nature while supporting a growth-driven economic system. And we can see this, I think, in slide, if you look at the English translation, there's a scene where one of the central characters, May, is surprised by acorns falling from the roof of an old house. And it's more about her wonder and awe of nature that's being expressed. And students noticed that really there was a kind of strange, the scene featuring May and the acorns, it really illustrates this because the English translation was based more on her accumulation of acorns, how many she had, how many she could possess. So I think, again, it's the way that we interact with nature, and from a Western perspective, we look at nature as a thing to be, things are done to, rather than it's, we're acting against it or using it or exploiting it. And that was subtly, or not so subtly actually, it's very, very different in Miyazaki's work. And it's something sometimes lost in these kind of translations, I think. So, I mean, in conclusion, another conclusion here is that critical language awareness plays a pivotal role in fostering personal, social, and environmental well-being that underpin effective agency. I think I may have used up my 10 minutes. Please let me know if I'm going on too long. I have some references here at the end. Of course, we referenced Dr. Stibbe's work here as well. It was also used by the Japanese department in the first half when they were looking at haiku. And it's quite an important quote here again from Stibbe's work, and this is from Suzuki. And when the mind, free from intellectual complexities and moralistic attachments of every description, surveys the world of the senses in all its multiplicities, it discovers all sorts of values hitherto hidden from sight. I think that's something that was really, it was explored kind of in depth on day one in the Japanese classes. And it was something that was brought to the English part and taken forward into their own classes, I think. So, okay, thank you very much for listening. I'll try my best to field any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Graham Gilmore. So we had a comprehensive session related to ecolinguistics with you, and it was undoubtedly presented that there is a role of language in promoting eco-literacy and the way things vary language to language. And thank you so much. I hope the audience would have some sort of questions related to that, which would be put on later on. So because of the shortage of the time, we'll move towards the next speaker. That is Ms. Iman Eb and Dr. Wasima Shehzad. They are going to talk about an ecolinguistic analysis of national environmental policies of Pakistan, and they are from Air University, Islamabad. Over to you, Ms.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, am I audible?
You are audible.
All right, I'll just start my presentation. Okay. So my name is Iman Ayeb, and today I'm here to present our paper, which is an eco-linguistic analysis of national environmental policies of Pakistan. I'd like to mention my co-author, Professor Dr. Wasima Shehzad. I am not sure if she's joined us or not, but I'm going to start with this. Just to give you a brief introduction of why do we think that there is a need to take an eco-linguistic perspective to analyze the national environmental policies of Pakistan. I've been listening to others' presentations as well, and I do see that there is a need to expose the non-ecological behavior that remains implicit within discourses, which most of the people who are not aware of ecolinguistics may not be aware of how they're being maneuvered in discourses, right? So basically, the main objective of this paper or of this research was to examine how ecological problems are being addressed in the environmental policies of Pakistan and how they're motivated through a set pattern of linguistic behavior. Because by now we've come to understand that ecology and language, like environmentalism and linguistics, are not separate domains. They're interconnected and they're intertwined, because human language influences how we think about environment. And when we say that human language influences, we cannot ignore the fact that there could be anthropocentric realities, which could be, leading to be reproduced within the discourse of environment. So although environmental policies are being, addressed to sustain a positive ecological behavior, sometimes that could not be the case, especially when we say that Pakistan is ranked as the 7th in the list of countries to be affected by climate change and other non-ecological issues as well. One possible, and not just possible, I believe one reason is the inappropriate discursive representation of the ecosystem in the environmental policy, which, consequently creates imbalanced and ambivalent conceptual frames about environment. So for this purpose, we thought that there is a need to take an eco-critical discourse analysis to expose those implicit non-ecological attitudes that could lead to, the degradation of environment in general. We cannot ignore the fact that rapid urbanization and commodification of natural resources are just, increasing day by day, and that has resulted in several negative environmental consequences, right? So although many research bodies and theories have talked about how unsustainable it is to just continue with urbanizing and commodifying natural resources, this urbanization continues unabated. And this could be problematic because how it is represented in environmental policy language is very important. If the environmental language policy is problematic, what it leads to flawed conceptual frames. Conceptual frames, I'll come to that, what it means.
interrupt you. Your slides are not moving. And moreover, I wonder if you can do it the slide mode. Thank you.
It is in a slide mode, actually. Can you not see my presentation?
The slides are not moving. I can see your first slide, ecolinguistic
Oh
analysis.
no, okay, let me start again.
Yeah, you have to move slides as well. Thank
Okay,
you.
like this. Okay, can you see this like that? Hello? I'm on slide number 4. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it now.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And just if I move to the next one, can you see it? Hello?
Yes, of course, we can see it
Okay,
now.
okay. So yes, we were talking about, a problematic environmental language. Why it could be problematic? Because it may be leading to flawed conceptual frames. And that would eventually normalize counterintuitive and harmful environmental practices as well, because how you tend to perceive a certain environmental issue or an ecological behavior is how you tend to practice it and implement it later on. So to develop conceptual frames about environment is a very pertinent matter, and that rests on the linguistic and the grammatical choices that you use to describe a certain environmental phenomenon, right? So for this purpose, we took an eco-critical discourse analysis to investigate the subject. We all know that ecolinguistics, it serves to offset such biases. It exposes these non-ecological attitudes that may be left implicit in the discourse. Also, we know that Pakistan is also considered to have a weak institution for environmental management. And although they did establish the National Environmental Quality Standard, environmental issues like pollution, land degradation, loss of biodiversity, they continue to ail the nation, right? But why do they ail the nation? And why is it that the problems are still increasing, but people do not still understand why, right? Because environmental policy is a discourse that is generally designed by policymakers and environmental experts only. And at times, in fact, most of the time, the common public does not understand what's going in there. So it is part of an eco-linguist and someone who takes an eco-critical discourse analysis to expose these issues and make the general public aware of the problems that lie within the linguistic behavior or the linguistic construction of such environmental discourse. Just to give you a very brief introduction about how environmental policies of Pakistan came into being. So the Ministry of Environment was established in 1975. And afterwards, Pakistan Environmental Protection Council was headed by the President of Pakistan. They then made the Pakistan Environmental Protection Agency at the federal level, and then provincial environmental policies were also developed. So
Ms. Iman,
how environmental policies, national environmental policies of Pakistan came. Sorry?
See, we are having problem with the slides. You are still right there, I believe so. So
how is that possible? Can you see this now? The national environmental policy, national forest policy.
No, slide number
8.
All right.
Yes.
That is all right. Amen.
Okay, can you see this now?
Yeah, that's visible.
All right. So for this research, we took 4 environmental policies. One was the National Environmental Policy, National Forest Policy, National Climate Change Policy, and National Sanitation Policy. And then we did an eco-critical discourse analysis. If you're aware of the term, eco-critical discourse analysis was coined by Stibbe in his book, and it talks about, we know that every discourse is distinguished from one another through the, the linguistic features that are used, right? So it encompasses vocabulary, grammatical choices, and patterns of presupposition. And when they're combined together to form a set pattern of discourse, they generally constitute a story or an ideology about that very particular discourse. So over here, we're going to be focusing on the term frame. Conceptual frame is generally a cognitive pattern or pattern of presupposition which emerges in the mind of a reader when he goes through a certain text. And that is only instigated by the set pattern of vocabulary and the grammatical choices that you use to describe a certain phenomenon. A frame is defined as a story about an area of life that is brought to mind by particular trigger words. And the process of framing is defined as the use of a story from one area of life to structure how another area of life is conceptualized. So now, from an eco-linguistic perspective or eco-critical discourse analysis perspective, we have analyzed the common conceptual frameworks, common conceptual frames, which are embedded in the environmental policies of Pakistan. And to identify these cognitive patterns, we took an SFL approach for this, because without systemic functional linguistics, without analyzing the grammatical patterns, you cannot reach to a very in-depth understanding of how these conceptual frames are actually leading to a certain perception or a certain story to emerge. So we analyze the experiential meanings, which are realized through material processes, mental, behavioral, and existential. Right, so when we come to the analysis of this, of the national environmental policies, generally, what do environmental policies talk about? They talk about sustainable exhibition, they talk about going green, they talk about pollution reduction, they talk about conservation, right? So their purpose is to create a policy which is promoting positive ecological behavior. But when we went through the analysis of these 4 environmental policies, they were, there were so many frames that were generated in this. I think I haven't crossed my time as yet. I think I've only taken 5 to 7 minutes. I still have some time. So I'm going to discuss only 2 examples or 3 examples to make you understand and help the audience be aware of how environmental issues are being addressed in these in the environmental policies. Excuse me. So if you go through this excerpt, which says, these are some of the measures that are taken by the environmental policymakers in their national environmental policy. And they state, pollution caused by liquid and solid waste in the country would be prevented and reduced. For this purpose, the government may introduce discharge licensing system, establish cleaner production centers, and cleaner production techniques, adopt measures for mitigating pollution, and devise and implement master plans for the treatment of industrial wastewater. When you go through this text, apparently it may not be very problematic. Apparently, it is trying to create certain measures to treat pollution. But what we do not see from an ecolinguistic perspective is the choice of language being used over here. First and foremost, if you see, there is rejection of human responsibility for pollution, and instead it renders liquid and solid waste as the agent to blame. Because of this, it then normalizes that technological interference is needed to address ecological crises. And then if you go further, it says, discharge licensing system, cleaner production centers, and adopting measures which are also realized as goals to, then they only do what? They reflect the inability to resolve environmental issues without the application of technology. It more or less seems like they believe in the omnicompetence of science when it comes to environmental issues, which is very ambivalent and very oppressive, because pollution is caused by technological advancement, and then you use technological advancement to treat pollution, right? So instead of that, policymakers set out to develop an ecological design that minimizes environmental degradation. They inadvertently condone this threat. So, and then this does not work towards the betterment of environment. It does not, instigate human consciousness to work towards pollution, and rather focuses and relies on science to do such matter.
Ms. Iman,
Okay.
we wrap up this session. I wonder if you can conclude final words. Thank you.
Did I take 10 minutes?
Yeah, you have taken over 10 minutes now.
Okay. Can I not explain this example? It is very important to understand how they do it.
We will be late for the next session. I wonder if you can just conclude it now. Thank you.
All right. So we just discussed pollution. We could not discuss biodiversity and forestry as well, which are also very important frames that are, ambivalently constructed in the environmental policies of Pakistan. But still, I hope I did make you understand that environmental policies of Pakistan, they still need to be worked on. There are ambivalent ideologies and there are problematic linguistics construction of environmental issues, which is, oppressive, and it is something quite alarming because we all rely on environmental policies when it comes to the betterment of a sustainable environment, right? So just to conclude this presentation, as we said earlier, that we attempted to examine how ecological issues are represented in a language through eco-critical discourse analysis. There is a need to challenge policy discourse, which is influenced by global consumerist ideologies, especially in the case of forestry, where they treat it as a commodity and, arising benefits for the human beings instead of working towards sustaining a green environment. So this, linguistic structuring of this discourse could be misleading or is misleading because of the ambivalent conceptual frames that it creates and generates in this discourse. And although overtly it promotes positive ecological actions by emphasizing environmental sustainability, as we've seen, they talk about pollution, they talk about forestry, but they're covertly reproducing and reinforcing and also normalizing non-ecological behavior. So in countries like Pakistan, where environmental degradation, it continues unabated, I think such policies must be critiqued, they must be challenged. And well, we hope that this research does benefit the environmental policymakers in particular and environmental discourse in general to understand how these actions and identities promote non-ecological outcomes. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation. I hope I did try to make you understand the issue within this, discourse. If there's any question, you can ask me.
Thank you so much. We are
she was the
already
last
running
speaker.
short of time.
Yes.
We have to take just one question from Mr. Dr. Gilmore. How can HIGA's practices can be adopted in other schools and institutions, especially in Pakistan?
How can what? Hello?
It's not for you, it's for Mr. Gilmore.
Okay.
Hi, that's an interesting question. As far as we're aware, it's the first time ecolinguistics has been used in the curriculum in this way, and it's something we're still exploring, really. I think it's certainly possible to, if you look at our research, if you want to read our research as well and our own experience with this and help in how to trying to implement that into Pakistan's curriculum as well. It'd be really interesting to have that debate, but so far I don't have any concrete answers about that, unfortunately, but it's interesting so far. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. My next question is from Ms. Nosheen to Dr. Ansar. How, being researchers, we can bring a stir in the corporate sector regarding the concerns of combating climate change?
Thank you for the question. I was waiting for someone. Okay. So first of all, as a researcher, the first thing is, like, you know, if you remember and you have read about these important terms from Stibbe and other, the thing is that we do not talk. And when we will start talking, then definitely the problems will be highlighted. So as a researcher, definitely we are not the scientists, we are not the technicians, or we are not the engineers that we are going to practically do something. But as a linguistic researcher, we must believe that language is one of the biggest tools that can make change. So definitely, if we are going to take into consideration as a researcher the corporate discourses, and we try to analyze them, we try to highlight that what is missing and what is not missing. So definitely we can play our part as researcher. I hope it's quite clear.
It is.
It is, yes, thank you so much. Over to Dr. Saidrin to conclude this session.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dr. Asra. So all the speakers that were in the session, they articulated the things very vividly, and this has provided a new dimension, I believe. No, undoubtedly, this has been the dimension through which the Am I audible? Hello. Am I audible?
We can hear you.
All right. So overall, the session has been really great. At least there were things to learn, and ranging from creating sort of awareness related to ecoliteracy to the problems that we are facing. Now. Hello. I'm really thankful to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Shaban, Dr. Asra, and team Rifa. Thank you so much for this consideration. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Rind, for wrapping up this session. Our next session is going to be at 11:45, and I was thinking that we can have our tea break, but it seems to me that we're going to have a working tea, and we want to catch up to the next session at sharp 11:45. And if we have, so we are left 2 minutes. So do we have anything for these 2 minutes? If our, ivory tower folk can play something for us, we'll be grateful. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Asra. आप अपनी चीजें उठाएं। वैसा आप इधर आ जाए। उठा ले आराम से। Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahmanir Rahim. On behalf of Department of English Linguistics and Literature, I warmly welcome all the learned panelists and the participants to the third plenary session of our conference, Ecolinguistics and Ecological Narratives. The conference, as discussed in the previous sessions, aims at creating an informed discourse and better understanding of environmental crisis the world is currently facing and reflect upon some viable possible solutions from linguistic and literary perspective. We'll have 1.5 hours for this session in which the learned participants will share their informed and insightful perspective through their presentations. There would be 6 topics to be covered in this session. The participants are requested to drop their questions, comments, and observations in the chat box. They're also requested to direct the panelists to whom they are asking questions. This session is chaired by Dr. Humaira Irfan, who is an associate professor of English at Division of Arts and Social Sciences, University of Education, Lahore. She pursued MS Applied Linguistics and TESOL in PhD, Social Linguistics from University of Glasgow, UK. A number of national and international research papers and 2 books are on her credit. The titles of her books are Testing Creative Writing in Pakistan and the Policy and Practice of English Medium of Instruction in Pakistani Universities. She was awarded a Visiting Scholar Fellowships by University of Exeter, UK in 2018 and received many international awards to present her research papers at higher education at international conferences in the USA, UK, Turkey, and France. I would like to request now Dr. Humaira Irfan to please take over the proceedings as the chair of this session. Over to Dr. Humaira. Thank
you. Am I audible?
You are.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Shakil, for the generous introduction. So, and it's time to start our session. We have a diversity of papers in this session. So the first, we will begin with 2 keynote talks, and then there is a plenary session and then presentation, and in the end, we have another keynote talk. Okay, so our first keynote speaker of this session is Priza Samatoy, and she is a researcher at Moi University, Kenya. The topic of her talk is Challenging Traditional Ecological Knowledge and Ecosophy. So over to you, Priza. Are you there? Is she with us?
She's there. May I ask you to please unmute Dr. Priska? Please unmute yourself.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good
it's already afternoon there. It's morning at our place. Good morning and welcome to this presentation. My name is Priska Simotwa. I work at Moi University in the Department of Literature, Linguistics, Foreign Languages, and Film Studies, where I am in the section of foreign languages where I teach French. The topic of my work is language and protection of the environment. I have two goals in this paper. First, I present one of the Kalenjin community's folk narratives that embeds traditional ecological knowledge and its role in promoting environmental moral reasoning that results in good practices that result in care of the physical and biological environment. I also take this occasion to raise a particularly important aspect of the traditional community's data on the relative effects of beliefs and values in forming an individual's environmental conceptions.
Dr.
I then show how the study theorizes. Sorry?
I wonder if you can shift your slides. I am on slide 1.
Yes, I'm going to do that in a while, please. Now, we note that the world today, there is, I don't know why they are not moving. Okay. Now, in the world today, we note that the issue of the environment is of great concern. We note how the destructive effects of human actions on forests, like we can see in this picture. We have also noted that destroying forests is a harmful thing because it destroys the habitat of animals, apart from, of course, destroying vegetation. We also have noted the harmful effects of humans who have polluted water by depositing substances like we see in this picture. Now, there's a problem. I note there's flickering. I don't know why. Okay. In this paper, we note that the development of ecolinguistics has provided several theoretical and analytical tools that are useful in understanding the different ways in which language choice encourages or plays a role in the way humans treat the environment. An observation has been that Kalenjin folk narratives promote environmental protection. And therefore, this study sought to establish how this is done. So before I go on, I would like to quickly say who the Kalenjin are. So who are these? The Kalenjin is a community that is that comprises 8 culturally and linguistically related ethnic groups that include the Nandi, Keyo, Kipsigis, Tugen, Marakwet, Sabaot, Pokot, and Terik. They are indigenous to East Africa. We note that the Kalenjin are categorized under the Nilotic language family.
Jessica, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Your slides are moving. I wonder if you can scroll on your slide from the right side. There is a very small, minute white button. If you can just do that a bit, then your slides would move. Yes, you're there. Oh, you can scroll it down a bit because you are not on a slide mode. Scroll it a bit. Yes. Yes, from there.
They are still flickering. I do not know why.
Or just look at your screen on your left. There are slides.
Yes.
If you can hit on slide 2, 3, 4, and you will have the slide in front of you. On your left side, there is a window. We could see lovely trees, green land, beautiful landscape. So you can hit on that side. On slide 1, 2, 3, 4, you can see on your left.
Yes. Okay. Just a minute, because they are flickering. It's difficult to have the cursor there. Low system. Oh. I can't get the cursor anywhere. Could I just continue?
Yes. Yes, please. You may
Yeah,
continue.
For purposes of saving time. Sorry for this. So I had just said who the Kalenjin are. And after saying that, I would like to quote Steve, who says, ecolinguistics can explore the more general patterns of language that influence how people both think about and treat the world. It can investigate the stories we live by, mental models that influence behavior, and lie at the heart of the ecological challenges we are facing. Having said that, I would like to say the objective of this study is to analyze how language choices in Kalenjin folk narratives, language choice is used to represent the participants and the community's knowledge, beliefs, values about the environment. And here, I would then quickly like to tell you one of the stories of the community, which we can then discuss later. In this folk narrative, I'll just give bits of it because it is a two A4 page story. Many generations ago, people lived in the village of Bogoria. They had many cattle, many goats, which gave them plenty of milk and blood. Their prosperity made them too blind, or rather too proud, to understand their neighbors' plight. When visitors went to their place, they asked them, what is hunger? What is thirst? What is death? What is witchcraft? What is thunder? But all they gave to the needy were the bones they had eaten. The story goes on, and we are told there was a family called Kapsokomo, which was open-handed. For them, they were generous, and they received these people with warmth and hospitality, gave them food to eat, and as they left, even gave them some more to take home. One day, the Bogoria came to the peak of their arrogance, we are told. They took fat, blood, milk, honey, and poured them into the swift-flowing river, saying, we are tired of you. You have filled our stomachs since we were born. When will our stomachs grow thin? May the water take you far, far away to the end of the world, where you will fall, never to come back. And then we are told, having seen this, God was upset and he promised to punish them. So he told Sogomo, he asked Sogomo, do you see what these people are doing? And Sogomo, of course, did not respond, but God told him what to do in order for him to be saved, because he was not one of those who poured the food into the river. We are told God sent heavy rain, which submerged the whole place, but Sogomo was saved, and a small path that was made from his place to the dry land was created by God, and it is in this way that Sogomo was saved, and he was not submerged in the water. Now, this folk narrative was used, is from the Tugen community. I personally am from the Nandi, from the Keyo, but I'm married by a Nandi. The folk narrative is titled Origin of Lake Bogoria. So it was used to explain where the lake originated from. And it was mainly used to teach morals. Here, children were taught to be generous, to care for others, to be humble, to be kind, and to respect God, who was the giver of all that people had. However, we note that this folk narrative is also used to show, to teach the care of water, protection of water from pollution. We note that these people poured milk, fat, honey, and blood into water, an action that potentially results in polluting water. These are substances that should not find their way in water because they pollute them, and especially the fat. It can also be used to teach the care of animals, but in this presentation, I'll want to only talk about care of water. Now, If we now we cannot see our slides. On our slide 7, I have the research objectives, and I am indicating that the objective is to establish how verbs, the active voices, are the language choices, are used in the Kalenjin narrative to represent the participants' knowledge, beliefs, and values about the physical and biological environment. And how do the language choices indicate how construct the participants' social relations and identities? And finally, how do language choices, for example, the epistemic modality, coercion, influence social actors to engage in social practices that potentially aid in the protection of the environment? The theoretical framework was Fairclough's three-dimensional approach, which shows discourse as text, that is narrative as text, and then as discursive practice, where we have the producer, the receiver, who is me, analyzing the text, and then we have the discourse as social practice, the language as a form of social practice. Now, the methodology research approach here was qualitative, the data, Kalenjin folk narratives, and then the data collection procedure was document analysis. This is a folk narrative that has been documented, but out here we have people who can narrate it. And then we also, the sampling method was purposive sampling. I purposively sampled this folk narrative because it talks about water, which I wanted to talk about. I have previously presented a paper where we have protection of animals. And then the analysis is Fairclough's 3 stages of analysis, where we describe, interpret, and explain. Now, we go to slide 10, where we have the findings. And the first one, we are talking about knowledge, beliefs, and values. We note that in this folk narrative, declarative sentences have been used. And in this, the speaker is stating what is the case, what the community believes is the case about water. The speaker is committed to propositions. He says, for example, Kirong Jibek, these people poured substances into water. And this is what is believed to have been done. So, sorry. Sorry? Okay. We also have verbs. The verbs rongji, poured. Poured what? Substances into what? The water. And these verbs are represented as material processes. So we have water, which is the patient. We have the substances, milk, blood, honey, and fat, which are poured by the people into the water. So the water suffers the consequences of the people's pouring of the substances into the water, because the water then gets polluted. These are supposed to be food items that are supposed to be eaten and not emptied into water. So this attitude of pouring substances into water is criticized in the narrative. We have use of the active voice. In this folk narrative, we are told Kirong Jibik Pig, which is people, are the subject. And Muaita, Chego, Goroti, and Gumiat, which are water, fat, blood, honey, and milk, are the objects which the people empty into the water. So here we note that the active voice has been used to foreground agency for the pouring of the substances into the water. As a result, action is taken against the agents of destructive action. We had in the folk narrative that God submerged the community, the whole village in water, and this was punishment. Punishment for what reason? For emptying substances into the water. We also have use of pronouns. We see God saying, you see what they are doing? They, who? The people. And so here we have God putting himself in one category with this person who did not pour water into the river, and they pick the people who poured water into the rivers, the water source. So here we have categorization. The we, who are good people that do not pour substances into the water. We have God and Sogomo. And then they, who? The people, the Bogorians, who poured water into the water source. We also have use of direct speech. When the narrator of the story, at the point where he reaches where God wants to talk, uses the direct words of God and says, you see what the people are doing. So here, the speaker does not claim responsibility for the words. He instead attributes them to God, who is called Cheptalel in the community. This shows the social relations and the God's having his place and the people having their place. And the social identity here, we see God as the person that is respected, the one who is questioning, wondering what these people are doing. And the speaker is constructed as God-fearing. Now, the language choices that help in protection of water sources, we see here, one are coercion. When the speaker tells the story, the listener hears that those who poured substances into the water source were punished by God. They were submerged in water. When they were submerged in water, what happened? The listener, therefore, is made to fear the consequences of pouring substances in water. He is therefore coerced into ensuring he does not pour substances in water. In this way, water is protected. The other one is predication. In this folk narrative, those who are shown to pour substances into water are represented as bad people. The listener does not want to identify with anybody who is bad. In this way, he does not align with those who destroy water by polluting it, but instead aligns with those who do not pour substances in water. And in this way, the speaker strives not to act as the bad people and therefore endeavors to protect water sources by not emptying substances into the water source. The other one is epistemic modality. Epistemic modality is about knowledge exchange. Here we have the speaker who is imparting knowledge on the listener by telling them that you do not pour substances into water. And if you do that, you suffer consequences. And these consequences are punishment. And you see here, we have punishment that is coming from God. In this way, the speaker gets the knowledge that it is wrong to pour substances in water. As I conclude, we can say the Kalenjin narratives, the Kalenjin narrative and analysis embeds traces of the community's representations of traditional ecological knowledge and beliefs, values about water and the need for its protection. The represented environmental identity could be said to be ecocentric and not anthropocentric. And so what could we say as a way forward? We note that these folk narratives are slowly getting forgotten because the young generation is not keen on learning them, and also the languages that have been spoken all these years are slowly being forgotten by the young generation who speak Kiswahili or English as their first language. Therefore, folk narratives need to be promoted to avoid their disappearance, since they embed knowledge that aids in protection of aspects of the environment. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening to me, and sorry for what is happening to the slides.
Thank you very much, Priska, for such a wonderful talk. However, I'm so sorry that I couldn't see you. So maybe, okay. Our next speaker is, I think she is present with us, Dr. Kritika Gokalnath. And the topic of her talk is traditional wisdom for handling local environmental issues that could prevent them from becoming global. Dr. Kritika is a qualified PhD in crystallography and biophysics from University of Madras. She has taught at Center for Biotechnology, Anna University, as a visiting faculty. She also received the Women Scientists Fellowship from Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and successfully completed the project in 2015. Presently, she is working with organic farmers, NGOs as a volunteer, and is pursuing other passions in writing, painting, music, and fine arts. Over to you, Dr. Kritika.
Thank you, Dr. Humera, for the kind introduction. Like it's been mentioned, I started off as a scientist, but in 2015, it just, it just struck me that biotechnology was such a futile field, and we were going so far away from nature actually by doing genetic modifications, and I thought we should somehow get back to nature, and I just quit my job as a scientist and wanted to dive into some traditional wisdom that is already there, and how this can be explored, and some of the global issues, environmental issues, can find solutions in some traditional wisdom that we have. I would, before getting into my talk, I would like to thank RIFA International University for the opportunity, and I really commend the way you've organized this from the day we submitted our abstracts to even a few minutes back when you just sent a reminder about the session coming up. Very well organized. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I wanted people to probably think of problems from the scientific point of view. Look at alternate perspectives. This is one of my paintings where we'll talk about it later, but I wanted to mention about the fact that discovery consists of seeing what everybody sees and thinking about things that nobody has thought. So even from the literature point of view, there are so many literary a wealth of literature that is available world over. What we would probably look at literature as a literarian would be probably the beauty of the language, or how beautifully something has been described. But from the scientific point of view, if I look at literature, probably I could probably think of getting a climate change map, for example. If there is mention about some geographical location ages ago, and if we can trace literature down the timeline, we would be able to make a climate change map, for example. So I'm just compiling some of the traditional things that are followed in this part of India, which is called the Deccan Plateau. Many of the customs and traditions followed here are with respect to geography, weather, food choices, community structure, and so on. Though there has been globalization, the impact of it has not penetrated so far to completely shake the traditions followed there still. So I'm just trying to highlight some of them here. When we look at how society is described by thinkers like Aristotle and Plato, you find that the focus has always been human-centric. Like rightly mentioned by some of the speakers before, that even cockroaches have to be thought with a lot of concern. This kind of thought process is there in even Tamil culture. So some of the thinkers of Tamil, this is a 7th century poet whose work I'm just showing. I'm keeping it in Tamil so that you can just look at how the language looks like. So he said, Yadum Mure Yavarum Kelir, which means every country is our own and every human being is my kith and kin. So there was, mention about globalization in the 7th century in Tamil texts. This thinker Vallalar says, Vadiya Pairai Kanum Bodellam Vadinen, which means even when I see a dried plant, I feel very saddened. This thinker Thiruvalluvar, who is a very famous person in Tamil Nadu, he mentions about Paguttundu Palluvir Ombudal, which means whatever we have to consume, we should share with every life form around us. So whenever we thought of society, we always included living things, non-living things, nature as such. And he also mentions about Pirapokkum Ella Uyirkum, which means by birth, there is no discrimination about anybody. There is no discrimination. All life is the same. So I would just start getting into the topic with a small thing that you can also try on Google. Just type Puratasi memes and you will find a lot of them. What I want to highlight here is that this is a month in Tamil calendar when nobody consumes non-veg in Tamil Nadu. So now getting into the Tamil year, this culture that is, I might not call it just Tamil. It is followed in most of South India, which includes the neighboring states as well. So our calendar year starts, in coordination with the Earth's movement around the sun. And our culture, because it is majorly agrarian, we worship sun. And whenever Earth is facing the sun, it is considered to be more auspicious a month than when it is facing away from the sun. So our year starts around the vernal equinox. What is given here in the yellow circle is the names of the months. So our year starts on April 14th, actually. So the Gregorian, equivalence is given in the other, the concentric circles away from it. So the first month is Chittirai, then you have Vaikasi, Ani, Adi, Avani, Purattasi. So this is the month that I mentioned just now. This Purattasi is that part of the year when the Indian subcontinent is facing away from the sun when it is going around. So this is the time of the year when animals like cows breed. So people are compassionate towards animals around that time and they do not consume non-vegetarian food during that time. And Puratasi, so this is a month of, it falls between September and October, and it's, and Tamil people refrain from eating meat. It is, this whole month is, divided into two parts. First half of the month is dedicated to ancestral worship. Like Dr. Jacobs had mentioned about, mentioning animals with the pronoun who, we have associated animals with ancestors actually. So there is this practice of feeding cooked food every day to the crows. And this has been taught to be associated with ancestral worship. So we consider the birds to be ancestors and we feed them food every day. And when we feed them, there is also mentioned that you should add less salt. So there is understanding about birds' nutritional requirements also in the culture. And throughout the world, actually, during this time of the year is when Halloween comes. So it is interesting to note that it's not just a practice in India. Throughout the world, Halloween actually is when people, encounter ghosts or whoever. So in some cultures, you just stay, ask them to stay at the door, send them away with just tricks and treats. But in Indian custom, we call them inside, feed them actually. So this time of the year, in Tamil Nadu, migratory birds come from the northern hemisphere to avoid the winter winds. So they land in Tamil Nadu in the month of September, and here is a picture of a bird sanctuary called Vedantangal near Chennai. So the food that we presumably feed for the ancestors is not actually for the ancestors; it's for the birds that come around during that time. It's just indirectly meant like that. And this symbolism is, practiced every day by feeding crows. That's part of the. For the our abstinence from meat eating, the nutritional requirements and nutritional thing is not compromised, because the later part of that month we have something called Navaratri celebrations, during which time we consume plant proteins. So every day a lentil is cooked and consumed. We call it sundal in Tamil. So this is the part of the year when we compensate for protein requirements by consuming plant proteins instead of animal proteins. Now, like I mentioned, Tamil Nadu is an agrarian society. So I'm going to be mentioning about just 4 months and the things associated with biodiversity conservation that is practiced each of the month. In fact, throughout the year there is some connection, but for interest of time, I'm just going to be telling you about 4 months. Now, the month of Adi, in the small inset you'd probably be able to see, this is that part of the year when Earth is at maximum distance away from the sun. And this is immediately after the summers in Tamil Nadu. So this is between the months of July and August. During Adi, there is after Adi is when rice is sown, because rains would come in, and rice cultivation requires a lot of water. So this is called the Adi Pattam, part of rice cultivation time. Just like you have Kharif crops, Rabi crops, things like that, we call it Adi Pattam in Tamil Nadu. During this time, we have something called the Mulaipari festival, where we do seed selection. So every household in a village would store a stock of seeds that they have harvested during the whole year, and from every household, a sprout basket is prepared, which is called the Mulaipari. So this is a 9-day festival. At the end of the 9th day, they observe which of those baskets of sprouts has grown the best, and that household's seeds become the seed stock for the whole village. So this is, this is how a function is beautifully intertwined with their with the livelihood, the crops around, and so on. Now, till now, whatever I'm saying now is about human-centered, where we are talking about seed selection for the benefit of human beings. But this Mulaipari festival, immediately after this festival is over, on the 10th day, the women carry these sprouted, seedlings, and take it to the river nearby, and they leave it there. Adi is the month when rains begin. The first set of rains begin. So it will be sudden spurt of water in the rivers, and for the fish to get enough food, these seedlings are going to be deposited there. Because seedlings are tender, it will be easy for the fish to consume and get their nutrition. So whatever festival is celebrated would always include human beings, animals around, and a knowledge about nature and natural resources around. The month of Adi is also for abstinence and devotion. While the women are busy with preparing the Mulaipari and taking care of the growth of those seedlings, we give time for men to recover from dehydration and male reproductive health issues that could have happened during the summer. So it is scientifically proven that sperm counts go down during summer, and during the month of Adi, people refrain from sexual intercourses, actually. So this is in fact a time of the year when they give time for men to recover from the summer months, and during this time, a fermented millet-based drink, which is a probiotic, and a body coolant called Koor is made in some of the village, we call it village events or Tiruviras. So this is usually associated with the temple which will have a local deity. Most of these temples in which these functions are followed are not the traditional Hindu temples. These are local deities which worship those ancestors who have taken care of the village and passed away. So Koor is consumed so that the man can recover. And while this happens, women are busy with, seed stock selection and so on. That way, the population control has been incorporated without, strictly following any, stringent rules. Now, this is, I just added this slide to show you which is Adipattam. The seasons in Tamil are called Ilavenil, Muduvenil, Kar, Kulir, Munpani, and Pinpani. The equivalents of the English equivalents are also mentioned here. The months are also mentioned. So the major crops that are consumed in Tamil Nadu are sown during the months of June and July, after which the rain comes. So when rains come, we have a water management routine incorporated into a cultural practice. Though this particular practice has, got modified into a Hindu god's worship, this has roots to some of the ancient traditional texts which talk about a modified version of the same worship. Now, this again is not a religious practice which is just done by the Hindus. I have friends who are part of Islam in lower, deep south of Tamil Nadu who follow this tradition without making a god's idol. So here what is done is, Adi is the time when first set of rains have come. So around that time, the water that is lining the water bodies gets loosened. So they do a desilting process by which they collect some of this clay, fine clay, and then a set of herbs, a set of 21 herbs is used as an offering, or like an offering. These 21 these 21 leaves or herbs have Ayurvedic health benefits, which would tackle health problems that would arise when a monsoon sets in or when there is rainy season. So some of them have antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, and then antiseptic, digestive tract beneficial effects, lung, for lung health. For all these herbs are used. So now when we think of this, so after offering, the clay idol is then disposed of in a local water body, which could be a lake or a pond. So you're again lining the clay that you've desilted, so that the water body will be replenished with the kind of soil which will retain water. Yeah, I'll quickly.
I'm sorry, Dr. Kritika, we are running short of time.
Sure. I'll just quickly wind up.
Conclude.
Yes.
Thank you.
So similarly, during Margari, they concentrate on women's health when they are asked to bend down and make a geometrical pattern. And Pongal, again, is just not a harvest festival. There is selection of the right kind of bull. So, animal stock selection happens during the Jallikattu or during Pongal time. So, though we don't know whether there is connection between rice cultivation and the existence of maximum population and the center of the earth being Mongkhet of Burma, the connection seems to be very interesting to explore. What I wanted to actually just wind up with is the circadian rhythm based connections that have been associated with things that are followed in Tamil culture. So the light and darkness cycle is not just year-round connections, but for every day, for every week, for every month, there is a light and dark connection, which will coincide with the circadian rhythms. So, Nandri, Vanakkam, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kritika, for very interesting and informative presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed your talk. So our next speaker is Ms. Kuratulen, and she has affiliation with Women University Sevavi. And the topic of her talk is an ecolinguistic analysis of linguistic discourses in advertisements, frame stories to enhance their importance to replace natural products. Ms. Kuratulen has published research papers in top-ranked national and international journals. She has also attended several national, international conferences and seminars. Currently, she is engaged in teaching, research, and academic development at Women University Sevavi. Over to you, Ms. Kuratulen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Humaira, for the kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Please.
Okay, my co-author for today's talk is Dr. Fasi Ahmed. He has also joined the session. And the topic which I'm going to talk about today is an ecolinguistic analysis of linguistic discourses in advertisements, which frame stories to enhance their importance, which are replacing the natural products. So this is the outline. Are the slides moving at your end? Are the slides moving?
No, they are not moving.
It's moving at my end. I'm on second slide right now.
I think technical team can resolve this issue. Can they help?
If you can, I wonder if you have sent these slides to us, we can play it for you. Do we have?
I have already shared. I have already emailed.
Then just wait for a sec. Let me check.
Okay. Okay.
We're going to play the slides for you. Please end the slides. Thank you.
Okay, move to the next one, please. Second slide. Okay, so this is the outline which we are going to discuss today in this talk. Please, next slide. Okay, so in the contemporary world, we could see that the success of any company, it depends highly on its advertisements. And for the purpose of marketing or for the purpose of advertisement, they make use of captivating language to grab the customer's attention in order to increase their market share. So sometimes during this process, they may propagate such dogmas and ideologies which may not be in congruence with the prevalent ideologies. And for the purpose of advertisement, different modes are being used, which include television, radio, magazines, newspapers, blogs, outdoor advertisements, websites, and text messages. In advertisements, we can say that language plays a very pivotal role in shaping people's behavior. The advertising agencies, they seek help or they take help of language along with visuals to persuade the audience to buy their products. So during this process, they also trigger the emotions of the audience, which help them in or which help the customers or the consumers to buy their products. So as I talked about it, that sometimes they talk about or they include such kind of dogmas or principles or ideologies in the advertisements, which may be not in congruence with the prevalent ideologies. So herein the focus is on that the prevalent or the kind of discourses which are promoted in these advertisements for the sake of consumerism, what kind of ecological impact does it have, and what kind of language is being used in these advertisements, and whether they are beneficial or harmful for nature. Can you please move to the next slide? So Here in this research, we have taken advertisements of 5 food manufacturing companies. The purpose for selecting food manufacturing companies, because in today's world, we can see that the natural food products, with the passage of time, they are being replaced with the processed food products. Why? Because these processed food products, they claim that they can give us a better quality, or they are more healthier than the natural food product. Sometimes they claim that it contains more nutrients than the natural product. So that's why people are moving towards processed food products, because in the advertisements they are portrayed in such a manner. They make use of such linguistic items which compel the audience to buy these products. So there are a number of food processing companies which are working in Pakistan, and they produce a wide range of food products. But for this research, we have selected only 5, and we have taken 20 advertisements. So in these advertisements, they propagate different kind of stories, and these stories are developed through their discourses, and these stories are for the sake of increase in consumerism, to increase their market share. But it is displayed, or they are showcased in such a manner that the consumers believe that it is reality, and the consumers, they start believing in their stories. So the focus of this research is to reveal the stories which are included in these advertisements, and to see its ecological stance, that whether they are harmful or beneficial, or maybe they are ambivalent for the nature. Can you please move to the next slide? Okay, so the research objective is to analyze the linguistic features to reveal the stories which are developed by these the food manufacturing companies for consumers, and they claim, or they appear to be ecologically protected and aligned with the values of ecosophy. And the second objective of this research is to identify the role of language in ecological preferences established by food manufacturers, that what kind of ecological preferences are set by these food manufacturers through language. Next slide, please. The research questions which are addressed in this paper are that what kind of stories are developed by food manufacturers through their advertisements, and how do the product manufacturers set ecological preferences through the use of language. Next slide, please. Okay, the research methodology of this paper, which has been adopted in this paper, is it has qualitative approach. The theories which has supported the argument of this research is agenda setting theory and framing theory. Agenda setting theory, as it talks about that how media give due salience to some of the object, and show it with more frequency as compared to others, and it has a psychological, because they want to exert, or they want to through its frequency, they want to tell the audience that this thing is more important for you. And in framing theory, what do? That they try to highlight those attributes of or maybe some of the attributes of the product, or whatever they are advertising, so that it can increase the consumers for the company. So in framing, they give they give importance to some of the features, and they might camouflage the rest of the features. So the model which has been adopted for this feature is a framework given by Stevie, and the method of analysis which he has mentioned in his book has been adopted for this research. Please move to the next slide. Okay, so for sample, we have selected 20 advertisements, and from each company we have taken 4 advertisements, and there had been a wide variety of products. So we have only selected their dairy products and beverages. The setting are okay. Those advertisements, the advertisements are taken from their official websites, and the advertisements which are produced during the year 2019 have been selected, and they were designed primarily for Pakistani context. Please, next slide. Okay, so the research model by Stebe, I'm going to discuss it a little bit. So what does he mean by story? So he says that these are not traditional stories, which are narratives having a proper beginning, ending, and middle. It's not story. Rather, these are cognitive structures. These are mental models which are embedded in our minds. And when these stories, these mental models, these cognitive structures, they become prevalent in a society, so they are called as stories we live by, because they are present all around us. So according to Stibbe, these stories can take 8 different forms, but for this research we have only selected 4. First one is ideology. Ideology is, as defined by Stibbe, that it's the belief system about the how the world was, is, will be, or should be, which are shared by members of particular groups in society. Framing is the use of a story from one area of life, a frame, to structure how another area of life is conceptualized. That how we take one area of life and then we relate it or put it or apply it on another area of life, and we try to bring a resemblance or try to show the resemblance between the two. Next is evaluation. Evaluations are defined as stories in people's mind about whether an area of life is good or bad. It is through lexical items that how something is defined as good or bad through the use of language. Next one is identity. Identity is a story in people's mind about what it means to be a particular kind of person, including appearance, character, behavior, and values. How are they going to identify a person, and how in stories, what kind of identity do they give to the people? Next slide, please. Okay, so since we have short time, so I will discuss only one of the advertisement here. First one is ideology. So we have taken lines from the advertisement, and you can see that the product believes that healthy children have a greater chance at succeeding in their academic and extracurricular pursuits. The product's mission is to strengthen the children by eradicating iron deficiency for a happier, brighter future. So here, through the use of entailment, first they have said that those children who are healthy, so they have a better chance to be successful in their academic careers or in their academic pursuits. And then they claim that their product, since it has extra iron and it can fulfill the iron deficiency, or it can eradicate iron deficiency, so it's the company's or the product's mission to eradicate the iron deficiency, and the product will give you a happier and a brighter future. All right. Next, it also says that it empowers mothers, which it showcases the ideology of empowerment of mothers through purchase of the product. So here in empowerment of mothers, it is linked with giving children to your children this particular drink. So your children will have a better future, and those mothers will be called as empowered mothers who will be giving this particular product to their children. Next slide, please. Okay, framing. So in framing, talking about framing, the advertisement has used such trigger words: healthy children, academic and extracurricular pursuits, strengthen the children, happier, brighter future, strong foundation, and better future. These words are mapped onto the target domain of the powder milk. They say that these qualities, when they are using such kind of words, lexical items, which we already have a positive connotation in our minds, like happier, brighter future. So what they are doing, they are associating, they are taking this frame and putting it into the target domain of the powder milk, which is their product. So the story of a powder milk, it represents a problem frame, that is iron deficiency in children. And then a solution frame is given. And what is this solution? That since children have iron deficiency and then they lack in their academic pursuits, so their product is there for eradicating iron deficiency. So there is first a problem frame is being given, and then a solution frame is being proposed. And what's the solution? It's the product. So in order to eradicate iron deficiency, the product claim there is only one solution, that is their product. Okay, moving on to the next story is evaluation. So we can see that positive appraisal items or linguistics items are used for the powder milk, that it eradicates iron deficiency. And we can see that positively connotated linguistic items, they are used for describing the product. For example, the lexical items include eradicating iron deficiency,
Ms.
happier,
Kuratullain.
brighter.
Sorry for interruption. If you please conclude this presentation.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Please move to the next slide. Okay, it also develops an identity, as I've talked about it in ideology, that it calls it as empowers mothers. So it is giving them an identity through the purchase, that who is going to, the mothers who are going to use their product, they will be called as empowered mothers. And to children as well, that who will be using this product, they will be successful people. Next slide, please. Okay, coming to the findings. So they have the food manufacturing companies, they develop different forms of stories at different levels, but the ideology that we can see that is propagated in all the advertisements is that each of the product is a substitute to natural product, in some of the advertisement they directly claim that it is a better substitute to natural product because it contains more nutrients than that. And we can see that the story of consumerism is present everywhere. For the sake of consumerism, they are trying to replace natural products because they say it is easier to carry, it's handy to use, it's hassle-free. So such kind of linguistic items are used for the sake of consumerism. Next slide, please. Okay, and the food manufacturing companies, they make use of the language in such a manner that they make the consumer believe that their product is a better substitute to natural products. They make use of lexical items that maybe that are pertinent to natural products, but those attributes are associated with artificially produced products. Okay, and through the use of language, nature and its resources, they are completely removed and from the discourses, from the main discourses, and they are replaced with artificially manufactured food products. Next slide, please. So to conclude this presentation, we can say that advertisements, they do use persuasive language, but they underpin the story of consumerism. The consumers, they end up buying these products, and what happens as a result, that it aggravates unnecessary consumerism and material growth, which is not in congruence with the ecosophy. And artificially, the passage of time, we can see that this tendency is becoming greater and greater, that the artificially processed food, they are replacing the natural food products. The company, they also try to give more salience to those attributes of the products which they can associate with natural products, whereas they try to camouflage those attributes of the products which can be hazardous for human health. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuratullain, for very interesting and productive talk. And our next speaker is Ms. Salma Aftab from University of Education. And the topic of her talk is an ecolinguistic analysis of primary level English textbooks of Pakistan. Over to you, Salma Aftab.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please start.
Thank you. I hope everyone is feeling green and enthusiastic and conscious in playing a part to make this world environmentally a better place. The title of my research is an ecolinguistic analysis of the primary level English textbooks of Pakistan. Are my slides moving?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. We as human beings should have to adopt the larger spectrum of our priorities, behaviors, and methods we opt for living in this world. Why do we need another planet to move on after making this earth pretty for the living creatures? I have come across many fiction writers and fiction filmmakers who are in the search of another planet where life is possible. As Dr. Ansa Hamid rightly pointed out, that there would not be any other choice for us to live. By and large, we have to stay on the earth. Making this world a better place can only be achieved when we change our perspective of benefiting only ourselves. It may be long-term and more sustainable when we enhance our textbooks, mainly the textbooks of primary section. Hunter, in his one of the research, quoted that the children are like sponges, absorbing all the information around them and then actively making sense of it. The younger minds are prone to absorb the information readily available and own when they grow up. This can only be done with the proper linguistic representation of the ecological and environmental issues in the text, along with other pedagogical aspects in which teaching and the school policies are involved. And our country demands it because it is ranked among the countries facing severe ecological and environmental issues. Fine. This study aims to identify the linguistic resources used in presenting the ecological text. These are specific grammatical and structural features of the language presented in the discourse. The human agency is the primary concern of this study, and an analysis of the erasure of this language feature is addressing the ecological issues and the effect of the change of processes. Another aim of this study is to assess the impact of the language structures on the minds of the young learners of different ages who are learning English as a second language. I try to involve the speakers of the national and provincial languages. Like I have four major provincial languages and one is Urdu. This particular study in this way is not only concerned with the theoretical interpretation of the presentation, understanding and impact of the ecological content. Rather, it approaches to gauge the perception of the students, what they think about the text, the original text, which has the traces of the erasure of human agency, and the congruent or modified text, which carries the human agency and does not contain any nominalization, generalization, and passivation. Aaron Stevens' perspective of human agency, whether complete or partial, from the ecological text hinders the understanding, serve the basis for this analysis. This is the methodology. Data collect the primary English textbooks from 3 main publishers, which are taught in the private schools of Pakistan. They were selected, and the second source of data was the student responses to the original and congruent text. In primary English textbooks, I analyzed the linguistic resources used for presenting eco content. Mainly my focus was on agency, human agency, and I have found some traces like passivation, generalization and abstraction, and nominalization. For the ecological perception of the students, the student understanding is judged with the 3 main questions. Why do we need to look after the environment and wildlife? Why are the animals endangered, and what could be done to save them? What do you think, who is responsible for ecological disaster? And student reaction towards the modified text was also concerned with these 3 questions. Okay, these are my finding for the first objective. Erasure of human agency was there through nominalization, passive sentences, and generalization and abstraction. But I want to mention that these three, the erasure of human agency was partial. It is not, humans are not absent from the discourse. But in some of the sentences, they were human agency is not there, but it is present in the whole discourse. Okay, student perception of the ecological content. For this thing, thematic analysis is conducted to meet the second research objective and analyze the student perception of the given ecological content along with the thematic analysis of the qualitative data. The demographics of age and first language are also set to reveal the ecological understanding of the young minds. This slide is related to the major findings of to meet the second objective of the research. First finding is presupposition in the original text carry much information and students can infer the implied meaning from the text. And the congruent text creates the cacophony of the language and overburden the readers with the agency of human beings, because many of the students, many of the respondents, they talked about, are you kidding me? The writer does not listen to the teacher. Like, he is talking about human being, man, and all these things. They were overburdened with the choices of human agency. Okay, this is the distribution of themes in the group A and B. Group A was given the original text, while group B was given the congruent text. The major themes were human agency, uncertainty, and misinformation.
Ms. Salma Aftab, please conclude. We are running short of time. We have to conclude that session at 1:30, and there are 3 more speakers left.
Okay, fine.
Yes, please.
In group A, 67% of 67% students are considered to be eco-conscious, while in group B, which were given the congruent or modified text, only the percentage is less. It is the age-based variation in eco-awareness. This figure represents the age variable. 21% of group A students are 7 to 8 years, 36% are 9 to 10 years, and 43% of 11 to 12 years. There is a gradual increase in the percentage with the age. Similar is the case with the congruent text, but with the original text, there is a slight change within the age of 9 to 10 years and 11 to 12 years. When we talk about the distribution of first language of the eco-aware respondents, the major languages Urdu, Punjabi, Sindhi, Pashto, and Balochi. These languages are in the family of Indo-Aryan and Iranian, which are the sub-branches of the Indo-Iranian family of languages. This family of languages has developed the use of passive sentences and non-canonical subject construction. The speakers of these languages have the innate ability to interpret the implied meaning, and presupposition are not new to them, so they can easily interpret the text. To my conclusion, the study concludes that the erasure of human agency is in an isolated sentence may create a semantic barrier, but when we interpret it within the discourse, it makes meaning, it makes sense to the speakers of Pakistani languages. The finding in Pakistani context negate the perspective of Stevie. The complete or partial erasure of human agency in the ecological text hinders the understanding of the ecological content because of the influence of the first language. The study suggests linking language and biodiversity to create awareness about the natural environment. The future researches can employ the text from the textbook of other discipline taught in English languages, because my study is related to the English textbooks only. But in today's world, in Pakistan, here are so many other books which are taught in English related to the geography and science and biosciences and individuals and societies. So we have to incorporate
Thank you so much, please. Thank you so
all these
much.
things into our.
Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Humaira, please. Please invite the next speaker. And please also request him or her to strictly keep the time limit.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Salma, for a very informative presentation. So our next speaker is Taiba Tajamal. Taiba Tajamal is associated with International Islamic University, Pakistan, and she is a PhD scholar, English linguistics. She is an active researcher in the field of applied linguistics, curriculum, textbook evaluation, critical discourse analysis, and English language teaching as a skill. And the topic of her presentation is ecological discourse analysis of the necklace, an ecolinguistic perspective by using SFG. Over to you, Tayyaba. Are you with us?
Yes, ma'am. Assalamu alaikum to all. Thank you, Dr. Humaira, for inviting me.
10 minutes for the presentation. Okay.
Yes, I can share my presentation. Are the slides visible?
Yes.
Yes, please.
And can you please let me know, are they moving from one slide to another?
Yes, these are moving.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Humaira. Thank you, Rifa International University, to give me this opportunity to give my talk on Ecolinguistic conference. So my topic, the presentation of my topic, topic of my presentation is ecological discourse analysis of a short story, The Necklace. It is an ecolinguistic perspective by using systemic functional grammar. So ecolinguistics is an emerging branch of in linguistics, the combination of linguistics and ecology, and it is stated that the term ecolinguistics has been used since 1990s. Hogan is considered a very first person who has coined the term ecology, and he has given the idea that language ecology is the interaction between any given language and its environment. Society which uses the language as cores is the true environment. So for him, the environment is not a physical setting, but it is the social and cultural setting in which the people or speakers speak the language. So it means that environment of the language is the society and the language which the speakers or people use in that society. So the ecology of language is psychological. According to Hogan, he says that language exists in the minds of the people, and it is at the same time sociological, that language exists in society and communities. So ecology of a language is primarily determined by people who learn it, use it, and transmit it to others. According to Stibbe, he says that the ecolinguistics is the study that impact of language on life-sustaining relationship among humans, other organisms, and physical environment. So primary objective of ecolinguistics is to know how language explores the development of relationships, sustaining them or destroying them among humans, other organisms, and environment. So this definition appeals me a lot, that when Stibbe says that that ecolinguistics talks about life-sustaining relationships, balances, not imbalances. So there is another, as I have written this paper particularly focusing ecological discourse analysis. Ecological discourse particularly focuses that there are different linguistic features used by different speakers among the world. The linguistic features, when assembled, produce certain specific models of reality, humans construct relationships using those models, those linguistic features, and linguistic features with the real world, which is the primary concern of ecolinguistics. So the linguistic features used in discourses enable researchers to analyze a discourse by using an ecological perspective. So analyzing discourses using ecological perspectives, it becomes the particular purpose of ecological discourse analysis. For focusing this, there are two models, the two important models has been used in ecolinguistics. The first one was Horgan's model, which I have talked earlier. The second is Halliday's model. Michael Halliday is a very prominent figure in the field of, again, I will say he has worked in ecolinguistics perspective. He talks about that interaction between language and environment. Halliday's model puts emphasis on the impact of language use in the living or real environment. Particularly, he said that language constitutes the reality, how language constitutes the reality. So Halliday is a very important figure here. So my research will explore, or it explores, the ecological discourse analysis in the short story, The Necklace, by applying Halliday's model of systemic functional grammar, adopting ecosophy as the normative framework proposed by Stibbe in his book, Ecolinguistics, Language Ecology and the Stories We Live By, about discourse analysis. According to Stibbe, ecolinguistics analysis language to reveal the stories we live by, judges those stories according to an ecosophy, resist stories which oppose the ecosophy, and contributes to this to the search for new stories to live by. So the objectives of my research are to analyze the lexicogrammatical features, elucidating the discourse as eco-destructive by using Halliday's model of SFG and the short story, The Necklace. And my second research question is to investigate the ecological orientation of the discourse in the short story, The Necklace, by adopting Ney's concept of ecosophy. And these are research questions. These are only in the form of questions, so I'm skipping this. Theoretical framework and research methodology. I have analyzed the discourse, The Necklace, by using theoretical normative framework proposed by Stibbe from the perspective of ecolinguistics of discourse, entitled Ecological Discourse Analysis. And this framework is used to investigate the answer of my first question, whether the discourse is eco-beneficial, eco-destructive, or eco-ambivalent. This framework has been given in the book by Stibbe. So Halliday's systemic functional grammar is used as a tool to analyze the function of discourse, that what sort of lexicogrammatical features have been used to make a discourse eco-beneficial, eco-destructive, or eco-ambivalent. So the primary objective of ecolinguistics is to create this sustainable relationship between human beings and other organisms. So while analyzing...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Maybe you have 4 minutes. So can you show us your findings?
Okay, ma'am. So I will go to findings. Yes. So particularly what I found that, as I said earlier, Halliday's talk was that I particularly took a transitivity. I have done transitivity analysis. I have done ecological discourse analysis through interpersonal metafunctions. These two modes have been used: ecological discourse analysis through transitivity analysis and through interpersonal metafunctions, right? So what I found that the story, The Necklace, was reflecting an eco-destructive discourse. How I found this? The processes, when I have done the transitivity analysis, the processes which I found, they reflect that how those linguistic features or the linguistic markers were reflecting that the story of the life of the protagonist in the story was destructive, right? So this So it was found that material, mental, verbal, and relational processes were found in the story. All the identified processes in the analysis shows the dissatisfied nature of the main character, Matilda. Her ecological preferences was wealth, which destroyed her life, right? So this was the how lexicogrammatical features were reflecting that this discourse was ecological destructive discourse. So ultimately, the processes brings negative influence on her conception of a wealthy life, which reflects that it is eco-destructive discourse. From eco-linguistic perspective, she destroyed her life. Her efforts seem to be towards the destruction and unsustainability of life. And she led an unstable, not well-being life. So this ecological discourse analysis opposed Ney's concept of ecosophy, where he particularly focuses the life should be well-being and sustainable and balanced. Then ecological discourse analysis of interpersonal meaning discuss how the interpersonal resources in language reflect the people's relationship and their attitude towards the environment. So modality has been used a lot of times here, which reflects people's ecological perspectives. And in this story, in this discourse, higher degree of modality have been used. And this higher degree of modality reflects that the stronger benefits than a lower degree of modality. So when a higher degree of modality is used in any discourse, it reflects that this is eco-destructive. This higher degree of modality has been used in this story to reflect the eco-destructive discourse. So the participants...
Please conclude. Please move to the concluding
okay.
slide of your presentation.
So conclusion is the story falls under the category of eco-destructive discourse. The linguistic features, the lexicogrammatical features analyzed by Halliday's systemic functional grammar elucidate the discourse, the necklace, as eco-destructive discourse. So the process and the high degree of modality are the true reflections of ecological destructive discourse. And from the perspective of ecolinguistic, the ecological orientation of discourse also leads to destruction. So the ultimate goal of ecological discourse analysis is to improve people's awareness of ecological protection and build a harmonious ecological relationship between human and environment. So
thank you very much.
Although I'm not happy that you have given me a very short time. Anyhow, thank you so much.
Thank you, Taiba. It was very informative talk. And actually, we are running out of time. And
yes, ma'am. I acknowledge this. I was thinking that I should move in a hurry, but I was not sure that you will give me only 10 minutes. Anyhow,
I congratulate you for a very interesting talk. Ikra Malik is our next speaker. I hope she is with us. Ikra is from National University. Ikra is from National University of Modern Languages, Pakistan, and the topic of her presentation is Biodiversity in Ecolinguistics, a corpus-based positive discourse analysis of the series, The Age of Extinction and Country Diary by The Guardian. Over to you, Ikra Malik.
Assalamu alaikum and hello everyone. I'm Ikra and currently, I'm pursuing my MPhil research from Namal University, Islamabad, under the supervision of Dr. Jameel Asghar. So, the speaker has already talked about my topic. So, I would move on to the introduction part. Please, next slide. All right, I would like to begin with the research gap. This article is actually an attempt to draw attention to a relatively less explored issue of biodiversity loss in the discourse of environment. And this attention is drawn by highlighting salient patterns of biodiversity through linguistic techniques like less abstraction, created through individualization, use of adjectives, and basic level lexes. And then it is very important to know that the data I have selected is actually a positive discourse. So Aaron Stibbe in his article argues that ecolinguistics has focused on exposition of destructive or harmful discourses for the environment. So the next step is to actually explore the discourses on which language practices should be based. In this regard, The data is carefully selected because it seemed to reflect the positive practices of language. In addition, it's very important to note that a positive discourse is not the replacement of critical discourse analysis. Rather, it extends the focus from oppression to hope and encouragement. Then the idea of biodiversity is also very significant. And this idea is very hard to define because it draws on discourses from economics, law, biology, and global justice. So it is like an absolute metaphor, like time and life, that cannot have a fixed meaning because it mediates between various contexts and disciplines. So any attempt that defines biodiversity is actually futile. However, despite the elusiveness and complexity to define biodiversity because of its vast scope, this work focuses on certain parts that I consider very significant features of biodiversity, like nature, marine life, microorganism, birds, and animal. All right, next slide, please. The foundation of my research is actually the 17-point agenda, the sustainable goals that were delineated by United Nations in 2015. There are 17 points altogether. 13th point, which is about climate change, is much talked about, but point 14 and 15, which talks about life on Earth and life underwater, is an underrepresented issue. So my research actually focuses on life underwater and life on Earth, that is biodiversity. Next slide. My research objective is to find out the salience patterns which highlight biodiversity in the Country Diary and the Age of Extinction series. Now, these are the two series that are published in The Guardian. The Age of Extinction was started publishing in 2019, and Country Diary is the oldest environmental series published in this newspaper. And they reflect language practices which are beneficial from the environment. And my research question is, how does the series promote salience patterns of biodiversity through transitivity and abstraction? Next slide, please. My research design is actually mixed method, and one of its type is explanatory sequential, in which data is quantitatively analyzed. It is followed by a qualitative description of the data. In this way, both techniques are integrated into one. Next, please. I basically made two categories of my data to actually process them through the corpus tool. One was based on country diaries, and the other was Age of Extinction. Then I put them in the corpus tool version 3.5 to find out biodiversity related lexes through the word list feature. And it yielded me an advantage because when certain words are frequent, it actually tells what the content is about, and it delineates the salient patterns. Then I did the close reading of those to find out biodiversity related lexes and then basic level lexes. You will find a reflection in the analysis section. And then transitivity was found with the help of close reading of the selected article. In the theoretical framework, I have used Tibbs' ecolinguistic framework, and that is taken from his book. There are basically 8 or 9 stories, but I have taken only one that are the salient patterns. All right, next slide. So, okay, I would like to comment on the analysis section. So this is the list of the most frequent words. Then I looked at them closely and found that there were concrete level lexes, which were 13. This is from the series biodiversity. This is from the Age of Extinction series. Next. The next list that you see is taken from the Country Diary series, and basic level lexes here were 23. Next. Next, please. All right. Then transitivity analysis was carried out. Basically, I found out how many clauses depicted, biodiversity-related entities, placed actually biodiversity-related entities on the subject position, or they were, given the agency to perform an action rather than being impacted by it. So when I did the analysis, these are just the instances. Move on, please. Yes. Next, move on to the results section. All right, so when I did the analysis, I just found that the Country Diary series has more number of basic level lexes than the Age of Extinction series. Hence, it is less abstract and it is more salient. Abstraction mean when we give more prominence to biodiversity through the use of basic level lexes. For instance, a mammal is a very abstract word, but replacing it with a particular word of some species, it would give it salient. So yeah, Country Diary series is more salient in that regard. So analysis of biodiversity related clauses in the Age of Extinction series revealed that animal species, vegetation, and marine life, have active position in the clauses. However, almost equal number of clauses depict human agency as doers of material process. So out of 15 clauses, 8 clauses are placed biodiversity related objects in agent position, and 7 clauses placed humans in agent position as protectors or destructors of biodiversity. It is surprising that in one report, all clauses about a puma replaced the creature in the agent position to create salience, only to highlight the fact that this portrayal may motivate humans to conserve them. It means that puma is not something that has strength to be admired. This actually strengthens Charles Einstein's point of view that is quoted by Stibbe in his work, that unless humans start seeing value in more than human word, regardless of their functional importance, they will not care about them. Yes, next. So, the approach of conservation is very anthropocentric in nature. Transitivity analysis of the Country Diary series revealed that all biodiversity related entities were placed in the subject or the active position. Hence, all clauses were activated clauses.
I would request to please wrap up your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Just give me 1 more minute.
Okay.
Overall, considering basic level Lex's analysis and transitivity that drives salience in both series, Country Diary is more salient than the Age of Extinction, and therefore it is a positive discourse. And it is also surprising that some entities that I considered crucial part of biodiversity, such as the role of microorganism in marine life, were underrepresented. Mainly the articles in both series covered the conservation of birds, animals, and forests. That was all from my side. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ikra Malik. It was very interesting presentation. And I can see our keynote speaker, Dr. Alan. He has joined us. And welcome, Dr. Alan Stibb. So it's time to start the keynote talk. Dr. Aaron Stibb is a professor of ecological linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. He has an academic background in both linguistics and human ecology and combines the two in his research and teaching. He is the founder of International Ecolinguistics Association and author of Animals, Race, Discourse, Ecology, and Reconnection with Nature. He was awarded a National Teaching Fellowship by the Higher Education Academy for Teaching Excellence and has published widely on discourse analysis, social and ecological issues. And the topic of his talk is eco-linguistics and ethical leadership. Welcome again, Dr. Aaron Stibb, and over to you.
Great, thank you so much. Can I just check you can hear me okay?
Yes, we
can hear you, Dr.
Excellent, so thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm hugely impressed by this conference. And I've listened to a few of the speakers so far, and I was surprised that you are using my own framework that I developed. So I'm really pleased to see you using that framework and developing it and applying it in areas that are new. So that's very exciting for me. So I'm going to talk about an area today, ethical leadership, which is new for me. This is the first time that I've ever given a talk about ethical leadership. And I'm just going to share my screen. I'm quite enthusiastic because I think ecolinguistics has something valuable to offer for ethical leadership. Great, so can you see my slide okay?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm going to start with the coronavirus because coronavirus was devastating and has caused incredible problems around the world. But it was also a moment for us to think about our current civilization, our current society, and to think how we might want to build it back better. So a lot of politicians like Joe Biden and Boris Johnson are talking about building back better. And really, this is what ecolinguistics is about, is trying to create a better society, a better world. And coronavirus gives us a chance to really think about what was wrong with the world as it was and what kind of world we want to bring into being. So Sonia Renee Taylor says, we will not go back to normal. Normal never was. Our pre-corona existence wasn't normal other than we normalized greed, inequality, exhaustion, depletion, extraction, disconnection, confusion, rage, hoarding, hate, and lack. We're being given the opportunity to stitch a new garment, one that fits all of humanity and nature. So I love that. It's much better than the build back better, those three little words. And Arundhati Roy says, historically, pandemics have forced humans to break away with the past and imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It's a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. And so if we're going to stitch this new garment, if we're going to be moving through this portal and creating a new kind of society, then we need ethical leadership. And we need that from politicians, we need that from corporations, we need that from charities, we need that from communities, and we need that from individual people leading their lives. But what has this got to do with linguistics or language? Well, actually, I would say that leadership and language are intimately bound up together. So Drew Weston says that the stories our leaders tell us matter, probably almost as much as the stories our parents tell us as children, because they orientate us to what is, what could be, and what should be. So leadership is very much a matter of language. And ethical leadership is about using language in ways that are based on a particular values framework. And this is an example of a values framework from Dalia Gavril-Notary. And her values framework is, she calls it a culture of peace. So she's a critical discourse analyst. She says, values, attitudes, and behaviors based on the principles of freedom, justice, and democracy, all human rights, tolerance, and solidarity. So she has this great values framework that she bases her critical discourse analysis on, but it ignores the ecological issues. And there's no point creating a wonderful, equal society that's completely democratic if that society is unsustainable and it's destroying the ecosystems that life depends on. So for me, any kind of ethics in ethical leadership must go beyond a human society. So we have a look at Jorgen Bang's values framework. He talks about contributing to a local and global culture in which cooperation, sharing, democratic dialogue, peace and non-violence, equality in every sphere of daily life, and, this is the important bit, ecological sustainability are the fundamental features and primary values. So it's not really for me to say what ethical system people should have, that leaders should have, but it's essential that that ethical system considers more than just the human world. So ethical leadership is based on a values framework with not only humans, but also other species in the physical environment taken into consideration. And as you know, from many of the talks that have happened today, this is what is called an ecosophy. So ethical leadership is leadership based on an ecosophy. And of course, ecolinguistics is an activity that is also based on an ecosophy. And I'm slowly heading towards a position where what ecolinguists do is actually a form of ethical leadership in its own right, and that ethical leaders at all levels can learn from ecolinguistics. So when you're looking at language and leadership, you have to look kind of deeply into what language is and where language is. And a useful way of thinking about language is that it's part of ecology. And if you think about ecology, so ecology is the interaction of organisms with other organisms in the physical environment. And this is the typical diagram of this, where the different animals are interacting in ways that assure the survival of the whole system as well as themselves. But these diagrams tend to ignore the humans. So if we put the humans in there, we have humans who are interacting with each other using language, using internet, using TV. And these humans are also interacting with all the other kinds of species around them. And the type of language that's being used will influence their interaction. It'll encourage them to protect and care about other species, or it will encourage them to destroy other species. So this language is part of the interaction of humans with other humans and other species in the physical environment. So language, you can say, is part of ecology. Now, some people are talking about languaging. This is not language in a kind of a fixed sense, but it's this process of interacting through words that is actually part of the ecology. Stephenson says, when languaging, human beings create a meshwork of bio-socio-ecological relations. So this languaging behavior, this thing that people do, is what is part of ecology. And Protosova says, all linguistic activity is languaging. Languaging represents the integrated action of thinking, making sense, verbal structuring, and adapting to the world of experiences. So languaging is really important for our interaction with the world and how we understand and act in the world. So in terms of leadership, I would say that leadership is something which happens primarily through languaging. And Jeff Mead says successful leadership depends on the stories we tell and the stories we live and how they speak to the needs of our time. So it's very much around languaging and how languaging builds stories. And when I say stories, I mean cognitive structures in the minds of individuals which influence how they think, how they talk, and how they act. And I have an example of this. And this is the language around immigrants and immigration in the UK. And a lot of the newspapers in the UK are very anti-immigrant. They're very unfriendly towards immigrants. And here they're talking about immigrants threatening to flood Europe. Huge hike in numbers of migrants flooding the UK, a tidal wave of European migrants. And this kind of language has an underlying story behind it that immigrants are unwelcome. And it's a story in the minds of individuals, but it's also spread across the culture because these newspapers reach so many people. And it's a very negative and damaging story. And what leaders can do through their language and their languaging is that they can entrench existing stories, they can resist stories, or they can create new stories. So this is an example of Simon Jenkins, and he is resisting this story that refugees are unwelcome. He says that Ukrainian refugees meet Britain's hostile environment, we should be ashamed. So he's in a position of leadership, and he is resisting this common story that refugees are unwelcome, and he's trying to create a new story through his words which welcomes people to this country. And that's so important at the moment when we have millions perhaps of Ukrainian refugees who need somewhere to go. And here's an example from Vandana Shiva. And Vandana Shiva is a physicist as well as an environmental activist. And the way that she uses language, she questions the stories that underpin industrial civilization. So this is really what I'm saying ethical leaders do. They use language in ways that call attention to the problematic stories, the destructive stories that are at the heart of this global industrial civilization that is causing so much damage. So she said things like this: colonialism and industrialism have destroyed the earth and indigenous cultures through 4 false assumptions. So she's deliberately focusing on these stories. First, that we are separate from nature and not a part of nature. Second, that nature is dead matter, mere raw material for industrial exploitation. So this is such a common way, and I noticed some of the other speakers earlier on were talking about this way of using language that represent nature as just dead, just resources. And third, that indigenous cultures are inferior and primitive and need to be civilized through civilizing missions of permanent colonization. So this is an example of an ethical leader resisting the stories that industrial civilization is based on. But not just that, she also uses stories, she uses language in inspirational ways to convey new stories to live by. So for example, she says, for me, food sovereignty is sovereignty over your life, livelihood, and health. We are interconnected. Therefore, food sovereignty is an ecological process of co-creation with other life forms. So a beautiful use of language there where she's talking about co-creation with other life forms. And that is the sense of equality, that humans and other life forms are working together. It activates these other life forms. It gives them agency equal to humans. And it talks about interconnection rather than separation. So she's doing the other thing that leaders do and inspiring people with new stories to live by. Now, I've been talking about ethical leaders, but we do need to question the idea that someone just is an ethical leader, because sometimes we think of someone as an ethical leader and we praise them as an ethical leader, but then that's called into question. So for example, Aung San Suu Kyi was the example of like this perfect ethical leader until people started questioning some of the things that she was doing and questioning, well, you know, is she actually an ethical leader? And I think it's probably best not to think of people as these people are ethical leaders and these ones aren't. So what we can think of is that ethical leadership, like language, is something that happens in a stream of interaction. It's not that some people are ethical leaders in themselves. It's that they are performing ethical leadership in the moment, in real time, through their language. In a way, it's leadering through languaging. Okay, I really hate these terms and they jar in your mind, leadering, languaging. But the point of these terms is that they're really emphasizing it's a process. The leadership is a process, language is a process, it's not a fixed thing. So if they are unpleasant words and they jar in our mind, it's for a good reason, to really encourage us to see this as something which happens, that leadership happens, it's not something that people are. And what's great about this is it means that anyone can be an ethical leader in particular situations. So Jeff Mead says that leadership is a universal facet of human interaction in which we all participate from time to time. So really, I would say everyone can be an ethical leader in particular situations in their lives. And ecolinguistics can help people be ethical leaders by providing this framework where they can question the stories we live by and use language in inspirational ways to create new stories to live by. But I've been talking about leaders just as individuals so far. And there is this idea of the heroic leader who's kind of on their own and they just go and they do things and they save the world. But actually, if we want to accomplish anything, then we will need to work in teams, we'll need teamwork, we need to bring people together in ethical leadership. Now, this brings up a bit of a problem because I've been talking about an ecosophy and that each leader or each ecolinguist has their own ecosophy that they work towards. But when you're in a team, you might be with people who have a range of different ecosophies. Okay, my example here is Pussy Riot, and they obviously have a very coherent kind of ecosophy that they are following. But what if you're in a team where people have different ideas and different kinds of ecosophy? Well, there's different things that you can do in terms of leadering in a team. So you could abandon your personal ecosophy, and you could adopt the ecosophy of the other people in the team. Okay, I don't really like that idea, because isn't the whole point is that you've got your ethical framework and you're trying to change the world? Well, you could find commonalities among all the ecosophies in the team, and you could work towards common goals. And that's fine, except of course, in an unsustainable and unequal culture, you may find that the ecosophies of the other people in the team are quite conservative, and they are not really challenging that unsustainable culture. And the other thing we could do is to inspire the other team members to change their ecosophy. So these are the different ways that it can be done. Now, I think the most promising way is to combine B and C. And D is imposing an ecosophy on others and demanding that they follow it. So I think that D is not a good idea, because then people will resist the ecosophy and they will act in bad faith. So B and C are the ways that I would organize this in a team. So I just give an example of this. So this is a real example. So I was working with a charity, and my ecosophy was about celebrating all lives and respecting and caring for all lives. But the ecosophy of the charity that I was working with was much weaker than that. It was just about reducing the impact of farming. But I had this goal of reducing meat consumption. Well, I wanted to stop meat consumption completely. And because of they were caring about the environment, they also wanted to at least reduce meat consumption. So we could come together on this common goal of calling for a reduction in meat consumption and work towards that, because it matched both of our ecosophies. But at the same time, I tried to encourage this charity to go a little bit further and to really care about all animals. So I'm going to finish with this, which is this ethical leadership theory. And I've looked at very large numbers of theories, and this is the one that I like most. And this is from Smirchich and Morgan. They say, leadership is realized in the process whereby one or more individuals succeeds in attempting to frame and define the reality of others. So for me, this is a real linguistic, communicative theory of leadership that is perfect for ecolinguistics, but it lacks an ethical dimension to it. So I'd like to combine that with transformative leadership. So transformative leadership, where Shields says notions of promise, liberation, hope, empowerment, activism, risk, social justice, courage, or revolution are at the heart of transformative leadership. So if we can combine a real communicative and linguistic approach that looks at leadership in terms of languaging, and combine it with this ethical approach where we're working towards social justice and ecological sustainability, then I think ecolinguistics can provide a fantastic framework for ethical leadership. And that is where I'm going to stop, because I've run out of time.
Thank you, Professor Aaron, for such an inspiring talk. It was incredibly an amazing session, and my heartiest congratulations to all the speakers. So very engaging and informative presentations. I appreciate their enthusiasm and valuable research papers. And the presentations and the talks were delivered with clarity and fluency. The findings were interesting and logical, comprehensive, and I'm sure that these are beneficial for the community. And my congratulations to Rifa International University and organizers, especially Dr. Muhammad Shaban and his very smart team. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I thoroughly enjoyed this session.
Thank you, Dr. Homera. We have a few questions for Dr. Aaron Stevie. They are in the chat box and they have been floating to us from all different directions. Let me ask Mr. Awais, the moderator of conference, to ask questions. I'm sure we have Dr. Aaron with us.
The first question is that at the moment, leadership appears to come not from political leaders, but from activists. Your views, Dr. Aaron. I can also include the second question so that you can answer. Okay, if you could please answer the first question, then I'll take the second one.
Yeah, so certainly activists are incredibly important. And I think my idea of ethical leadership is one where a very large number of people, everyone really, is an ethical leader. So we can't just rely on the politicians because they exist within a network of constraints. And we really need everyone at all levels of society to be a leader in whatever sphere of influence that they have.
The second question is that apart from discourse analyzing any ecological problem, how it can be approached from social linguistics? Your take on it, please.
Sociolinguistics, well, language diversity is very important for ecological issues. And this is because local languages are adapted very well to their local environment, especially local indigenous languages. And when you get global languages like English, which spread across the world, they bring consumerist discourses around the world. And one thing that sociolinguistics needs to do is to protect these local languages around the world because they contain this ecological wisdom within them. So protecting languages and protecting language diversity is also very important.
Yeah, Dr. Aaron Stevie, as you said, leadership is happening through languaging. So much is going on in the world. It appears to me like the world is going to end at one point, and it is being reported through, various discourses. Why the leaders are not understanding or taking this very serious issue seriously?
Well, I think this is because the stories of transnational capitalism are so strong and people can't see a way out of them. And I think everyone would like a more caring and compassionate earth where people are focused on protecting life and giving well-being to everyone. But the structures, the stories that we live by are just taking us in the wrong direction. And some people are giving up hope that we'll never be able to change these stories. But I would say that if we don't change the stories, then civilization will collapse because civilization at the moment is unsustainable. And if we do have a collapse, then we need to rebuild a new sustainable civilization out of the rubble of the collapse. So either way, we need to search for new stories to live by.
Well, we have already. Thank you so much, Dr. Aaron Stevie, once again. And I'm really grateful being with us and being in contact with us for a really long time. I do remember we contacted you last year, and this conference was scheduled on March 9th and 10th. And I'm really grateful for your time and all the work that you have done and provided us a framework to work on ecolinguistics, ecological discourses, and we'll be in touch with you. And thank you so much. Careful.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and congratulations on this conference, which is really marvelous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next session. This will be a break time. Our next session will start at 2 o'clock Pakistan Standard Time, and the conference will resume at that time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we have 10 minutes to go, and let me ask folks in our ivory tower to run something for our participants. I wonder if they can run the video that we played once. We have we got ready one. Or we can...
One of the most important things that students can learn is how language connects them to the environment. This is easy to do when you have students who are bilingual in both English and Japanese. And this presentation will show how this is done at a high level.
Ecolinguistics is about scholarship, but it's also about green actions, such as planting trees and changing diets.
Hello, I'm Aaron Stibbe. I'm Professor of Ecological Linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give a presentation at this conference. This is a very important moment in history to be holding a conference looking at ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. That's because the narratives that underpin our industrial civilization are not working. They're heading towards increasing inequality and environmental destruction. The task now is to search for new stories to live by that can build a new ecological civilization. And I'm very pleased to be exploring this topic with you in the conference.
My name is Diego Forte. I'm a researcher for the National Library of Argentina, and I will take part in the Ecolinguistics conference held by RIFA University. I believe this would be a great opportunity to discuss the troubled times we are currently living in. My conference will deal with non-human animals, environmental discourse, and the emotions involved. I hope to see you all there. See you soon.
Dear participants of the CELEN 2022 conference, I look forward to meeting you all and joining our efforts in a mindful quest for a better, sustainable future.
I look forward to listening so many fascinating talks on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, RIFA International University, Islamabad, from March 9 to March 10, 2022. For more information, please visit our website.
One of the most important things that students can learn is how language connects them to the environment. This is easy to do when you have students who are bilingual in both English and Japanese. And this presentation will show how this is done at a high level.
Ecolinguistics is about scholarship, but it's also about green actions, such as planting trees and changing diets.
Hello, I'm Aaron Stibbe. I'm Professor of Ecological Linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give a presentation at this conference. This is a very important moment in history to be holding a conference looking at ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. That's because the narratives that underpin our industrial civilization are not working. They're heading towards increasing inequality and environmental destruction. The task now is to search for new stories to live by that can build a new ecological civilization. And I'm very pleased to be exploring this topic with you in the conference.
My name is Diego Forte. I'm a researcher for the National Library of Argentina, and I will take part in the Ecolinguistics conference held by RIFA University. I believe this would be a great opportunity to discuss the troubled times we are currently living in. My conference will deal with non-human animals, environmental discourse, and the emotions involved. I hope to see you all there. See you soon.
Dear participants of the CILEN 2022 conference, I look forward to meeting you all and joining our efforts in a mindful quest for a better, sustainable future.
I look forward to listening so many fascinating talks on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, RIFA International University, Islamabad, from March 9 to March 10, 2022. For more information, please visit our website.
One of the most important things that students can learn is how language connects them to the environment. This is easy to do when you have students who are bilingual in both English and Japanese. And this presentation will show how this is done at a high
level. Ecolinguistics is about scholarship, but it's also about green actions, such as planting trees and changing diets.
Hello, I'm Aaron Stibbe. I'm Professor of Ecological Linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give a presentation at this conference. This is a very important moment in history to be holding a conference looking at ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. That's because the narratives that underpin our industrial civilization are not working. They're heading towards increasing inequality and environmental destruction. The task now is to search for new stories to live by that can build a new ecological civilization. And I'm very pleased to be exploring this topic with you in the conference.
My name is Diego Forte. I'm a researcher for the National Library of Argentina, and I will take part in the Ecolinguistics conference held by RIFA University. I believe this would be a great opportunity to discuss the troubled times we are currently living in. My conference will deal with non-human animals, environmental discourse, and the emotions involved. I hope to see you all there. See you soon.
Dear participants of the CILEN 2022 conference, I look forward to meeting you all and joining our efforts in a mindful quest for a better, sustainable future.
I look forward to listening so many fascinating talks on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, RIFA International University, Islamabad, from March 9 to March 10, 2022. For more information, please visit our website.
One of the most important things that students can learn is how language connects them to the environment. This is easy to do when you have students who are bilingual in both English and Japanese. And this presentation will show how this is done at a high level.
Ecolinguistics is about scholarship, but it's also about green actions, such as planting trees and changing diets.
Hello, I'm Aaron Stibbe. I'm Professor of Ecological Linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give a presentation at this conference. This is a very important moment in history to be holding a conference looking at ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. That's because the narratives that underpin our industrial civilization are not working. They're heading towards increasing inequality and environmental destruction. The task now is to search for new stories to live by that can build a new ecological civilization. And I'm very pleased to be exploring this topic with you in the conference.
My name is Diego Forte. I'm a researcher for the National Library of Argentina, and I will take part in the Ecolinguistics conference held by RIFA University. I believe this would be a great opportunity to discuss the troubled times we are currently living in. My conference will deal with non-human animals, environmental discourse, and the emotions involved. I hope to see you all there. See you soon.
Dear participants of the CILEN 2022 conference, I look forward to meeting you all and joining our efforts in a mindful quest for a better, sustainable future.
I look forward to listening so many fascinating talks on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, RIFA International University, Islamabad, from March 9 to March 10, 2022. For more information, please visit our website.
One of the most important things that students can learn is how language connects them to the environment. This is easy to do when you have students who are bilingual in both English and Japanese. And this presentation will show how this is done at a high
level. Ecolinguistics is about scholarship, but it's also about green actions, such as planting trees and changing diets.
Hello, I'm Aaron Stibbe. I'm Professor of Ecological Linguistics at the University of Gloucestershire. I'm very pleased to have been invited to give a presentation at this conference. This is a very important moment in history
environmental issues. And obviously, that is a sheer need of our time. Dear audience, I am Farah Ansari from Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad. I welcome you all in the fourth session of today's proceeding of our international conference on ecolinguistics and ecological narrative, organized under the auspices of Rifa International University, Islamabad, Department of English, Linguistics and Literature. I hope you have had a great time while listening to our 3 plenary sessions before the break. Respected speakers, I request you all to please switch off your mobile phones during the session and your mics too. I also request you all to avoid any inconvenience. Please wrap up your presentations in 10 minutes. Dear audience, allow me to introduce you with our worthy chair of this session, who will be presiding this session till 3:30. Dr. Babar Khan from Department of English, University of Central Punjab, Lahore. Dr. Babar Khan is presently working as professor and head of the English department, University of Central Punjab, Lahore, where he is involved in teaching and developing linguistics programs. After obtaining his doctorate from University of Illinois, USA, he joined the Aga Khan University as its first head of English language units. Besides the University of Cambridge and Edinburgh, Dr. Khan has received training in teaching and higher education from Salzburg, Seminar, Austria, and Tampere, University of Applied Sciences, Finland. He has long been working in educational fields in North Africa, USA, and Middle Eastern countries before returning to Pakistan and joining University of Central Punjab, Lahore. Thank you so much, Dr. Babar, for your presence here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Ansari. I hope I'm audible. We shall start our session with Professor Douglas Ponton, who is Professor of English at University of Catania, if I'm pronouncing it correct. His research interests include ecolinguistics, political discourse analysis, and discourse in interaction, applied linguistics, pragmatics, corpus linguistics, and critical discourse studies. He has held teaching and research positions at the University of Catania, Messina, and Pisa. His most recent research projects concern representations of Russia in Western media and Montalbano, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Montalbano effect on tourism in Sicily, ecological questions in southeastern Sicily and Sicilian dialect theater. His books include For Argument's Sake, Speaker Evaluation in Modern Political Discourse, published in 2011, and Understanding Political Persuasion, Linguistic and Rhetorical Analysis, 2019, as well as politics. His research deals with topics including legal metaphor and crime, and discourse of mediation, migration, cross-cultural politeness, folk traditions, including proverbs and blues. Well, over to you, Professor Ponton.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we do, we can.
And can you see my slides?
Well, I can see them.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so, and can I just check that I have 10 minutes to talk? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, well, thank you very much then. And thank you and good morning. And thank you for having me at this conference. I'm really very excited to see ecolinguistic ideas spreading in many places over the world. Well, like Aaron Steve, I'm talking this morning about the pandemic. Okay, so the pandemic feels almost like a memory in the light of recent world events. but it's still going on. And I'd like you to cast your mind back to early lockdown a couple of years ago, early 2020, when the first we were all locked in our houses. Industrial activity began to slow down, and there were signs that ecological indicators were positive. Fewer planes in the skies, fewer traffic, less traffic, and there were stories circulating on the web and in media about some kind of rekindling of environmental sensibility. In Italy, where I live, there were stories about swans returning to Venice, dolphins returning to Venice. Both of these were fake news because the swans hadn't gone anywhere. They'd always been in Venice, and the dolphins were filmed in the Caribbean. But across the internet, we began to hear this slogan, "Nature is healing, we are the virus." And this was the phrase that caught the public imagination. Unfortunately, if you remember, what happened was that we had then a series of spoof environmental memes taking the mickey out of this sentiment. Nature is healing, we are the virus was still the slogan, but the images were satirical. Okay, and so my study is looking at the impact of such memes on global opinion. Well, to understand what a meme is, we have to evoke the work of biologist, geneticist Richard Dawkins. He hypothesized that ideas move from mind to mind in an analogous fashion to that in which genetic information is transmitted from one generation to another. And the important thing to notice is that more research is needed here, but the important point to notice is how far the individual will of the viewer, of the receiver of these messages is involved in accepting or not the message that's contained in them. Well, Mason said 10 years ago about memes that ideas arise, they're market tested, either they take off, bubble under, they insinuate into the mainstream, or if they're felt to be no good, they simply disappear. And this is the process of mimetic transfer. I haven't got time to go deeply into the methodology, but the methodology that I'm using for analyzing these visual and verbal artifacts is the same pragmatic approach to understanding messages that we use for normal speech or normal images. There'll be much to say about methodology. Let me just explain briefly with reference to one of these memes, how the methodology works. So now that air traffic has slowed so much, dolphins are returning to the sky. Wow, we are the virus. So this is the meme. And this meme evokes questions in us. The mind processes this information and asks itself questions like, well, why has air traffic slowed so much? We bring to bear world knowledge, which is one of the features of pragmatic analysis, that we know that the air traffic is slow because of COVID. Did dolphins ever live in the sky? Well, there's a grammatical presupposition there. If something returns to the sky, it means that it once lived there. Who are we? We are probably the whole human race, probably. These are the hypotheses, again, that the mind draws up. In what respect are we like a virus? We are like the virus because our techno-industrial practices have ruined the environment. So these are the cognitive processes that the mind puts into operation. The point is, how do we know it's a joke? This is one of the questions. And what is the pragmatic force of such images? It's not just this image. There are many other images which we'll have a look at as well. Well, we know it's a joke because it conflicts with what we know about dolphins' habitats. Dolphins don't live in the sky. We know this is part of our world knowledge. And so we come up with a situation of incongruity, which is theorized by Schopenhauer as one of the mainsprings of humor. As for the pragmatic force of the image is suggesting that we are not the virus. So in other words, it's running counter to this idea nature is healing, we are the virus. This meme and the whole series of spoof memes is actually undercutting that particular idea. There were also, at the same time as these were going around, there were environmental COVID memes. For example, the one on the left here, when someone says they don't believe in global warming, be a lot cooler if you did. This works by the implicature. It plays the play on the word cool. Cool means socially adept, but it also means physically cool. And so this meme, the meme that plays on this this pun. There's an implicit argumentation going on here. Since the planet is warming, and since if we all changed our social practices, it would cool down, therefore you should change your outlook and your behavior. And there's an implicit argumentation also in the spoof memes, such as this one: cows are returning to the sea, nature is healing, we are the virus. There's argumentation, but the argumentation here is from, not from is to ought, it's rather from is. So animals are returning to their natural habitats. This is because of lockdown. Therefore, we are the virus. So it's ideational rather than exhorting some kind of course of activity. But here are the spoof memes. Cows are returning to the sea, we've seen. Pizza is returning to the trees in Italy. And the Loch Ness Monster is returning to Inverness. All right. Now, well, I personally, I find these spoof memes funnier than the environmental memes. These are quite funny, but the spoof memes provoke a belly laugh. Now, I realize that humor is subjective, okay, so I can't prove this, but I'm going to just put a question mark about why this might be. Well, Hooley says that satire is like a carnival, a social exercise wherein the enslaved, suppressed, and marginalized of us have our moment of exuberant license before the clamps come down again. Well, what are the clamps here? The clamps, alas, are the clamps of environmental orthodoxy, okay? Anti-environmental memes of this kind foreground this unfashionable view. They go against the grain of scientific thinking and current public sentiment. But they temporarily liberate us, all of us, from this guilt complex that we have. Maybe we are not responsible, after all, for the imminent human-driven climate disaster. And this is the relief theory of comicity, which was propounded by Sigmund Freud. So the question is, well, why do you agree that the spoofs are funnier? Why did the original nature is healing memes disappear? They have disappeared, and perhaps that suggests my view that the spoofs are funnier. I'm saying that sadly, for the ecolinguistic perspective, the anti-environmental memes seem to be funnier, which is why they've survived. But should we be worried about this? And I'm going to say no in conclusion. I'm going to say that both pro and anti-environmental memes put the question of man's impact on natural systems on the global agenda. They bring the environmental theme before the public consciousness. Nature is healing, we are the virus is an idea which has been insinuated into the public consciousness at a global level, thanks to the activities of these people who are making these memes. So even memes which apparently contest an environmental position are in some way working to insinuate those ideas into the cultural mainstream. That's my presentation. It's a rather rushed version. I would love to have gone into this more deeply, but I thank you very much for your attention, and I'd be pleased to take questions on this and look forward very much to the other contributions in the conference. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Babar.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Ponton. A very insightful talk. I would definitely, you gave me a lot of ideas to think about why anti-environmental memes outsmart probably or outlive the pro-environmental meme. Well, that's something to be thought out. But in some other future talk, probably we would like to hear more from you. Is this time for Dr. Rashid now?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me introduce Dr. Rashid to the participants. Dr. Rashid Mehdi is a senior lecturer at the University of Bijaya, Algeria. Bijaya, am I pronouncing it correctly, Dr. Rashid?
It's correct, it's correct.
It's correct, thank you very much. Yeah, when I used to work about 50 years ago in Algeria, they used to pronounce it Bijaya, but I'm not sure if the pronunciation is still the same.
Indeed, it's the same.
Okay, great, thank you. Good to hear that. Yeah. Fascinated with early modern English literature, he devotes most of his time searching on Puritanism and other 17th century religious dominations in England. He defended his thesis, John Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress and the Bible, and earned his PhD in English literature at the University of Maine, Le Mans, France in 2013. All right, so
yeah, that's it.
It's over to you, Dr. Rashid.
Yeah, thank you very much. So needless to introduce myself, you've done it, and thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. The topic of this presentation is the position of monotheistic religion toward the environment. I mean by monotheistic religion, we have Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All these religions worship one single God. That's why they are called monotheistic religion. So many people strongly criticize this religion as to be really responsible for ecological crisis, let's say. This is that because all these religions, Quran and the Bible, encouraging people not to really involve themselves in order to protect the environment. But on the contrary, we can find that other people who say that these religions, I mean that Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are the religion which exhort people really to have a good relationship with nature and with the environment. So I'm going to discuss this controversy and try to see whether really these religions are at odds with the environment. Well, to do so, I've divided my study into two parts. I try to, I hope that you can see, well, I'm trying to show the screen. Well, sorry. Well,
we can hear you all right.
Do you see? As you see, could you see the outline on screen? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can see it, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see it very well.
Yeah. So as you see here, the outline of the work is divided into two parts. Okay, into two parts. This is the outline. The first part is the thesis of those who say that these religions are at odds with the environment. They say that these religions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, are anthropocentric. Okay, and as the other part is, I mean that it is the antithesis of those who claim the important role of this religion to encourage people to protect and to care for nature. Okay, so let's start with the first part. Okay, and to see whether really these religions are encourage people to protect the environment. Well, is Judaism anthropocentric? Indeed, in this religion, we have two beliefs which contribute to shape this philosophy or this anthropocentric view. The first belief is a human domination of the earth, and the second belief, God's image. As for the first, the belief that humans have God-given domination over creation clearly points out that nature is under the authority of humankind. As we can see the verse of Genesis, we can read, "Let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth." So this verse explicitly states that humans have a distinctive and privileged moral status. Another belief emphasizing the superiority of a human to nature is the doctrine of image of God. The phrase image of God, Elohim, is found in many passages in the Hebrew Bible, exactly in the book of Genesis. Here we have just two examples. The first one we can read, "And God created a man in his image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female created in them." The second one is, "In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made him." So, the fact that no other species specifically said to be made in the likeness of God, this reinforces the idea that humankind is superior to the rest of creation. And we can find a Talmud, which is another source quite important in Judaism, which really enforces these beliefs. Indeed, the Talmud, more exactly Madrasha, has also reinforced this anthropocentric view. Actually, the image of a God is stressed to refer primarily to the royal capacity of a human being to rule and judge as God does. According to Talmudic tradition, this shared divine human image emphasizes two aspects, intelligence and freedom, which are completely to rule and justify domination of the world. In other terms, because a human, not animals, are those who are only endowed with intelligence and freedom, their domination over nature is legitimate. So the belief in human domination over creation and the doctrine of the image of God, both of these beliefs have been the subject of enormous controversy. Some environmentalists have blamed the Bible to be the source of the trouble and the degradation of the earth. And now we are going to move to another religion, which is Christianity, and see its position toward nature. Like in Judaism, we find the two beliefs, the belief of human dominion over the earth and the belief of God's image. As you know, that the Christian Bible is consisted of two parts. We have the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament is made up of the books of the Hebrew. Accordingly, many Christians rely on the biblical text, for example, Genesis, which stresses the superiority of human to other creation. Humans are entrusted by God with both dominion over and stewardship of creation. In other terms, God had the charge of human to govern and supervise the rest of creation. John Calvin, one of the leaders of Reformation, wrote, I'm quoting what he says, "Let everyone regard himself as the steward of God and all things which he possessed. So beside, many Christians advanced the argument of the image of God to defend the superiority of a human to other creation. Another argument used by Christians to justify the ownership of the nature and mock the superiority is the traditional interpretation of the biblical view of the wilderness. We can read in the Old Testament, the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness for 40 years. Indeed, it is a well-known story in the Old Testament that God, to punish Israelites, put them in desert and in wilderness. And we can find this metaphor of wilderness in the New Testament as well, where we can read, then Jesus was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Indeed, in the New Testament, we can read that Jesus was tempted by the devil in the desert. That's why a Christian believes that wilderness have a negative meaning, negative connotation. So according to many Christians, they see wilderness as a great enemy. Okay, these texts, among other, were used by many conservative Christians and some radical Christians to deny global warming and climate change. And such interpretation were the reason of the rise of criticism against Christian faith to be as one of the first responsible for the deterioration of the environment. In his study, The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis, the great writer Lynn Townsend White charged the Western Christian were to be the principal root of the ecological catastrophe. Wow. And now we're going to move to another religion, which is Islam, and try to see its position toward nature. Okay. Concerning in Islam, we don't find this
Dr. Mindi, sorry for interrupting you. So we are running short of time.
We are out of time.
We are running short of time, so I would request you to please conclude your presentation.
Okay, I'm sorry, because this is just a thesis. I would like to add the antithesis. Anyway, I try to do it rapidly. Well, one reading the Bible. Well, if we take into consideration all other verses, we can realize that this religion, I mean that Islam, Christianity, and Judaism encourage people to protect and to care for the environment. Some Christians charge Christianity, and some scholars charge Islam as well as Judaism to be against nature. It is really literal. It is the literal interpretation of this scripture. But if we try to take into consideration all verses which address with nature, we can see and realize that if you go beyond the letter, we realize that this religion encourage to protect and to care of the environment. Well, thank you for that. I'm sorry to be out of time. I'm really sorry.
No, thank you very much indeed. You have done very well, and you just finished in time. And this harmony of religion and nature is probably well expressed by you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure, Dr. Shaban, do we have any time for questions?
Sir, we will take questions at the end of the session. You may call the next presenter, please.
All right, good. So next on my list is Ms. Durdana Rafiq, if she's around. Durdana is an assistant professor at University of Thurbat. She belongs to District Panjgur, Makran, currently doing her PhD from International Islamic University, Islamabad. So it's over to you, Ms. Durdana Rafiq. Am I audible, by the way?
Yes, you are, and I guess Mr. Dana is around. Yeah, she's there.
Am I audible to you all?
Yes, now you are audible and we can see
now
your
you
presentation.
are.
Okay, thank you so much, Rifa International University, for the invitation. And I also like to thank my teacher, Dr. Fozia Janjua, Associate Professor, International Islamic University. The title of my paper is An Exploration of Anthropocene as Good or Bad, Revisiting Kim Stanz's masterpiece, The Ministry for the Future, under the backdrop of ecosophy. This project is based on a careful exploration of the award-winning novel, The Ministry for the Future, written by Kim Stanley Robinson. An ecosophical perspective is used to explicate Anthropocene as good or bad. The study utilizes a qualitative research design. Besides, this study uses textual analysis as a tool to analyze the novel. The ecosophy proposed by Guattari addresses our understanding as a component of the climate where we reside and how we learn and follow up on the ecological issues. This research finds that Kim Stanley has tried to connect not only the ecology, nature, and its exploitation, but also the poor and their economic exploitation and calls for a better social, economic, and political system on a broader level. Further, this research also identified and explored bad Anthropocene as a reaction to human destruction caused to the earth. The novel, The Ministry for the Future, is a vivid representation of 2030s, where in the year 2023, the state of Lucknow in India becomes the victim of heat wave, which takes the lives of many people. The two concepts which have been taken as the core of this research include good and bad Anthropocene, which are explored further from the perspective of ecosophy. Okay, now let's move to the problem statement. Ecosophy deals with the study of the relationship between humans and their environment. This means it is more than just a philosophy, thus addressing this association between man, environment, and social relations, particularly in the modern era. If we talk about the 21st century, the world is already suffering through COVID-19 pandemic. And now its third layer, Omicron, has also been detected in many countries. Thus, under such era of pandemic, there is a need to study the relationship between man and nature, including social relations, which can provide us better understanding of the world we are living in. The objectives of my research is to investigate and explore the effects of good and bad Anthropocene on the humans in the novel, The Ministry for the Future. And the research question for my study is, what are the effects of good and bad Anthropocene on the humans in the novel, The Ministry for the Future? Significance of the study. This study will help the readers and researchers to explore the areas which has not been discussed in terms of relation between the characters and environment in which they live. The study also helps to understand the relationship between man and nature, including social and mental relations, which can provide us better understanding of the world we are living. Research methodology. I have used a qualitative mode of inquiry as a research design, which is descriptive, creative, and interpretative. The sources used in this study are both primary and secondary sources. The ecosophy proposed by Guattari also helps to understand the relationship of human beings with their environment in which they live and how they act on the environment. Guattari ecosophy is based on three ecology: the social ecology, the environmental ecology, and the mental ecology. Now let's move to the analysis of my paper. Bad Anthropocene as responsible for mass extinctions. Mass extinctions is one of the major threats to our planet. The novel contains various statistics which indicate the mass extinction due to human behavior towards the climate. Human actions, as accepted by the scientists, is causing damage to the climate. Human actions have caused irreplaceable footprints on the geological history of Earth. Okay, there are some examples. I have taken it from the text. Let's move towards the other slide. Good Anthropocene and its power. Human life can achieve its quality even by maintaining cooperative connection with nature. The good Anthropocene includes the protective measure taken by the humans to save the Earth. Humans are the force for transforming the planet. We are indeed living in the world of Anthropocene, since the biggest impact is caused by us on the environment. There is no other force except humans who are playing a role in transforming the planet. The humans started this role from bedrocks to the troposphere, planet, and future. In this novel, Robinson explained humans to be busy in protecting the ice caps in Greenland. For this purpose, they salinate the entire Gulf Stream, which is an effort of conversion of the Sahara narrow basins into salt seas, which requires continuous ocean water pumping. In this way, they divert the Antarctica water for fresh water usage. And there are many places in the novel where we find Robinson describing the drilling process to protect ice caps to pump out the melted water. And this thing describes the terraforming process. Now let's move towards the findings and conclusion of my work. This paper aimed to explore good and bad Anthropocene in the novel The Ministry for the Future. The good Anthropocene includes the protective measures taken by the humans to save the Earth from danger, whereas the bad Anthropocene includes the reaction of the Earth against human actions of Earth exploitations. By taking the excessive fossil fuels consumption, cutting of forests, melting of ice glaciers, the greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, excess heat wave, and global warming. This work calls for an ecosophical framework that would be a source of inspiration for humans to work in harmony with nature. The interests of both humans and nature need to be interlinked for a healthy and wealthy planet. Besides, by highlighting nature protection by the humans pumping of water back to the sea to protect melting of ice glacier, making proper drainage system, freshwater system through Antarctica, this work also calls for the revolutionary measures. Now, recommendation for future research. To study, this study will, there are some recommendations for future, to study literature from the perspective of environment. This study opens new frontiers of knowledge in the field of literature and environment ecosystem. Besides, researchers can use the theoretical perspective on various literary genres to explain or to explore this topic further. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Durdana. Interesting talk. This term Anthropocene that you used, I initially thought was some kind of medication related to penicillin or something, but gratefully I found out the correct meaning. It's probably some geological era related to human activities, I guess, if I'm right. But let's move to the next speaker. That's Shazia Rose. Shazia Rose is an assistant professor at the National University of Modern Languages, Islamabad. She holds a PhD in English literature from NAMAL. She has served nearly 25 years in the teaching field at various levels. She teaches English literature and language, and currently her interests are in literature, women's writing, ecofeminism, etc. Am I audible? I hear some disruption. Farah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay.
Request all the audience to please switch off your mic, please.
All right. So that's about Shazia. Shazia, if you are here, can you please go ahead? Over to you.
Good afternoon and Assalamu alaikum. I hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yes, you are.
First and foremost, this is a wonderful, wonderful conference that's going on. I've been logged in since morning and listening to these wonderful presentations, and each one of them is unique in its own way, and I am hoping that my own would also be a step, an addition to all this wonderful presentation that has gone on. Let me share my screen if I'm able to do that, and then I shall begin my presentation. Okay. So, are the slides visible to everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You can see the slides.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, well, I start off by thanking Rifa International University for organizing and holding the International Conference on Ecolinguistics and Ecological Narratives, and also for giving me the opportunity to participate in this wonderful, sorry, in this wonderful event, which is very significant and is based on the issues.
Dr. Shazia, pardon me for interrupting you. Your screen is not visible now, your slides.
I don't know. I have also shared the slides through the email I had just before the presentation. If you could please share the slides from there.
Give us just 2 seconds. Let us fix it.
Okay, take it. Well, in the meanwhile, I'll go on till the slide part starts.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
So keeping in mind the goals of this conference, I see my presentation falls somewhere within the realm of the second goal, that is to explore the stories and the theories of ecolinguistics, which see humans not only as part of society, but also as part of larger ecosystem. The title of my presentation is Écriture Feminine and Ecofeminism, a review of Langley's You Are Divine, a search for a goddess in all of us. So moving on, are the slides starting? Okay. I don't know what the problem is. I'm trying to...
Ma'am, it will just take 1 to 2 seconds to upload your slides.
So can I please continue in order?
Here we go, ma'am. You can see now.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right. All right. So This is the month of March, March being the International Women's History Month. It is the most appropriate time, I guess, for this conference to be taking place, and also my presentation. So I will begin with a little intro to what is women's history and Women's History Month, and then I'd like to say something about women's writing very briefly, and then move on to ecofeminism and the concept of the divine feminine and its relation to the ecology or environment. Last but not the least, I would, that is the main objective of my paper. I would review Dr. Langley's recently published nonfiction book, You Are Divine, A Search for a Goddess in All of Us, and how it perceives the notion of the divine feminine and why it is deemed necessary for all for an all-around healthy ecology. Coming to women's history, briefly speaking, it is the study of the role or the part that women have played in history and the methods that are required to conduct that study. So it deals with probing into the history of the growth of women's rights through the pages of recorded history, finding out their personal achievement over a period of time, and also to examine individuals as well as groups of women holding historical significance, as well as the effect that different events throughout the course of history, the effects that these events have had on them. So it is essential for this study of women's history to have the conviction that the more traditional recordings of history have minimized or ignored women's contributions in the fields, in different fields, as well as how historical events have impacted women as a whole. Having said that, women's history is also, this is please slide number 4, I guess. I cannot, yeah, take it. It is essential for, having said that, I said that women's history is also deemed as part of historical revisionism that seeks to context or enlarge the traditional historical record. In this regard, I see Women's History Month as, please the next slide, slide number 5. I see the Women's History Month as an endeavor to make up for that neglect in the past in properly acknowledging and celebrating women. It was in 1978 that marks the beginning of the commemoration of Women's History Day in the US, and finally in 1987 the month of March was assigned as Women's History Month, an annual commemoration to highlight the contribution of women in history and in contemporary times. The occasion of celebrating or commemorating Women's History Month can be aligned with the second wave of feminism, and it aimed to increase equality for women by building on previous feminist gains. Associated with this second wave of feminism is also the concept of ecofeminism or women's writing that Helen Souzo presented in her essay, The Laugh of Medusa. It establishes a genre of literary writing that deviates from the traditional masculine styles of writing and examines the relationship between the cultural and psychological inscription of the female body and female difference in language and text. Luke Gray, Chantal Chawaf, Catherine Clement, and Julia Kristeva are credited with lending their insight into women's writings and expanding it. These are some of the theorists and attached with ecofeminism. So the theory of ecofeminism does what it foregrounds the position of language for the psychic understanding of the self. As far as Suzo is concerned, she talks about the hidden signifier in language, which expresses the indescribable and which cannot be articulated in structuralist language. For Suzo, writing styles such as the stream of consciousness have a more feminine structure and tone than the traditional modes of writing because of their free and flowing nature. This links ecological feminism to psychoanalysis and the way that the humans come to an understanding of their roles in society. It expounds how women who may be positioned as other in the masculine symbolic order can reaffirm their understanding of the world through engaging with their own otherness, both within and outside their own minds or consciousness. Dr. Langley's book, which I am to review, is one such piece of ecological feminine. Am I still audible? It's showing that my connection is unstable.
No, ma'am, you are quite audible. Ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, please, can we move to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, as I was saying, that all these aspects taken into consideration, we see that the book under review is a piece of ecological feminine itself. The important aspects of this presentation include ecofeminism and the concept of the divine feminine, which will guide us in reviewing Langley's book under and ecofeminism. What we find is that it is, as we all know, it is an offshoot of eco-criticism and deals with the issues of treatment of women and the environment. It looks into and highlights how the environment or ecology or the balance of nature has been disrupted, damaged, or destroyed by man, and in similar fashion has done the same to the women, thus causing a grave imbalance in our society and the environment. On the contrary, we see the idea of the divine feminism as it seeks to restore the balance in nature, which can be attained by combining the divine feminism, the divine feminine and the divine masculine energies, which are the two halves of a complete whole, like the concept of yin and yang. So what is the definition for, or how do we identify the divine feminine and the masculine, the divine masculine energies? Moving on to slide number 9. Yeah, thank you.
Ma'am, pardon me for interruption. We are running short of time. We would request you to please conclude your presentation.
All right, all right. Well, I will skip all these things and go on to Dr. Langley and her book, right? And well, if we can move on to slide number 16. So Dr. Langley, who is an author of around 30 books, ranging from children's literature to nonfiction and fictional books, has written this one book which has just recently been published by the title of You Are Divine, A Search for a Goddess in All of Us. This is one of our efforts that deals with the socially relevant issues related to ecofeminism and asks us to embrace our feminine strength. As in the same vein, we see that Langley, through this book, makes available the advice of the divine females, those whom we consider to be spiritually sacred and spiritually divine, having those pure qualities, and how their traits can be adopted by the individuals, the common human beings, and in our lives for a positive feel and for a positive view to life. So as far as her book is concerned, it starts off with an introduction that gives us the reasons and rationale for writing the book, and is followed by 14 chapters. Each of the chapters is designed in such a way that it starts off with a discussion it opens up a discussion talking about what is the divine feminine, what are the qualities of the divine feminine. It explores the different historical images that we have, and it also brings in the
Dr. Rose, I'm afraid you have already consumed all your time. In fact, overtime, you're running overtime. We can hear.
15 minutes already done?
Believe me, they are.
Sorry.
Time passes so fast.
So just give me a minute to conclude.
30 seconds.
All time.
Okay. I'll be generous. I'll give you 1 more minute.
Okay. Thank you. What my finding of this book is that it has a very holistic and inclusive approach to reach out to women as well as to men, so that they are able to get in touch with the masculine and feminine sides of their person and accept their own persons, recognize their own strengths, celebrate diversity, call for justice, connect with creativity, explore ecofeminism, and build harmony with themselves and the world around them. And Langley, with her powerful interviews and journaling prompts, invites each individual to find their inner strength and let go of the expectations of the society and embrace their own divinity. At the end, I would like to quote the very quote that was the very verse that was quoted in one of the previous presentations that will sum up the portion of finding the divine within ourselves. And this is from Genesis 1, verse 27. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them, male and female, he created them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. I will have to rush now to the next speaker, Actionbased. She's currently teaching at International Islamic University, Islamabad, a PhD scholar there as well as a teacher. And among her other interests is also ecolinguistics. So it's over to you, Actionbased.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible to you all?
You are, yes, to me at least.
Right. So first of all, I would like to thank to Research University for giving me such a wonderful platform to share my research. And I would also like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Fozia Janjua, to help me in this project. So as far as my topic is concerned, so my topic is, as you can see, it is egocentrism to ecocentrism, a visual ecosophical analysis of the graphic novel As the World Burns. So my study focuses on the ecosophical thoughts by Guattari as an instrument of knowledge of the thought and their respective connection to semiotics. So for this purpose, this study incorporates Guattari's ecosophical model, and it is going to merge with visual grammar of Kress and von Leeuwen, which I have applied on the graphic novel As the Word Burn by Derek Jensen and Stephen Macmillan, published in 2007. So, right. So we see the 21st century has made a mark in the Anthropocene's era by propelling the ecological crisis across the world. This is mainly due to the increasing action of man's obsession with materialistic approach, which causes deterioration of nature without worrying about the future. Guattari states that the individual and collective human lifestyle evolved towards a progressive deterioration of our planet. In this sense, the environmental problems of contemporaneity are the results of human actions without consideration, which causes the ecological disaster. The research objective of this study is to analyze the visuals of the graphic novel As the Word Burns by employing the model of Kress and von Leeuwen in order to reveal the environmental, mental, and social ecosophy in the graphic novel. My research question of this study is, how does the graphic of As the Word Burns evolve in the meaning-making semiotic process to investigate ecosophy? So this is the theoretical framework of Kress and von Leeuwen, which I have applied in my study. So without going into detail of this framework, I'm going to my second framework of ecosophy. This is by Felix Guattari. He has given this framework in 2009, which include environmental, mental, and social ecosophies. So my problem statement is that many studies on ecolinguistics focus on the analysis of language and totally ignore the analysis of the visuals. Consequently, all the messages encoded in the images are neglected, and the construction of meaning is solely confined to the analysis of the verbal content. So the present study focuses on investigating the visual cues as the tool for exploring ecosophical meanings in the graphic novel of As the Word Burn by Daniel. So as far as my research methodology is concerned, it revolves around three meta functions of visual grammar, which are representational, interactive, and compositional, to explore the three types of ecosophies, which are mental, social, and environmental in the graphic novel As the Word Burns. So this is one image which I have taken from the novel As the Word Burns. You can see in the speech bubble, the actor is a one-eyed bunny animal, and in the background, you can see the pollution, heaps of garbage there, and he's thinking, the bunny, and then they will add the cans to millions of other used cans and melt them down using coal burning plants that spew toxins into the air, and then use all that metals to make more cans using still more energy. Okay. So this is the visual analysis of the figure 1, in which I have pointed out the actor, the goal, what kind of speech process is there, is it transactional or non-transactional, what are the means, what are the classification, what are the temporal and spatial settings, is it exclusive or inclusive? So obviously this message is for all the humankind, so this is inclusive, what is spatial context, and what are symbolic processes. As far as the interactive meaning is concerned, so I have analyzed in terms of contextualization, modality, image act, brightness, coding orientation, distancing, right. So as far as compositional meanings are concerned, so we have seen that the salience has been created through animal characters. What is the sharpness of focus? It is present over there. Foregrounding has been created by showing the animal character. And sense of belonging is naturalistic, and horizontal axis has been used in that image. Now I am moving towards my second framework, which is ecosophical analysis. So as I mentioned earlier, ecosophy is a paradigm for ecological reasonings anchored in a genuine philosophical framework directed toward practical action, both through political engagement and everyday action. So obviously the two, political engagement and everyday action, combined constituting a lifestyle, environmental, social, and mental ecologies. So in the image, we have seen that I have analyzed it that a kind of catastrophe has been presented over there in form of certain lexical items. For example, at the cans, millions of other cans melted down, spew toxins, etc. Human interventions, these are very evident in the visual, which are pointing towards binary oppositions in terms of pronouns, us versus them, which are also indicating in-group and out-group boundaries. Vulnerability of nature is also there. For example, toxin in the air. This image is actually referring towards the relationship, to understand the relationship between human and nature, and how can we collectively correct it. And it is also pointing a capitalist lifestyle. When we talk about social ecosophy, so social ecosophy is also there because the body is pointing out the totalizing dimension of planetary community. The actor is also pointing out the new socio-environmental ecological knowledge. The body is also referring to postmodern mutations which transform the way of living and also making the human accountable to the environment. Visuals are also focusing on subjective semiotics. Now, what is subjectivity? The subjectivity refers to how we see the world and ourselves, as well as how we think and behave in order to protect and care for the environment. The images also help us to analyze the psychological interconnectedness with the animal world. So, what are the findings of my study? Actually, and my linguistic analysis, the model of visual grammar, Kress and Levon model helped me to analyze the linguistic features and worked as a tool to highlight the exophical elements. So we have seen that the reactional processes, which is presented through animal characters, they are worried about the ecological crisis. Taxonomies are also highlighted in terms of human superiority on other species in the planet. The actor in the visual has offered the viewers a food for thought to contemplate on the environmental crisis. And this engages the viewers to make them understand ecosophies as a rational approach towards looking at inseparable relationship of man with nature. We have seen that in the images, the selection of frontal, horizontal angles are also important because it helped to make a relationship between participants and viewers. So we can say that the image defined the need of unity and interconnectedness for the rational conceptualization of ecological issues. So thank you. I hope you understood my frameworks and my study. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, Afshan. It was very enlightening. And that brings us to the last speaker of the session, Ms. Rafaqat Bano, who, being the last speaker, has exactly 10 minutes left to cover. Rafaqat Bano is an English language teacher for over 20 years now. And here she is. Rafaqat, it's over to you. Can Rafaqat hear us?
Mr. Rafaqat Bano, you there?
Yes, I am here. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, Assalamu alaikum. I am Rafaqat Bano, MPhil Literature, and with teaching experience more than 20 years. Today, the topic of my presentation is role of eco-solidarity in second language learning. Sometimes students ignore the first language learning methods and they confuse in performance. The theory I used here is
Ma'am, sorry for interruption. If you have your slides with you, can you please play your slides?
Yes, in fact, I sent an email.
Okay, ma'am, then please wait. Let us fix it for you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Rafakat. Meanwhile, you can continue.
Okay. Research question is,
Yes, please continue. We can hear you, and someone from our tower is going to display your slides.
okay, okay. Research question is, what are the aspects behind sometimes students confuse in second language learning? Theory is applied here. Social solidarity, which describes that if a person get interaction with other people, get interaction with environment, and get interaction with the nature, then definitely it helps in learning, it helps in getting education, and it also helps in second language learning. I have selected Pygmalion by Bernard Shaw because the main theme of the play is learning second language, and he emphasizes throughout the play to learn comprehensive language. He also says, he emphasizes that language is divine gift of God, and we should respect it, we should honor it, and we should use it on good purposes. I would like to
Miss
define the
Banu, just let me interrupt you. In fact, we have been contacting you. We haven't received your slides. And
Okay.
I just want you to precisely talk about your research. Of course, we know the detail through your abstract. So precisely talk about your research, and then we have plenty of questions to ask in which you might want to cover things. Okay?
In starting, we see that Lisa interacts with the people and in the play. He interacts with the people, environment, and we see that the things, the issues are making the eco-solidarity, and they are focusing to get education and to focus on the language learning and focus on the importance of the language. In the play, in the starting, in the opening, we see that it rains by chance. By chance it rains, and by chance the people get shelter by the church, and they speak different tones, different pronunciation, and different accents. Then two linguistics experts join them, they gather them. In fact, they are making the eco-solidarity. They are solidarity and paving the path for language learning. And that time, one of the linguistic experts says that Lisa her language is disgusting because she speaks lowest level. And he emphasized that it is a divine gift, we should respect it. And then he bets that he will change an illiterate girl into high-class lady. And on the spot, I want to say that all these are making a group. All those are developing eco-solidarity to pave the path for learning, for second language learning. And in the same way, again, in her dirty room, she interacts in her imagination with the high-class ladies, upper-class ladies, and she imitates as she talks with them, she walks like them, and her own nature, she says that I am a good girl. I respect my character, I value my character. And all these things are working in eco-solidarity so that for the sake of learning, for the sake of second language learning on the same pattern, on the same way as we use in childhood first language learning. And when the students ignore the things, then he faces problems or in performance. Second, and then he comes in Higgins' office, who is language expert, and their laboratory, there is extreme learning environment is there. She interacts with the two linguistic experts, and her own nature, which is determined that she is a good girl, and she respects her, and she will polish her, and she will improve her, and she will learn comprehensive English speaking so that she would be able to get job. Then in starting, every step she begins to cry, but on such step, on this point, she is getting confidence. She is removing the hesitation, and all these are helping her in second language learning. English are not mother language, but the required pronunciation or accent is second language learning for her. Then they take her outside, and she interacts with the strangers, their behavior, their face expression, their tone, their phonetics, and their pronunciation. And on returning back to laboratory, she laughs at them. Now she is in position. A time was she cries on her lowest accent, and now she's improving, and she's getting the confidence. And it is a point when and after they take her, Mrs. Higgins, and she also talks with them, and she gets chance to speak with them and interact with the social gathering. And in result, again,
sorry for interruption, Mr. Faqat Banu. We are running short of time. I would request you to please conclude your presentation.
I want to say that when a person struggles for language, respect and give honor to language, then he learns. And in last, she gives successful presentation in front of the high class people, upper class people, and famous judges, famous mentors, and she's successful. And at this point, she discovers herself. She discovers her own energies, own stamina, and she says that she claims that she can get job anywhere. She can teach the students, and a time was when she was weeping for her lowest accent, and now she is in position to teach second language to other students. And at that time, her teacher, her linguistic experts claims that he feels proud because he has made her.
Ms. Bano, I hate to interrupt you, but your time is over. So you have to conclude, please.
She discovers herself and teacher says that he has made her a woman in real, and he feels proud on her because now she is in position to stand anywhere, get any job, or it is the main theme of a main idea of the work. Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Mr. Faqat Bano. That brings us to the conclusion of this session. We have hardly 5 minutes for the questions left, I guess, I'm afraid. So any questions for any speaker?
Thank you, Dr. Babar. We have a couple of questions. And the first question is from Dr. Rashid. The question is, monotheistic faiths are the great proponents of protection of environment, but by and large, their followers are not quite sensitive to the divine guidance about nature and environment. What measures could be adopted to sanitize the followers of Abrahamic religions in particular?
So this is for Dr. Rashid, is it?
Yes, sir.
If they form the eco-solidarity.
Dr. Rashid, you there? Okay, so the next question, I suppose, is from post-colonial ecofeminism. And the question is, okay, that is another question. There is no doubt about every religion values circulate around the human beings and perpetuates that they should be given importance. But is that we don't talk about people suffering around us, not only at any country level, but also at global level, for example, Kashmir and Palestine. Anyone from the panelist?
I believe this is also directed to Dr. Rashid, but yes, any other person who would like to address this question.
Okay, there is another question for Ms. Afsha Abbas. Could you please reflect on the idea of egocentrism?
Right. Okay, as all the presenters, they focus on this point that we must look at a planet as a planetary community. So, and we should avoid the aspect of anthropocentrism. So actually the topic refers to that the approach of human beings should not be anthropocentric, but it should be biocentric. So that's why I inculcated that idea in my topic of the study. I hope
Thank you, Ms. Afsha. Over to Dr. Barber. I would like you to please say a few lines for concluding the session.
Well, thank you very much, all the participants, for this enlightened session. I'm pretty sure everybody, all the participants, they took something out of whatever has been said here. I wish we had more time and probably a follow-up conference to this. This is a very important topic, linguistics and whatever other related areas are. A short 2 days conference can motivate other people, I'm pretty sure, to continue. But thank you, Rifa University. Thank you especially Dr. Shaban, the person behind this conference, and all the other moderators, including Farah Ansari, who is doing an excellent job, outstanding job here, and all the participants throughout the world connecting to us at different time zones, from different time zones. I hope nobody had to get up at 2 a.m. for this session or to deliver a speech. But if that has happened, our sincere apologies to that person. But we did definitely benefited from all the talks, all the ideas. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Dr. Babar, for your kind words and sparing time for us. We love to be in contact, and I hope you'll be friend with Rifa International University. So thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you for joining us here. I am Rahila Naz from the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad, Pakistan. I welcome you all to the fifth session of Day 2 of the International Conference on Ecolinguistics and Ecological Narratives organized by the Department of English at Rifa International University. Before we formally begin, I would like to request the presenters to please strictly follow the timeline of 10 minutes. Dear participants, the chair for our session is Dr. Muhammad Islam. Dr. Muhammad Islam did his PhD in ELT and Applied Linguistics from University of Leeds, UK, and Masters from University of Leicester, UK. He has been associated with University of the Punjab since 2008. And at present, he is serving as HOD Head Department of ELT and Linguistics. He is also working with Rifa International University as consultant for its English departments across the country. He has received Talented Teacher Award for 3 consecutive years. His main research interests include ELT, applied linguistics, second language learning, and critical discourse analysis. Dr. Islam has a number of publications. One of his publications, the L2 Motivational Self-System and National Interest, a Pakistani Perspective, has been cited across the world with more than 225 citations. He has presented his research papers in several conferences, nationally and internationally. He also reviews articles for a highly reputed international impact factor research journal system in the field of ELT and applied linguistics. It is an honor for us to have him here. I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Islam to please come and take over the proceedings of the session. Meanwhile, our worthy participants can ask questions in the chat box. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rahila Naz, for such a generous introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Shaban, for organizing this wonderful conference and for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. I'm already excited about it. It includes some very interesting discussions about ecolinguistics, which is obviously an emerging field in the world of linguistics as well as in the context like us. So beginning with a big thanks to all of you. I'll start with the session without wasting much time because we all know we are living with time limitations, especially when we are online. On such platforms, time restrictions can be challenged. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Ildo Honorio Ducoto, if I'm able to pronounce it correctly. Dr. Ildo has been dynamic in promoting the discipline of ecolinguistics across the world. Today, he'll talk about ecosystemic discourse analysis. But before we go on to his talk, I'll just introduce him briefly, though I don't have words to explain him thoroughly. Dr. Ildo Ducoto works in the Department of Linguistics of the University of Brasilia as Professor Emeritus. He has published a few books on ecolinguistics in Portuguese, including the first introduction to the discipline ever to be published in a Romance language, and an anthology containing practically all the classical essays on the subject, which is quite a remarkable achievement. He created an ecolinguistics website also, and an online journal on this emerging field. He also organizes the Brazilian meetings on ecolinguistics, which takes place every 2 years, beginning in 2012. He has a blog in English with 7 articles, as well as one in Portuguese containing 27 essays. He also has an ecolinguistics list with over 300 members. His production also includes several articles and book chapters in Portuguese as well as in English. And he has supervised many MA and PhD theses. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here for this talk. Over to you now.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for an invitation to take part in this important event. Unfortunately, I will not talk about ecological narratives. I will try to present a theory for the study and analysis of ecological and unecological narratives. That is, my presentation is ecosystemic discourse analysis, and let me try to share my presentation with you. Can you see it? Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, as I said, I will try to present a theory in 15 minutes, ecosystemic discourse analysis, for short, EDA. Ecosystemic discourse analysis is a sub-theory of ecosystemic linguistics. From now on, EL, for the analysis of text discourses. It pushes forward Alvin Field's idea of using language to avoid conflicts or to put an end to it, as well as to defend life and fight avoidable suffering. Conflict is a destructive social behavior that can also show up at the mental and the biological levels. Let me begin by giving a brief outline of EDA's general framework, that is ecosystemic linguistics, which is the general framework inside which EDAs emerged. Ecosystemic linguistics sees language as embedded in a linguistic ecosystem, which consists of a people living in its territory and whose members communicate by means of the traditional way of communicating their language. And here we have a definition or a concept of language. LPT, language, people, territory, are a prerequisite for the integrity and identity of any people. So much so that in Southern Africa, there are some languages and language varieties that have a prefix to indicate it. For instance, Sesotho is the language of the Basotho people of the Lesotho country region. And here are the four linguistic ecosystems. We recognize an integral, a natural, a mental, and a social ecosystem of language. The integral ecosystem of language contains, that is, integrates the natural, the mental, and the social, as can be seen in Code 2018, the Routledge Handbook of Ecolinguistics. The integral ecosystem may be seen from the perspective of language community and speech community. This is a very important distinction, which unfortunately sociolinguists have not made. Language community is the domain of the system, so that the English community, language community, comprises England, USA, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and other regions of the world. It is like the biome in ecology. The speech community is any group of people of any size delimited by the investigator. It corresponds perfectly to the concept of regular ecosystem in biology, which is also delimited by the researcher, as the proponent of the term ecosystem said in 1935, Arthur Tunsley. Let me go on. Ecosystemic linguistics departs from the concept of an ecosystem to build its theoretical architecture. It does not use ecological concepts as mere metaphors. And here is a big difference between our approach to ecolinguistics and others in Europe, for example. But as real ecological concepts, because it is inside ecology, not outside. Ecosystemic linguistics is a part of general ecology. The central concept in biological ecosystem is interaction not the population of organisms or the territory. Similarly, in ecosystemic linguistics, language is seen as interaction, not primarily as a system, as in traditional theories of language. It is not an instrument of communication, a tool of communication. It is communication. The former view, language as a system, reifies language, whereas the latter, language as interaction, sees it as a real-world phenomenon. Since ecosystemic linguistics is an ecological discipline, ecosystem linguist may avail himself of any concept of ecology. The biological ecosystem is the setting in which life manifests and develops. The linguistic ecosystem is the setting in which linguistic interactions take place. Ecosystemic linguistics is not a theoretic model like generative grammar for the study of syntax. It is rather a general framework inside which you can investigate any language phenomena using the appropriate theory and methodology. That is, it is multidisciplinary and multi-methodological. However, we do not need to be omniscient to do that. If needed, we can ask for the help of a specialist to analyze the phenomenon at issue and give us the result that we evaluate from the viewpoint of the general framework as suggested by Mark Garner's focusing method. This phenomenon can be syntactic, phonological, or text discourse. The latter is studied by the branch of ecosystemic linguistics known as ecosystemic discourse analysis. EDA starts off from the natural ecosystem of language, which consists of flesh and blood people living in their territory with living beings of other species and communicating by the traditional way of communicating their language. For this reason, the two main principles of EDA are, first, unconditional defense of life, of all living beings, not only of humans. Second, this defense include fighting avoidable suffering. There is also unavoidable suffering or pain. It exists to force living beings to avoid mutilation of their bodies, to preserve themselves, to preserve their lives. There are three types of suffering: natural, physical, mental, or social. Physical suffering or pain may be caused by pinching, beating, killing. Mental suffering is caused by calling words, psychological torture, sexual and moral harassment, and so on. And social suffering obtains, for instance, when somebody tries to ridicule or slander somebody else inside the family or the community. Further, there are degrees of suffering. For instance, a pinch, physical suffering, is much less offensive than a sexual or a moral harassment, the mental suffering. Torture may cause psychical, mental, and physical suffering. All these are avoidable and unnecessary sufferings. As Arne Naess, the creator of deep ecology, one of the sources of ecosystemic discourse analysis, as he said, "You shall not inflict unnecessary suffering upon other living beings." EA was also influenced by Taoism, Gandhi's philosophy of life, and James Martin's positive discourse analysis. Since EDA is a part of ecosystemic linguistics, EDA's practitioner may use any of the else concepts, categories, or properties, as is the case with holism. If you look at a situation from a holistic point of view, you are avoiding radicalism or fundamentalism. You avoid being partial. Diversity. Respecting it is a way of avoiding discrimination of what is different. Evolution, the world, our minds, and society are always evolving. They are not static. Adaptation, everything in the world evolves to adapt to new circumstances along time. Language, for example, evolves to cope with the new communicative needs of its users. In other words, everything evolves to adapt and adapt to in evolving. Adaptation and evolution are two sides of the same coin. And openness or porosity. Biological ecosystem exchanges matter, energy, and information with surrounding ecosystems. The same is true of linguistic ecosystem. They influence neighboring ecosystems and are influenced by them. Any language has influence from neighboring languages and influence them. Let's see some examples of how to approach some types of text discourses using EDA's theory. In the case of a violent husband who mistreats his wife, calls her words, beats her, kills her, traditional discourse analysis base themselves fundamentally on political ideologies and power relations. That is, they emphasize the conflict woman versus man. EDA departs from eco-ideology, the ideology of life, which is based on harmony, conciliation, communion, which is a fundamental concept in all ecosystemic linguistics. According to political ideology, the violent husband must be immediately arrested and escorted to jail in handcuffs. Sometimes this must really be done. However, as soon as he gets out of jail, he goes back home more angry and more violent, and the wife is alone with him. And in this case, only God knows what may happen. EDA prefers to convince him that it is better for him to be an ally of his wife, not an enemy. That is, to emphasize the idea of man plus woman or woman plus man. This attitude may attain more durable results. In other words, EDA defends her not because she is a woman, but because she is a human and animal being who is suffering, undergoing unnecessary pain. Defending her from the point of view of political ideology, that is, emphasizing woman versus man, would be a kind of discrimination from the upside down or the wrong way round. The same principle applies to the case of infanticide among some ethnic groups. EDA followers are against the practice because it implies the maximum suffering or pain a living being can undergo, death. Some anthropologists might say that we cannot interfere because it is an ancient cultural practice. Not allowing the group to follow its traditions would amount to inflict social suffering upon the community as a whole. For EDA, it is important to point out that cultural practices may change over time, whereas death is irreversible. In this and in similar situations, EDA stays on the side of life. After all, almost all these groups are totally or partially acculturated. Therefore, we ought to save children from this practice whenever possible, not violently, but as carefully as possible. In the case of unacculturated and uncontacted groups, they exist at all, we must leave them alone and not interfere with the practices. However, even in this case, if it is possible to rescue a child who is condemned to sacrifice, to death, why not do it? In Brazil, this was done a few times. According to eco-ideology, life comes first. As a matter of fact, each case is a case. There are no infallible rules to be universally followed. EDA only offers general guidelines with some hints at how to act, always putting life first. What to do in each concrete situation is indeed a difficult task. Due to the recommendation to act in defense of life, that is activism, EDA is in favor of respecting diversity in all manifestations. Let me skip some points and go to a kind of summary of my presentation. Main points. That is, ecosystemic discourse analysis has this name because it is a sub-theory of ecosystemic linguistics. Ecosystemic linguistics has this name because it is built on the biological ecosystem. The biological ecosystem is the setting, the scenario or environment where living beings live. The central concept, category of this ecosystem is interaction, specifically interaction between living organisms and their environment, as well as between individual organisms or between organisms or groups of organisms. Not about defending nature, because it doesn't need to be defended. It has always followed and will continue to follow its course with us or without us. What we must defend is life and what supports it in our own interest. As everything in the world is interconnected, we must defend the life not only of humans, but of all living beings. After all, our lives depend on theirs. And here is some bibliography, some references I used in this presentation. Here is the logo of the Brazilian meetings on ecolinguistics. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ildo, for this insightful talk. Can I just ask Dr. Shaban, are we supposed to take questions right now?
We can take questions towards the end of the session.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shaban. Dr. Ildo, please stay with us. So we might have a question for you later on. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, now moving on to our second keynote speaker. He's Dr. Diego Ford. Dr. Diego will talk about semiotics of change, emotional framing in environmental narratives. Dr. Diego is a researcher for the National Library of Argentina, a professor of linguistics, social semiotics, multimodality, critical discourse analysis, and ecolinguistics for the University of Buenos Aires, Argentina, and University of La Serena, Chile. So he has been working across the world. His current work focuses on emotion and semiotics of music. Thank you, Dr. Diego, for joining us. Over to you now.
Allow me to, are you sharing my presentation?
Yes, we can see that now, Diego.
But I'm not controlling it. Are you? Oh, sorry. My bad. Thank you. Now, do you see my presentation correctly?
Yes, we can see that now.
Perfect. So, I will talk, as the kind introduction said, about emotional framing in animal rights and environmental narratives. This has been more or less the work I've been developed in the last 10 years. So, why emotion? As Maya Angelou said once, people will forget what you said and people will forget what you did, but people never forget what you make them feel. How do you make them feel, sorry. This is, as we can see, as we will see in the next few minutes, a very important issue in narratives and actually in environmental and animal rights narratives. My work, the work I've been developed is mostly theoretically framed in multimodality and social semiotics, the theory of Kress and Van Leeuwen as the main framework. But I also use, I have extended my views on multimodality, not just to image, but as we are going to see today, with emotional, facial expression of emotions, which come from cognitive psychology. And lately, I have added some of music theory and design, because as we aim to show today, meaning is everywhere and emotion is everywhere. So, multimodal stories. As human beings, we are constantly exposed to meaning everywhere. We go out in the streets, we can see advertisings, we see other people's faces, everything has some kind of meaning. And this is somehow related to the story we live by. The meanings we see are relevant to us because we have some narratives in mind, narratives with we have grown, narratives we face every day. And in most Western countries, but I believe this is a story that, or at least basic narrative that most of us share, not only in Western countries. This is more or less the, yes?
We are sorry to interrupt you, but your slides are not moving.
Sorry. You see now multimodal stories slide?
Yes, we can see.
Have changed now?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, this is more or less the story we can say we share all. Men over the top and everything comes below. Of course, this is a story that adjusts differently in different places, but more or less we can agree that we can find some common points in many countries. So, from a storytelling perspective, the way to keep an audience attention is to continually increase attention in the story. We attend to this story because we intuitively understand that we, too, may have to face difficult tasks, and we need to learn how to develop our own deep resolve. In the brain, maintaining attention produces signs of arousal. The heart and breathing speed up, stress hormones are released, and our focus is high. Once a story has sustained our attention long enough, we may begin to emotionally resonate with story's characters. Narratologists call this transportation, and your experience. You experience this when your palms sweat as James Bond trades blows with a villain or at top of a speeding train. More or less, this is why emotions are important in narratives, and that's why we buy the story, and the story becomes part of us. Quickly, what I usually examine is facial expression of emotion, body language, music, color and modulation, and typography. I usually go a little bit deeper with images, as the model of Kress and Van Leeuwen poses another topics such as camera focus angles and this kind of things. I don't want to extend too much with this here, but today I'm going to focus mainly in facial expression of emotions in relation to the camera angles. Well, the important thing are positive emotions. Positive affect, according to numerous theorists, facilitates approach behavior. So in life, we feel more attracted to people with that manifests positive emotions. When we see someone angry or someone with a furious face, we tend to avoid him or avoid her. It's we are attracted more to smiles than to angry faces. This is used by advertisement and different narratives to show different kinds of stories. In neoclassical economics, we can find this or this kind of things. And people buying happiness. The car is at the center of the image and the whole family is smiling all around. This is US 50s advertising. It's a little old for today, but it manifests some of the categories we can see today. Slide changes in today's advertising, we can see actually focusing more on the product. In this case, even the human participant is looking at the product. The car is at the center of the image once again, and we cannot even see the face of the human, because I didn't say that, but facial expressions are important even when they are not present. In this case, they are not present, and this is because it's not important what this guy is feeling. The important thing here is the car. But when we are talking, for instance, about insurance, we have smiling people. They are happy, even when there's a terrible monster beside them. And not only happy, as we can see, some of these people are actually watching outside the image. They are asking us to involve. They are looking at us as spectators, and they are asking us to involve in the image and in which is happen, which is their happiness. Once again, we can see smiles. This is an old Argentine advertisement of Fernet Branca, also from the 50s or 60s, but we can see a woman smiling. Here, faces are not shown, but we can see in the Apple advertising that they are happy. I will quickly move to what I want. All right, we here have, again, happy faces. Now, not looking outside the image, but looking up, which in Western culture, it's always related to the future, the good desires. Everything that's up in the Western images is related to a better future, so to speak. But then neoclassical economics and what we can say today, capitalist discourse, is kindly moving towards environmental narratives. As we can see, even ants want to recycle Coke bottles. But what I wanted to present today is NGOs use something like an ethical framing. So they usually pose negative emotion framing. As we can see, this is perhaps the more positive way in which they can frame some things. Yes, animals made out of garbage, or an ocean full of trash. This is an example of how they frame nature and non-human animals in a negative way, trying to relate to human processes. So they are putting, in this case, the polar bears in a human situation, negative human situation, trying to relate people to that kind of situations. The same in this case, we are not that negative. The monkey is not living in the streets, but they are trying to bring us inside the narrative in one way or the other. This is again a narrative in which we cannot see faces, but we can see they are dragging us into some kind of negative story, and we can actually see faces. This kid is almost crying with her head down, looking at all the cows. This is from a boycott with a small b. It's NGO, an animal rights NGO in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Here we have another advertising from a boycott. This is from PETA. As we can see, in the case of PETA, they are relating to some kind of negative emotion with the skin Bugs Bunny. But in this case, boycott is trying to frame differently this figure. They had several campaigns in Buenos Aires, in the streets of Buenos Aires, where they are trying to relate the faces of animals with the word persona, people in Spanish. They're trying to put in the common sense of the people that animals are persons too. But surely, as we see often, this is the way in which most NGOs are framing animals and nature too, or a sad and a very scared animal. A few cases in which this is not the case, we can find it in this, which I just found this photo of three girls, but PETA has been made campaigns with men, famous men too. They all with the slogan, we'd rather go naked than wear fur. But in this case, we can see the smiles, and they are not wearing anything. Another case of happy images can be seen with this kind of images, where we can see happy animals not dying, but having fun and developing their own lives in the open. To close, a few words. Neoclassical economics and capitalistic discourse always portray happy humans in close shots and horizontal takes, which in Crescent-Ball-Lewin's theory means they are the images presented as real, as representing the truth. And these images present offer and demand acts. I mean, offer one, information is just offered and the participants are not looking outside the camera, and demand when they are looking and drawing us into the camera, asking us to involve. But when when these participants are demanding something from us, they are acting like in a kind of seduction. This is positive emotions related to the product or their benefits, and negative emotions triggered by not having it. On the other hand, NGOs present almost no humans, also in close shots in horizontal takes, as in neoclassical economics discourse, offer and demand acts, but in this case, demand acts are related to judgment acts. They are not seducing us, but mostly asking to decide between what's wrong and what's right. This is negative emotions are related to doing what's wrong, and positive emotions triggered by doing what's the right thing to do. Finally, how to solve this dilemma. As Kerry Freeman poses, what NGOs tend to do is to, or what she thinks the NGOs must do, is to not move away from this ethical movement, but keep the connection with life, justice, freedom, and respect for nature and animals. But what I would like to add is that, as her rival says, non-human animals and nature have their own story that haven't been told. What the rival states is that many animals have fought against the human oppression, but those stories have never been told. And that's it. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the organization for having me and for solving small problems I had before I started. Thank you.
No worries, Diego. Thank you very much for joining us for this wonderful talk. And there was a lot of things we probably can be inspired by. Thank you very much. Our next speaker for today's talk is Mr. Yasser Abbasbey. Mr. Yasser is an assistant professor in linguistics from the Government College Sialkot. He is also a PhD scholar at University of Management and Technology. His chief areas of research include teaching in multilingual contexts, language variations, and the role of language in the present ecological challenges. Mr. Yasser will talk about an ecolinguistic analysis of English, Urdu newspapers for planning eco-texts. Over to you, Yasser sir.
Assalamu alaikum to everybody, and first of all, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. So first of all, I will thank Dr. Shaban and RIFA International for giving me this opportunity to present my proposal, my ideas related to ecolinguistics. So let me first share my slides with all of you. Actually, yeah, just a minute.
Yasser, if we have your slides
Yes,
with
sir.
us, we are going to
Yes, sir.
up these slides for you. So just wait for us.
Yeah, thanks.
So there you are.
Yes. Thank you very much, sir. So this is the topic that it is an ecolinguistic analysis of the leading English Urdu newspapers for planning eco-text to promote eco-solidarity. Especially this is in the context of Pakistan, as this is an issue facing our country. So as already, I'm thankful I have been introduced. My name is Yasser and I'm assistant professor of English at Murray College, Sialkot. Yes. So everybody present here knows, but just to start the discussion, as we all know that ecolinguistics is a field which is broadening in the present century and getting very important for some of the other countries where at start it was thought that this is not their issue, but this is also environment is becoming a global issue, and this has happened very quickly. So to cut the long discussion short, as I have not much time. So ecolinguistics especially now focuses on three issues that are related to ecological texts, hidden ideologies in the text, and variety of linguistic forms from the ecological perspective. So these three areas have been of much importance during the last decade and even today. And I have taken from this particular the textual analysis of the newspapers, because as we know that newspapers play a very important role in forming the public opinion. And what I observe around me is that Pakistani people, especially youth, they are not much aware that this is a problem which is faced by our country, and we are facing it at a dire rate too. So ecolinguistic field, which is broadening and getting important day by day, it really needs a kind of research and sensitizing the issue, the kind of sensitization that issue requires. So I'll like to go for the next slide. Yeah. So talking of the Pakistani context, we know that we are an agricultural economy, and our economy is related to agriculture, environment, and if our economy suffers, then we are going to have economic problems, psychological problems, social problems, and even we can say that the whole integrity and the peace of the country can be at risk. Now, this seems to be a very far-fetched kind of comparison, but our country is really in the dire need of some stability as far as the climate is concerned. As this slide mentions, that Pakistan is at a very high risk, and in the informed risk index, we are ranked 18 among those countries that are facing a global threat of warming and pollution and certain other causes. At the same time, we have this problem as well, that it is predicted that in the year 2044, it can be such a big problem that Pakistani people and its economy may suffer, and there are some biological threats as well, not only to the land of this country, but biological threats as far as the health is concerned. Now, something that is not mentioned here is, I will like to quote German Watch, that ranks Pakistan now among the top 10 countries affected by climate change. And as far as the economic burden is concerned, it is said that climate adaptation in our country needs $7 billion to $14 billion to repair the damage that can be caused by this climate change and the burden that it's going to be on our economy. So it means that it is a kind of time bomb that people are not actually realizing, but it keeps on ticking. And there unfortunately can be a time which can be really horrible. So masses need to be made realized, and they need to be sensitized. And the best medium for this seems to be the reading public. Naturally, in Pakistan, there are literate people, and even today, there are people, libraries, homes where Urdu and English newspapers are read. So the text that I have decided to take and analyze is from the most common medium of reading in our country, and that is newspapers. So I would like to go to the next slide. Yeah. So this slide also mentions some of the havocs that this climate crisis can play, as the second point suggests that Pakistan experienced 126 heat waves between 97 to 2019, which makes almost 7 or 8 heat waves per year. So everybody in Pakistan notices that every year the summer is getting hotter, and there are weather changes which were not actually felt by our previous generation. So this disturbs the whole seasonal cycle, and when the seasonal cycle is disturbed, the worst effect is on our agriculture, our crops, and not to mention those changes that are caused in human bodies. And there are many problems like different types of cancers that are affecting the Asian countries, especially Pakistan, because of there are problems with the ultraviolet rays of sun and different kind of pollution caused by the plastics. So in the first 4 slides, we can realize that Pakistan is one of those countries that are really at the forefront of facing this challenge of climate crisis. But the question is, are Pakistanis ready to face this challenge? And if they are not, how we can make them aware that this is a problem which can destroy the future of the coming generations. Next slide, please. Yeah. So now we reach the problem, that is statement of the problem. My contention is that the press coverage of the ecological issues contains certain aspects that mitigate the vigor. So this problem really needs a kind of attention, a kind of vitality, and a kind of emergency by the newspaper reporters and the media, which I find is lacking. So what are those factors that are mitigating or decreasing the intensity of this issue? So I have just jotted them down. Euphemistic expressions, that is, it is related to the lexical choices. For example, in our Urdu and English newspapers, I feel that the language that is chosen does not sensitize, or the language is not of that intensity which is required. For that, I can give example that the term like greenhouse, the terms like warming in English newspapers, and these are the terms that are also greenhouse terms used in Urdu newspaper. They are not creating the kind of stir that is needed for this global issue. So euphemism is something that is practiced and something that we linguists can analyze in the newspapers and then raise a kind of voice for this, that we need kind of vocabulary which really can create the stir which is needed for the issue. The other thing that we find is nominalization, which means the hiding or masking of the agent. For example, there are certain things related to the global weather crisis in our country as well, where somehow the agent is hidden. Like, for example, the rising temperature, the terms like the extinction of species, the terms like this global warming is affecting. But in all these circumstances and all these examples, the agent is missing. And somehow we are reluctant, consciously or unconsciously, but we fail to point out those forces that are causing this kind of damage to our natural environment. Then we also find that passive constructions are followed, like forests are cut, like fish are caught at a random rate or at a great rate, that forests are decreasing, the greenery is disappearing, or the plants are not cultivated. But again, using the passive constructions again skips one thing. It downplays the intensity which is required for this issue. One more thing that we can analyze in the text when we read these English and Urdu newspapers is that most of the times when we are talking of the climate and the problems faced by this weather, we are talking in the futuristic tone, that it may happen, it would happen, it can happen after 40 years, 50 years, it will destroy. So most of the time when we are talking of the effects, there is a futuristic tone. And my concept is that, my idea is that it is now, it is happening. So I come to the inspiration of study, that what inspired me. The fact is that when we see the current scenario and the kind of problems that we Pakistanis are facing, unfortunately, there is not much work to speak of in the field of ecolinguistics in my country, in Pakistan. Yes, there may be one or two random essays related in the books related to environment, and there are different news items that talk of the environment. But otherwise, there is no research work which points out the role that we can play to sensitize and actually project this issue. So there doesn't seem to be a complete study, or I have not found so much of work which needs to be done in this field. So this inspired me, and I'm really thankful to Dr. Shaban as well, that he actually inspired me that this is a field where a lot can be done in my country. So next slide, please. So now we come to the research objectives. What are the objectives of this research? So number one, to explore the linguistic features commonly used by environment news reporters, writers of Pakistani leading Urdu English newspapers, while exploring their linguistic choices. So we have to analyze the linguistic choices. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are running short of time.
Yeah. So I can sum up. So if you want that, we can move to the last parts of our slides.
Yes, please.
So So let's come to the data of our study. The data is taken from two English newspapers and two Urdu newspapers. The Jang and Express News are the famous Urdu newspapers, and Dawn and the News are from English. We have selected the 4 newspapers, and 5 years are actually divided in the way that randomly 4 newspapers a month, which makes a 5-year. The plan is the 5-year random data, but taken in a systematic way to be included in this research. So this, right. So methodology, I would like to talk about the methodology. If you want that. Yeah. If you want me to talk about contribution, so it is planned that the contribution of this research can be that it can bring a change in the way the news reporting and editorial representation is done in our Urdu and English newspapers. A consciousness of presenting climate crisis in the Urdu newspapers in a more vibrant way through indigenous vocabulary choices, because we find that it is more of loaning English words and then using them in Urdu. There's no indigenous vocabulary in Urdu language to project this climate crisis. The awareness of giving priority to the readers of the newspapers to develop understanding of the climate issue. So in methodology, questionnaires can be designed. Thank you very much. So we are running short of time. I hope that I presented the proposal in a way that you could get some idea of the research that I want to take. Thank you very much.
My apologies, Yasser, for a forced thank you very much, since we were running short of time. Very sincere thanks to you for providing us some thoughtful views about our own contextual contributions towards ecolinguistics. Our next presenters are Ms. Sarwat Aruj and Ms. Samina Najib, and they'll talk about advertisement critical discourse analysis of climate change, public service advertisements. And they would be focusing on persuasion and implications for global audience. Just a very quick and brief introduction of the speakers. Ms. Sarwat Aruj is currently working as lecturer of English in Government College for Women, Peshawar Road, Rawalpindi. Ms. Sarwat is MPhil English from National Defense University. And her research interests are cross-cultural linguistic studies and management of conflict situations on international forum. Whereas Ms. Samina Najib is a senior lecturer at Rifa International University. Her research interests include American literature, philosophy, ELT, and creative writing. Over to you, Ms. Sarwat and Ms. Samina.
Assalamu alaikum. I will request please play the PPT I have shared with your team. Can you please play the PPT?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you. Okay. So the paper that I'm going to present today is a study of climate change public service advertisement by the United Nations in 2020. Persuasion and implications. Aims and scope and limitations of my study is that this paper is going to examine the advertising as a discourse and how advertisements are presented to persuade our viewer to act upon the content chalked out by the United Nations. A small amount of data was used in this paper, and given the limitations of the material, the study can only serve for qualitative purposes, and the results cannot be generalized. What was the significance of the study? The analysis of the advertisement material aims to identify and examine the linguistic features presented in the ads, as well as the theoretical background in order to provide answers to the research questions. Can you please go to the next slide? Okay, abstract. The abstract this paper tells us an advertisement is an effective tool to promote a message and to persuade people. Social issues about environment need our attention, and awareness about it can be raised by critiquing the advertisement discourse on climate change. This study focuses on the analysis of 5 non-profit public service advertisements by United Nations published in 2020. The advertisements were accessed from the United Nations official YouTube channel. They focused global warming, and they were a part of global awareness campaign regarding the public awareness campaign in 2020. And the methodology that was adopted in this study is qualitative, and the approach is critical discourse analysis in the domain of advertising. The study seeks to investigate the discourse in advertisement and how they construct the meaning by effectively using linguistic features. Can you please move to next slide? Next slide, please. Okay. This study focuses on discourse analysis of advertisement on social media. It deals with the literature about advertisement on social media. It deals with the literature and advertisement discourse and studies theoretical background that may be used to analyze the advertisement discourse. Advertisement about climate change focus on the communicative techniques to create awareness about environment issues and on the steps that can be taken to address these issues. These advertisements incorporate visual which appeal to the emotions of the people. The words in advertisement are carefully selected to influence the people by instilling fear or by persuasion to participate in political or social campaign. What are the research questions? The research questions or the questions that are probed in this study are: how effective or persuasive are the selected public service messages, judging by the techniques selected for the selected advertisements? And the second question that is probed in this study is: what do the findings suggest about the linguistic features that are used in advertisements?
Ms. Sarwat, we cannot hear you. Ms. Sarwat, you are inaudible. Ms. Samina, if you can please take
Yes. Can you hear me, Rahila?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I would just like to sum up the research that both of us did, and I'll come to the findings. The conclusion and the findings were that based on the above observations, it can be said that the advertisement discourse utilizes minimum possible time to convey the messages effectively and tries to keep the attention of the people. The phrases and words are carefully chosen while keeping in mind the sentiments of the diaspora involved. And the use of video of heroes like Nelson Mandela and the visuals of women shown in the advertisements focus on sentiments of the target audience. The word future and foregrounding of, extinct species of dinosaurs, and see the pictures of children shown in Asian and African countries who are in distress. Most of these messages seem to be quite simple, clear, and specific. But the purpose of the advertisements were to encourage people to take such actions which may check the effects of global warming and climate change and stop it, if not reverse it. Thank you. We will take questions at the end.
Thank you, dear presenters. Now we will open the floor for questions. We have two questions here. The first one is for Mr. Diego. Paralinguistic features or body language varies culturally. Can we have some universal way to understand these expressions?
Thank you. I wouldn't say there's universal, sorry. Considering facial expression of emotions, there are certain theories that remark that there's a basic set of expressions. These theories actually come from Darwin and their own theory about the human and animal expression of emotions. And we can say more or less that we can identify a few features. I mean, we know when someone is angry, is raising up the nose and wrinkles in the front, but in the forehead. But it's from after these basic movements are triggered, conditioning is always social. So how to use these things and how to interpret it's a little bit hard to think about something universal. For example, in the Western world, we tend to laugh when we are happy or when someone we consider something funny, but in places like Korea, a laugh can be triggered by a sad news or another kind of thing. In my opinion, it's always or mostly locally related. I don't know if I answered the question properly.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diego. Our second question is from Dr. Hildo. Can we apply this systemic linguistic theory for analyzing facial expressions and paralinguistic features?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Could you please repeat the question? I was, my sound was not so good.
Okay, sir. Can we apply this systemic linguistic theory for analyzing facial expressions and paralinguistic features?
Yes, not directly ecosystemic discourse analysis, but the general framework of ecosystemic linguistics, yes, because it looks at its object of study from a holistic point of view. That is, everyone who embraces this theory can study any language phenomena from any perspective. And for this purpose, he must avail himself of the focusing method, that is to approach the object for analyzing. In this approach is the use of a specific theory. If you are not, conversant in this theory, you can ask for a colleague to do the job for you, and then you come back to the general and holistic position of ecology and evaluate the results. That is, as I said in my presentation, ecosystemic linguistics is not a specific model for the analysis of a specific problem or question, like generative grammar, destined specifically for syntax. It is a general framework inside which you can do a lot of things.
Thank you, sir. I thank you all, dear presenters. It was really an engaging session. Now I will ask our worthy chair, Dr. Muhammad Islam, to please say a few words and conclude the session. Okay, we have one more question before we ask Dr. Muhammad Islam to conclude the session. What are the legal implications in terms of animal rights that you were talking? Dr. Hildo. Dr. Diego, this question is from you. What are the legal implications in terms of animal rights that you were talking about?
Yeah, well, right. I was responding that in writing. So far, not much. I mean, NGOs are developing, are expanding their frames, and they are gaining some traction in meaning fields, adding adepts and followers. And in some countries like Argentina, they are getting bigger, but they are not having great wins in terms of legal change. Perhaps notable change they achieved in the last years, that several kept as pets are gaining the status of non-human person, which is a very good antecedent and a very, very good news, but it's still, there remain a few cases still. I don't know if the question was directed to that, if I answered correctly.
That's perfect, Diego. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Dr. Muhammad Islam.
Okay, thank you very much, Rahila. I would just like to conclude this session with a big thanks and an applause for our contributors, the wonderful speakers, Ildo, Diego, Mr. Yasser, Sarvat Aruj, and Samina Najib. Thank you very much, all of you. This was a wonderful session. We got some genuine deep thoughts about an ecolinguistics, which is based on human grounds and which aims to save human and other lives on Earth by providing not only some theoretical, but also some practical insights to dig the relevant discourse in depth. We had some very important contextual data and details so that we can look forward to this in Pakistani context also. Then we got multimodal perspectives also to understand and analyze issues related to our environment and other things associated with it. Once again, thank you all of you, the participants also who listened to all this valuable talk very patiently. And congratulations from my side to the organizers, Dr. Shaban and his entire team, the team of Department of English Language and Literature, Rifa Islamabad campus. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Islam, for sparing time from your very busy routine. And we are moving towards our concluding session. So.
Assalamu alaikum and a very warm good evening to all the listeners. I am Tehreem Wali from the Department of English, Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University. Dear audience, thank you so much for staying with us throughout the whole day. As you all know, we have come to the conclusion session of our two-day international conference on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives. I'm optimistic that all the insightful talks of our keynote speakers and participants must have made you think of multiple ways to strengthen our affinity with the mother nature. Without any delay, I would request the focal person of the conference and the head of the English department at Rifa Islamabad campus, Dr. Muhammad Shaban, to give his concluding remarks.
Well, thank you, Ms. Tehreem. You have given me, a big job to conclude 2 days conference, so many talks, so many ideas, thoughts, and I have less time to wrap up 2 days conference. So our 2 days conference on ecolinguistic and ecological narratives is going to be concluded. At the conference, 28 international speakers from 17 countries presented their research on much needed topics on ecology. More than 26 institutes participated in the conference. Famous linguists like Dr. Aaron Stevie, Dr. George Jacob, Dr. Hildo Honario do Coto, Dr. Ming Ho Chow, and Dr. Peter Mokwania were an integral part of the conference. The conference highlighted the importance of local languages, which might play an essential role in engaging citizens in greater understanding of the world environmental crisis and providing ecolinguistic solution. Climate reference can be embedded in the curriculum and classroom lessons. Teachers must help students to better understand climate change while navigating the danger of eco-anxiety. Such scholarly gathering will be organized in the future to create a sustained impact in the line of sustainable goals of UNO. The idea and thoughts generated in the conference are the integral part of our belief system as Muslims. Let me draw the words of our patron, Dr. Anis Ahmed. Islam wants conservation of resources and energy, living with austerity and avoiding extravagance. The Higher Education Commission, Pakistan, and the Ministry of Climate Change might want to collaborate with the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad, to promote the understanding of ecology in different languages, to create a change in the meaning-making processes. However, the department will continue a series of conferences on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives to create a long-term impact. We have decided that scholars will be provided a venue in the form of the Journal of Ecolinguistics and Ecological Narratives to regularly publish and exchange their thoughts to save the natural environment. And probably this was the idea of Professor Chow. The International Panel for Climate Change published a 3,675 pages report last week, though I could not read the whole report, but they have declared Pakistan is the 10 times more vulnerable to environmental catastrophe than rest of the world. There is a speculation of Pakistan climate refuges. Eventually, environmental woes are going to be our security threat in many ways. Ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial to channelize all possible means to address the threat of global warming. I would like to quote the British Council International School Award coordinators' words: "We do not compromise when we build our homes. Why should we compromise when we build the home for our homes?" Ladies and gentlemen, this world is the victim of capitalism and the capitalist greed, which reminds me the blockbuster film of DiCaprio, Don't Look Up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time to look up and do whatever we can to save the natural environment. The conference recommends to NASA and capitalist nations to park some funds to save the earth before it's too late, or we are invaded by another virus for which we might not be capable to sustain. So do the capitalist economies. The world of Dr. Douglas, nature is healing, we are the virus. There are only two options in front of us. Nature, either we are with the nature or against the nature. Our action speaks louder than words. The faculty member and I at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad, has planned to introduce a core course on ecolinguistics in our undergrad program. Now, I would like to propose our second international conference on ecolinguistics and ecological narratives at the Department of English Linguistics and Literature, Rifa International University, Islamabad, on March the 9th and 10th, 2023. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to sign out as Dr. Muhammad Shaban. Thank you being with us, and thank you being such a wonderful audience over these 2 days. And over to Ms. Tahrim.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad Shaban, for such thought-provoking and critical remarks. On the behalf of the conference organizing team, I would like to thank all our speakers, all our participants, all the listeners, and the faculty members for being here with us throughout these 2 days and making it a success. Thank you so much. We are going to sign out with National Anthem, so I request all of you to stand up.